go. My hair does not look good to get day, guys. You probably saw that already. Oh Jesus, I'm just gonna wear my Bama hat. Don't have to worry about it. What's up, Max? Welcome to the stream, man. Glad you could make it. Oh. Man, I haven't streamed a game in a while, but trying to think. I'm trying to think. What was I thinking about? My brain's been fried for a while. They haven't finished my room yet. They're taking their sweet ass time to finish. They haven't finished yet. They haven't even done my room yet. What's up, Drag? Welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. But they are still finishing the house. But it's been so long since I've streamed. I decided to go ahead and stream because I got everything set up. But I'm like right next to the door, the front door, my front bedroom. I got my shit set up right there. But what was I saying? Oh yeah. I don't even have any carpet in my room anymore. I would show you guys, but I can't really. I'll take a picture of it and put it on Discord. But I only have concrete in my room right now. They're eventually going to put the hardwood in my room, but they're taking their time right now. They're working on my sister's room. They're halfway done, but they're in my sister's room right now, and then they'll eventually work on my floor. So there's that. Yeah, I know, Max. Don't worry, man. I didn't forget. We need to finish Last of Us 2. I get that. I just, I'm trying to think. What was I going to say? I forgot. I'm trying to think. My brain's completely fucked right now. But yeah, I know, Max. Don't worry. I remember we got to finish Last of Us 2, but I just want to check out some more Walking Dead shit before we start The Last of Us 2. I mean, before we continue with The Last of Us 2. The Last of Us 2, man, is fucking, oh my god. I'm so mad about The Last of Us 2 right now because they killed Joel off like it was nothing, and I'm still thinking about that shit. I cried. I was so sad about his death, man. That shit pissed me off. He was, man, why did they kill him off? That really upsets me. Let me fix my camera. There we go. I know there's some extra shit in this game that I haven't streamed yet, and I wanted to get that over with, and then once we finish The Walking Dead, we'll go on to The Last of Us 2 again. Credits. We've already seen that. I can hear everything that happens outside now, because I'm like right next to my fucking room. So stupid. Credits, settings, music player. Well, they got no music. Oh, I just realized something, guys. I forgot last time I streamed this. I couldn't do anything Season 4 related because I might spoil myself. I didn't even remember that. Did we already go through the Season 4 shit, I think? Didn't we? Huh. I think we went through Season 4. Oh, yeah, Max, I didn't know you live in Texas, man. Yeah, I was just looking up Texas last night. You guys don't have any power, do you? Man, that sucks. I feel bad. I'm sorry about that, Max. I heard Texas is going through some hard shit right now because of all this cold weather. It snowed in Alabama, but it didn't snow where I live. It snows up. I'm in South Alabama. It snowed in North Alabama, like way up north, like way up at the top. We didn't get no snow. We just got ice. I hate that. Oh, you're just helping your uncle? Well, hopefully your uncle's okay, man. Let me put on my fucking headphones and see if these bitches actually work because they weren't working last night. Have you played The Last of Us 2 yet? Yes, I have. I played a couple, like 4 hours of it. Yeah, a couple weeks ago. I'm gonna get to it, guys. Don't worry. Oh, they're gonna work. Let's see if they work. Are you shitting me? These things are fucking broken, aren't they? What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding? Guys, I think my headphones broke. What the fuck? Why aren't these motherfuckers working? No fucking way. Am I gonna have to go buy some new fucking headphones? Guys, I think my headphones broke. Is it good? Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I don't want to spoil it for you if you haven't played it yet, but there's some things that pissed me off in that game already. I think my headphones broke, guys. It's fucking lovely. Let me look up something because these things aren't worth. Is it good or is the first or worse? In my opinion, so far that I played the second one, the first one's 10 times better than the second one. That's just my opinion, though. That's just my opinion. I like the first one a lot better. Let me look something up real quick, guys, because my headphones are being stupid. I don't know how they'd be broken. All I did was put them in my backpack when I had my PlayStation in it, and they didn't get crushed. I made sure of it. I put them in the front, and they didn't get messed with, so I don't know why the hell it's not turning on all the way. Fucking Christ. It's just broken, man. Give me a second, guys. This is stupid motherfucking thing. Give me a second. I'm sorry, guys. No one solved this? I think my headphones might be broken. It's like it's not a solid blue. It's flashing blue, which means it's trying to pair with my PlayStation, but it's not fucking working. Oh my god, you motherfucker. I'm gonna have to use my fucking wired headphones. Okay. I'm gonna keep these on the charge. It's red. I'm gonna keep these on the charge. If it doesn't fucking work, you're probably gonna see me break it. Let me get my other headphones. It's so fucking dumb, man. Fuck. I spent $100 on those fucking headphones, and this is how I get. It's the thanks I get. Oh. Can you guys hear me? These are my wired headphones I don't really like because the cord gets in the fucking way. And the fucking mic right here gets in the way. I can't stand wired headphones. They suck. Is it Bluetooth, Turtle Beaches, and yeah. Oh, you can hear me? Okay, good. No, it's not. It's Bluetooth, but it's not Turtle Beaches. No, it's not Turtle Beach. It's Sony brand PS4 headphones, you know. It's so dumb. I just want my fucking headphones working. This is what happens.
Never mind the darkness.
That's loud as fuck, and that's creepy.
Never mind the storm. Never mind the over soon. Brush away your sorrow.
That's creepy as fuck.
Brush away your tears. Sing away
Oh, but the garbage is straight. Okay, good.
heavy heart. The night will be over soon. The night will be over soon. For every night goes quiet, and every moon grows blue. Beyond
Man, that
the
sucks,
dark
Max. That's bad, man.
comes
I feel bad for everyone in
something
Texas.
new. The sun will be rising soon.
Do as I say, not as I
Will
do.
be rising soon.
Yeah, your uncle sounds like a smart man. It's good that
Will
he's.
be rising.
Would you prefer shitbird?
It's good that he knows what he's doing.
Everybody dies. It's not really up to us anymore.
Wasn't that season 3 dialogue, bro? What the fuck?
Well, you are fucking failing!
When does she laugh? Because I don't think I've ever heard Clem laugh, really. There's nothing to laugh about anymore.
You suck at protection!
I can't get over that one. Damn, man. Ah, she lost a leg, I forgot.
And you better bury me deep, because if I come back, I'll come for you first!
There's this cold that settles on my skin. It happens right before a storm, too. Why would I go anywhere else if you're here?
I forgot you could fucking zoom in on that shit. That's funny.
What are you playing? And don't say a piano.
Don't ever say his name. AJ, don't look away. I want you to see this.
You're gonna be stuck in that broken shell of a body forever. No bites. Well, first, it would suck. Like, big time. And then... I'd have to nom eat you, little boy. Alvin Jr., if you have a gun, you shoot me. If you don't, you use your knife. No knife, a rock to the head, as many times as you have to.
Damn.
Is it me, or is there a bit of a bomb obsession at this school? The first time I met Ruby, she was all, "That little motherfucker."
It's not how we sound. God damn.
This might be the worst party of all time.
We Southerners don't talk that much. God damn. Not like that, at least. We don't talk like this. Not really. From Alabama.
Yeah, okay, so that's pretty fucked up. Goodbye, Lee. Yeah, it might have something to do with the whole skin mask thing. Or the low, creepy whispering.
If Clem got to meet Alpha and Beta, dude, oh my god. They would have rocked her fucking world. I'm just saying. Fuck. Alpha and Beta are fucking... They're the new world order. Fuck everybody up.
Well, I guess asshole runs in the family. Is that the consequence? That you're an asshole? I'll be the one who breaks out at night and cuts your throat while you sleep.
God damn. Clem's a fucking badass.
And that's how you school a walker. Take this guilt trip of yours and shove it up your ass! Touch him again, I dare you! They may not be kill or be killed, but it's awful goddamn close! Keep moving forward.
My little goofball. Last rule.
What you doing there, goofball?
Idiot. Did I do a good job?
He's so tiny. Look at him. He's a little fella.
Will we have a home? You're a shitbird. Scavengers. Scavengers. Huh. Well, scavengers are gross. Hey, Clem. I'm an artist now.
God damn. It's fucking stupid.
I can kill you, you know. I didn't hesitate. I aimed for the head. I saved one for me.
Oh my god, is that when he killed Marlon?
Did I do it bad? I was justified.
Not really, but...
We say fuck off to fear. I fucking really hate that fucking dickhead shit fuck. Wake up, stupid shitting fuckhead. And don't call me Squirt. You're a squirt. The beach, a boat, and a wood street in the water. I don't like my trauma. I want to get it off of me. I'm gonna make the a decoration for the party.
Oh, I remember that. That was funny.
There are 3 kind of eyes, Clem. There are live people eyes. We got those. Then there's monsters' eyes. Usually look like dirty water. Other times, monsters' eyes aren't even wet. And then there are live people eyes right as you kill them. Like you did to Abel. His eyes look like you blew a candle out. I know I'm big because I think of this stuff now. I know I'm big because I think of this stuff now.
Hurry up.
I care about what I do more. I'm getting real smart. It does something weird to my stomach. Like I'm gonna get the dookies. I had to blow it up and that was pretty gross. But look, it works. He said all the policemen and firefighters died. So, I'm gonna be a new one. Even if I don't get it just right, I am. Because all it means is killing bad people who hurt other people. And I'm good at that.
Oh my god.
I liked it. I liked killing her.
Crazy
It made
motherfucker.
me feel strong. I don't care if it was murder.
Damn.
I don't care if it was anything.
AJ.
It felt good. Best feeling I've had in a long time.
Oh hell no, you're going psychotic on us.
I want to stay with you. I know what'll happen. And I don't care. I don't want to go. I just want to sit next to you and stay. Fuck you, fish. Nah, my hair's too big on my head.
Got that little fro.
Boom, boom. I know what I'm doing. Zip it. You're walking, and you had wood arm legs. Of course you did. What are you crazy? I bet you've seen a lot of things, huh? I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Toy airplanes on fire off the shoulder of McCurl Ranch. I watched canned beans glitter in the dark near that one train station with a dead couple Clem tried to guilt me about. All those moments will be lost in time. Like tears in Omar's stew. Time to die, Marlon.
I forgot he got poetic at the end. That was funny.
Oh my god.
Clementine, it's you? Lee isn't with you. So he's dead then. Lee should have left you behind too. Might have lived longer if he did.
Probably.
Your little boy there. You'll die protecting him. You may be able to keep this up a while longer, but eventually he'll slow you down. A walker you didn't spot. A bullet you couldn't dodge. A desperate cry for help that brings the herd. It happened to Lee, and it'll happen to you.
I don't know about that.
We've got history.
Oh, I forgot about that. Fuck you, Lily.
Where's our new recruits?
God, you are just like him.
You're dead.
Normally, the trouble you caused, I'd shoot you and toss you overboard. But I'm genuinely impressed. I bring a prize like you back to the Delta, it might make this whole clusterfuck of a mission worth it.
God damn, I forgot how much AJ lit her ass up.
I want to tell you a story. Let's call it the parable of the twins. 2 girls were taken from their home and brought to a new place to live. They had to leave their friends and family behind, and that was hard at first. They shed a lot of tears.
Yeah, I'm glad
but
that
the
bitch
new
is
place
gone.
was a good place. The people there grew corn and raised pigs, and the twins ate well for
I
the
told
first time
AJ
in
to shoot her
years.
ass.
They had hot showers, clean clothes, beds. They were given guns and trained to use them. The people there were kind to these girls. All that was asked in return was that they help defend the group. One of the girls saw that this was a place worth fighting for, and her tears dried. But the other twin, she could never forget her old home. She rejected every gift, every opportunity, stirred up trouble every chance she got. She convinced her sister to help her steal a raft and leave on the river. Of course, they didn't get far. What happened then, Minerva?
At least she's gone. Right on, Max. Facts.
Like it or not, you're one of my people now, Clem. The question is, which twin are you going to be? The loyal one, or the dead one? They clearly didn't get the moral of the story. I bet you'd make a great soldier. Oh, I see. You came here to cry.
She's so antagonistic towards everyone.
Looks like you're not a soldier either.
You've made a big fucking mistake. AJ, wait! I give up. I will give up.
Huh, too bad.
Don't you fucking dare, AJ.
Nothing lasts, Clementine.
Not friends, not love, not the place you call home. They'll all fall eventually. Never forget that, or they'll drag you down too.
Fuck you, Clementine.
What the hell? Just fuck you. Whoa, what? Hold the fuck up. Wait, what? Eddie? Wait a second. Is this the same Eddie as... Hold up. Wait a second. Eddie from season 1, 400 days. Whoa, wait a second. This can't be the same Eddie. There's no way. 400 days? With, what's his name? Wyatt? Oh my god, it is! It is! Eddie from 400 days. What? Oh, what? He was in the final season. When? Yeah, now I remember Eddie from 4. This is Eddie! Oh my god, the same guy too. What the hell? He was in the final season. You kidding? When? Oh, I remember now. I remember Eddie. Eddie's that. And in the final season, Eddie, he was in 400 Days in season 1. He's the same guy in the McCarroll Ranch who tries to kill Clem, and she ends up shooting him under the face, like right in the face. Oh my God, that's what happened to him. Damn. They brought him back for like 2 seconds and they killed him. I can't believe he survived. Wow. Yeah, this is Eddie right here. The guy that... Yep, this is the same Eddie. Clem killed him. He tried to kill Clem in the McCarroll Ranch. He was part of the New Frontier. Wow, he's part of the New Frontier. That's shocking. But yeah, she had shot him right in his face. Damn, I'm so shocked about that, actually. I didn't think that was going to happen. Same voice actor, I think.
Another one? Fuck you!
Yep, it's the same voice actor.
Don't worry, you warmongering piece of shit. There's plenty more where that came from.
Ah, fuck my controller. Dude, that totally slipped my mind. Whenever that was going on when I first played it, I did not know that was Eddie. I really didn't. I didn't fucking know that was Eddie, because Eddie was like a minor character in 400 Days. I just remember him now because he's on the fucking character gallery. I'm so shocked about that he came back. He was actually survived. He's part of the New Frontier, but they killed him off. Clem killed him, so.
Eat some of this shit!
Yep, Clem did kill him. I knew it! Haha, I was right. Yep, and she killed him. That's when he got shot in the face.
You motherfuckers! I'll blow your goddamn heads off! Each and every one of you! Ah! You stupid asshole! Jesus! Alright. That way. There's a nursery. But I'm not letting one of you savages take a kid!
Clem wasn't a savage, but whatever. Oh, he's so tiny!
Go. Never go alone.
Oh, he's a cute little fella. He's such a cute fella.
Clem?
Lee! My man Lee! Fuck yeah, Lee. You're a bad motherfucker. Yes! I'm so happy Lee came back for that dream sequence. That was awesome.
Hey, Sweet Pea.
Dave Fennoy's fucking awesome. Legendary.
Why the train? You always pick the train. You know, I was making it all up as I went along, right?
Lee was tall as hell. I didn't realize that. Clem's like 16 and she's like... I think she's like 5'2", and he's still way taller than her. Lee's like 6'2", I think. He's tall. He's taller than me.
You were a handful. And I didn't get stuck with
Wait,
anything.
what the hell?
You kept me going.
Hold up, I gotta see that again. That is awesome right there. Oh. I'm not 5'2", thankfully. I'm way taller than 5'2". Dude, that was an awesome animation. That was funny. I gotta see that one more time. I wish that actually happened. That would have been awesome.
Oh, Sweet Pea, you know you always get like this before something big. I know. It's harder when you have something to lose. But having people you care about, that's a good thing.
You'll never be forgotten, Lee.
They're fighting beside you. Because of you. Come see me again when you've gotten them out, okay? Out and safe.
She never went back and saw him. That's sad.
So what? It's okay to be a little nuts, you know? How else can someone hold on to the idea that the world will get back to a beer with your friends or bills to pay?
Ah, fuck.
So what?
Damn it, Lee.
It's okay to
Talk
be a
faster.
little nuts, you know? How else can someone hold on to the idea that the world will get back to a beer with your friends or bills to pay? The world needs crazy people to believe in the one that came before for it to have a chance of coming back. To think when I cut your hair, I was just following the advice of an old drunk we just met. You're a leader, Clem. A natural. I meant to ask, how's the boy? I guess the world got pretty hard since I left it. A kid growing up in it, he'd be hard too.
Hell yeah.
Wow. Just look at you. Just look at you.
Wait, what the hell? Hello? Wait, what?
Wow. Thought I told you to keep this short.
Wait, hello, hey, whoever you are, did you do that on purpose? You don't have a username. You don't have a username. Well, what's up? Whoever you are, I'm sorry, but you don't have a username. I don't know what your name is, unless you did that on purpose. I guess you'll just be my subconscious. Mayor, I do not understand how you deserve from Turkey. Wait, what? You're from Turkey? Is that what you're saying? Welcome. You're gonna be my subconscious because you don't have a name. You'll just be my subconscious. Andy Faye, what's up, Major 64? Welcome.
Time to go, Clementine. You've got people that need you.
Andy Faye, who's Andy Faye? Is that who you are? Oh, it's flashback.
Lee? I'm with a new group now.
Wait,
And I've been in so many. And they always fall apart. But I really like this one. It's different. It almost feels like home.
well, it's not a flashback. Flashback, Clem, because this was a hallucination or a dream.
What the hell, Lee?
Aw.
Lee? I miss you so much. I wish you were really here.
Told you it wasn't fucking real.
Every single one of my friends is a fighter. It's really awful now, Lee. Still not bitten.
Ouch. Man, I need to probably shave. I keep saying that, but I'm probably not ever gonna shave.
I am the poor pilgrim of sorrow, cast out in this wide world to roam, uncertain of life for tomorrow.
Oh my god.
Telltale had always been one of the premium development studios in video games. When Telltale approached Skybound, I remember being so excited about what a perfect match that was.
best comic book or graphic novel is
The Walking Dead.
John Bernthal, Robert Kirkman.
There was a lot of interest in The Walking Dead in the game space, and we were kind of navigating like what we would actually do with a Walking Dead game. And I knew that it would be very difficult to do a game where you run around and kill zombies that would be as good or as entertaining as a Left 4 Dead or a Resident Evil or something like that. You know, I knew like, okay, everything they do is very story-driven, and I thought a Walking Dead game that was all story-based would be able to stand out in the marketplace.
When I started, the studio was really growing. Games never really seemed like a vector for me to tell stories in until Telltale. And then once that happened and they hit The Walking Dead, I was like, oh my god, this is basically all of the things I love
Shane in The Walking Dead. He was my favorite character.
Filmmaking, storytelling, interactivity.
In the
once
TV
I got
show.
into it, there's no looking back.
And the BAFTA goes to The Walking Dead!
Game of the Year goes to The Walking
This game was amazing. Season 1 was my favorite.
It was very interesting watching Telltale
Hands
grow.
down.
When it started, I think it was maybe 12 people, 12 or 13, really small. Literally working out of an auto body shop converted into an office. And then that was 80 people up to the completion of Walking Dead Season 1. And then that, of course, exploded. And then there was this very big push to expand and start working on multiple projects at the same time. So it quickly went from 100 to like 300 plus.
I don't think any of us,
Clem,
including the people
Melissa
who were
Hutchison.
making the game, had the intention of Clementine getting through the season and then moving on. I had no idea that the game would blow up like it did.
The first season of The Walking Dead was a game that the entire studio had to work on at the same time.
Yeah, I know that
And then after
sucks,
the success of that,
Max.
suddenly they just started to expand and expand.
The TV show's about to end in season 11, sadly. I love Telltale. They're fucking awesome. They were before they... Well, actually,
breaking news right
they
now,
got brought back
and
from the dead.
my heart just dropped into my stomach. From Gama Sutra, this is on Twitter. Report: The Walking Dead developer Telltale Games closing down.
Yeah,
Telltale Games is closing their doors.
Dom the
Looks like
bomb.
they have closed down.
I mean, I was in the middle of
He's
reviewing
a
the
good
final
YouTuber.
season of The Walking Dead. I
Right.
don't know. It's kind of weird.
I remember
to
when this
think
shit happened.
that
I was so
won't
upset.
Finish that.
Yep. They were talking about they were going to end it off on episode 2, and that was going to be the end. I was like, what? What? Damn, I was so upset when this shit happened, but thankfully, Skybound brought it back. I was so fucking happy. Oh,
When I
remember
found out
that.
about the closure of Telltale, I remember the previous night we'd been up till like 12 or later working on the ratings build for executive review of the 3rd episode. It was about an hour before we were supposed to have that meeting, that review, and I was like trying to squeeze stuff in and do last minute polish so that we'd put our best foot forward.
I was in a voice acting session with Melissa Hutchison doing the voice of Clementine. And suddenly there's a company meeting called in an hour and no one knows why.
We were about 3 hours in. 2 of the writers, Kent and Adam, were summoned
Kit
to
Mondo.
a mandatory meeting. And we were both like, okay, this is strange. What's going on? But didn't think too much of it.
And sure enough, about an hour later, we were all in the same room and we were being told that the company was shutting down. Our journey was over. We had to be out of the building in a half an hour. Everything I saw from myself, my family, my team,
This is
was just
sad.
gone in the blink of an eye.
You gotta realize these people lost their fucking jobs. Like, this is their jobs. They have no fucking money now. Who's opening the
I would
front
look
door?
at like the hashtags on like Twitter or Tumblr or something, and people were just sad. There was a great outpouring of support at the same time, which was really nice.
Aw.
A bunch of people were like talking about Telltale memories and stuff, and there was just like a really sweet one that was like logos of everything we've ever done, like just in black and white, and it just said like "Thank you Telltale" at the bottom, and I was just like, oh, all those things I worked on. It's so sweet.
This all sounds very dramatic, and if someone wasn't familiar with games or like the industry, they might be like, well, we're just a video game company. It was very dramatic.
Yeah, it's still money,
and
though.
It was a death. And
I feel
the
for
only
these
way
people. I
that you
felt
can
for
really
'em.
work through that is with the support of other human beings. The social networks were an amazing
Aw.
place to be.
It's pretty amazing actually how much this stuff sticks with people.
I'll never forget it because I remember very specifically it was really Robert who stepped up to us and said, this is something we got to do. Let's go figure it out.
I've also heard tale of the incident where Robert just sort of made a declaration that they would do it no matter what, basically.
We're getting into the weeds of
Right.
the legalities and the contracts
Of
and the
course.
IP. And Robert Kirkman is laying on the couch in the back and he went, guys, just stop. This is simple. He said, the story needs to be finished.
Mm-hmm.
Go make it happen.
Do you remember where you were when you heard the news?
No.
Robert Kirkman's a fucking
I mean, I
though.
feel like I was in a meeting of some sort. I don't remember exactly what the meeting was. You know what? Who cares? I was meeting with Tom Cruise and Steven Spielberg. That's not true. I wish I had a story like that.
Robert Kirkman's fucking awesome, dude. He finished his Klimt story, so there you go.
When it happened here at Skybound, we
And he
circled the
created The Walking
wagons
Dead.
immediately. We got everybody together just to figure out what we could do. Not being able to tell Clementine's story, not being able to finish Clementine's story, that's a big deal.
This story's been amazing.
Oh, Skybound Games. It's not Telltale anymore.
I'm so happy we're getting an ending.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait.
Yes! This is what we deserve!
When I first heard about Skybound stepping in to finish the season, like
Season
all I could
11's
think
going to
about
end the
was
TV show. The comics are over, the
much
video
I
games
wanted
are over,
that.
and
Really?
the TV show's going
I
to
was
end,
so
sadly.
happy to be coming
We'll
back
have
and
spin-offs
finishing
and
it.
shit,
The
but
idea of not
I'm really
finishing it,
upset
I had
about the
so
TV
many
show
ideas.
ending.
I can't think of any game ever that has been canceled mid-development and then been allowed to be finished because someone else came
While
to
the
it.
company shut down,
They
you don't
cared enough about the project and the brand and the work we were doing specifically and the specific story that they thought it deserved all this Herculean effort to save. So that is incredibly humbling, honestly.
The company shut down. They
They
went
could've easily
bankrupt.
said
They didn't have
it
enough
might not make
money, and they just shut
it's too
down,
much of a
sadly.
risk.
But they're back now. Telltale's back.
But the
It's-
fact that
just
we
look it
wanted
up.
to
They
finish
came back
Clementine's story
from
because it meant something
some
to the people who
some
were telling
other
it and
company
people
brought
who
them
were
back
experiencing it.
when they shut down back in
Was just like,
2018.
all right,
They're
we're
back
in the
now,
right
though.
hands.
We never
It's
felt
awesome.
any other developer could pick this up and finish it. If we're going to do this, the only way we can do it, and the only way we want to do it, is with the original team.
On site here, we're about 40 people, and then we've got a handful of team members working remotely. Games don't come back from the dead. It's made it a very special project to go ahead and work on. This was a team that really wanted to come back together and finish this game.
All this. All those times you would ask me if we'd find a home. All I could ever tell you was, we'll see. And your face would fall every single time.
And that's what I told myself. But you want to know something I didn't tell you? I never had a plan. I never knew where we were going. I never knew anything.
And now I'm gonna cry. Now I'll just sit here and cry. I'm just so grateful
They're
that
happy
this got
tears.
finished. And I'm so happy for you guys, so thank you.
Aw.
I'm feeling a little overwhelmed and grateful and just, just so happy that this story got told, got finished. So happy for the Telltale Games crew and, of course, selfishly myself, because I absolutely love this character. And I'm just gonna cry for the next 3 hours, but it's happy tears. This is very different from the tears that were shed back in September.
AJ, I think, is my favorite character of the season. And
Nah.
it's because he grows so much and he's so impressionable.
When we did our initial
Clint's
casting
my favorite.
call,
I don't know what the
AJ
fuck
was
you're talking
much,
about.
much younger. I believe he was 2 or 3 years old. She's got the innocence, but Tilla also
Yep.
kind of brings this built-in swagger to AJ's
I forgot
character
AJ was voiced by a
that is
female.
really, really cool.
We're watching him grow up, and he's growing up in a very harsh reality, and so he's become a lot more cold than we see him in the beginning of the game. We see him really discovering who he is, which is scary to both himself and Clementine and everybody else around him.
Do it, AJ!
Finishing it out with this smaller team of Walking Dead people that actually was reminding
Nah,
me a lot more
what?
of season 1 of The Walking Dead. Kind of robust, lean team of superstars who just worked really hard to make it good.
Full team review is great. It's 40 people strewn across couches. We will go through scene by scene. This was after our rewrites and voice pickups, so this is really the first time the episode is up on its feet as a playable whole and really showing what the end product is going to look like.
When the editorial team played through the first playthrough of episode 4,
Yeah, she
I
does,
think there was
Max.
a
That's
2-word
crazy.
email which was
She sounds
nailed
just
it.
like AJ normally. I forgot they have little toys of Clem.
When I
in the
first
league.
set foot in PAX, saw the booth, it was pretty surreal. It was really cool seeing people play the game in person. I didn't think about it, but I'd never seen that before, and the fact that this almost happened, that was really cool.
This wasn't just ending the final season, it was also ending like all of Telltale's entire legacy.
Thank you always feels like too few words, but really, I can't think of a better way to have finished this.
I'm kind of glad
To all the
Telltale ended
fans
on The
who
Walking Dead.
clamored and screamed and cried when Telltale went under. I'd just love to say an absolute deep, heartfelt thank you. Everyone that has loved this game out
I was
loud,
angry when they got
thank
shut
you,
down.
because
I was
without you, we wouldn't have been able to finish what you loved.
Again, there are no words to express the amount of love I have for the fans of this game.
Fans are the reason why we do all this.
We wouldn't have been able to finish this story if it hadn't been for the fans. If the interest wasn't there, if the devotion wasn't there to this character, we would not have been in a position to be able to do that. Really, any fan that's thankful to Skybound or, me personally, which is very unfounded, pat yourselves on the back. It's, your love for this character really made this all possible, and very appreciative of them, much more so than they could be of us, I swear.
Yay! Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. Yeah. I remember Robert Kirkman said it was funny. When they were talking about Telltale shutting down and not being able to end the story, they had said Robert Kirkman had said, because this was back in it was I think November.
Still not bitten.
It was November of 2018. It was about to be Rick's final episode in the TV show, right? He had said, I remember he quoted it, but I forgot. He had said something like, back in November of 2018 when the Telltale got shut down, he said, I want to finish Clem's story because he said, we're about to lose Rick, and he said we're not going to lose Clem and Rick in the same year. He said, because it's going to be Clem's final episode and Rick's final episode, right? He said, we're not going to lose Rick and Clem in the same year. He said, we're going to finish Clem's story. Because he said, we're already losing Rick, so let's not lose Clem, too. And that's when he brought it back, and I was happy.
I want to make heaven my home.
I'm ready for heaven, boy.
Sometimes I am tossed and driven. Sometimes I know not where to roam. I heard of a city called heaven. I'm striving to make it mine.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, should we actually start for real?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay, I'll do a cheesy little intro. All right. Hello and welcome to the Walking Dead Definitive Series developers commentary. Did you say oh?
Wait, my microphone's not on, or I don't hear anything. Sorry.
Damn
Because I switched out packs.
Just turn it up.
Yeah,
just turn it up.
Yeah.
There you
Oh,
go.
now it's on.
Oh, it
Okay,
sounds
cool.
good.
He's a story guy.
Is that better?
He's a story
Sorry,
guy.
okay, cool.
Okay, take 7.
Okay, here we go. Hello and welcome to the Walking Dead Definitive Series developers commentary track. I think there's enough words in that title. My name is Kent Mutil. I am creative director of the final season and a cinematic artist on this season. And I am joined by an all-star cast of other developers who also worked on the season, and they are, in sequence,
Dennis Lenart. I was a director and head of cinematic department, and been at Telltale forever.
OG.
Really, truly. I am Melissa Hutchison, and I am the voice of Clementine.
And I'm Dave Fenoy, and I am not a developer, but I am the voice of Lee Everett.
And I'm Julian Kwasniewski, and I did the voice direction and involved in casting and babysitting the talent.
Which is a task.
I'm so glad someone did that.
And I worked in what became known as the fun office.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
That's right.
Oh, boy.
Studio
Oh, boy.
Jory.
Studio
Except
Jory
for
was
a
the
couple
fun office.
specific days.
Yeah.
All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to play through the first episode of the first season and just talk about memories of making it as we go. So
What if we can't remember that far back?
I know,
I'm
right?
just kidding.
make up stuff. No one will know the difference.
Just correct
It
me.
was a long time ago.
Before we start, I just want to give a shout out to Sean Vanneman, Jake Rodkin.
Yeah.
Yes.
We wish could be here, but couldn't, and we'll try to talk about as much stuff as we remember.
Who are they now?
To get them. Yeah, they were only the leads on this season. But yeah, we definitely wouldn't be here without them, and
Yes.
they made a lot of amazing decisions that we got to work with on the rest of the season. So.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Here, here. They make good video games. All right,
Yes.
let's start. But this is also a good video game.
100 Game of the Year awards.
Over.
That's true. More Game
I
of the Year
believe.
awards than it seems possible.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just inventing companies. To
Sean
give
will
awards.
remember this.
And so begins.
Hey, we're in the Skybound offices right now. Look at that.
What?
Yep.
This has come real full circle.
Seriously.
So all the episode titles, or the title card of The Walking Dead, I remember having different colors, which was a Jake thing planned out from the beginning. Random detail that I didn't know when I was working on episode 2, and I changed the color, and then he came to me and went, "Why are you
that's
not doing
awesome.
the thing we're supposed to do?" I was like, "Oh, whoops."
There he is.
That's good.
Wow. There he is.
There's Sean Vanneman.
Hey.
Sean Vanneman.
Yay. Hey, Jake, Sean.
I like Sean's Vanneman. Hey, there's Mark Barbelak.
Oh, yeah.
Who's also the legal counsel for
Yes,
Telltale.
the attorney for Telltale Games.
This, the rearview mirror shot, weirdly, was like the most complicated technical thing we'd ever done in the Telltale engine at the time.
Isn't there like an entire second lead just sitting outside the side of the car when we see the shots of him reflected in the window?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
With just like a render constant alpha low or something. Yeah. But I remember hearing the pitch for this and thinking that starting in the back of a cop car on your way to jail was a pretty awesome setting for starting a game, and immediately people just getting invested in wanting to figure out
what's going
happening.
on. Yeah.
Who is this guy?
I love all
what's
the little
past?
things you see out the window, too.
Yeah, this is a good looping.
I feel like that was the station wagon that the stranger has in episode 2 that we just passed.
Cool.
It's
Yeah.
probably just a reuse of we needed car models at the time.
I think we added him in the collection. One
He's
version of this,
passing
I
in the
think he was
wrong
put
lane.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure from
That's
a
awesome.
design standpoint, the idea of starting really limited for people in you just get control over the camera to sort of get comfortable with moving it around before you're actually in free walks and having to navigate in space as well. Yep. I think Eric Parsons worked on all of this stuff for
Yeah.
a long time. Typically at Telltale, the first scenes of any game go under extreme amounts of scrutiny, so...
That's me on the radio.
Was that you?
Yeah.
You're all over
I'm
the
the
place.
answering machine. I'm the radio. I take
Yeah.
the big gigs.
There are no small parts,
There
only
are.
small
That's
actors.
right.
Man, I got paid a lot for that, too.
He's got a bit of his own agency as a character. He's not totally just the player.
You know what I remember is doing this first episode. 20 minutes in, I was like, "Wow, this is really good. This is good writing."
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
I was really happy that I got this gig.
As
I think we all are really happy that you got this
And what
gig.
was great is those were the days when
very
we
mutual.
flew them up, and so Dave would stay in Fairfax at the inn.
At the one hotel.
And then you introduced me to all your radio buddies, like Dave Padilla.
Oh, Dave Padilla.
We partied with Dave.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. When
kinda
I was on the radio on KSOL in the Bay Area in the 80s, Dave was my news guy.
That's so funny. He's still, I hear him all the time.
Oh, yeah. KCBS.
It's good.
There you go.
And you know, you can't just say man. You really got to get that feeling. Man.
Achieved. You achieved.
Some of your finest acting work.
I definitely remember excitement around the office when there was a big search to find a Lee character, and it was a long, hard journey. And then I remember as soon as, oh god, now everything's coming off the rails.
I can just keep going.
Look out!
As
Help.
soon as we heard your voice and audition, everybody, it was just like the whole office was like, all right, cool, cast, done.
That's
Like, and it was like
him.
amazing moment.
Well, we found Dave because he played a character in a Law and Order game, right?
Yeah.
We played
Right.
Montrose.
I was
a villainous
a
self-help guru.
crooked politician.
Yep.
Well, and then also with Melissa as well, I remember in the early days, like Sean talking about how like nothing will work in this game if we don't have a good Clementine, and that was like the
Exactly.
big worry.
So
It was just
true.
like there's got to be someone to balance out like the strength that Dave brings for his performance, and like obviously just having someone who can really embody that character and make her not feel like the typical video game kid, which all other video game
Right.
like children were till that
Weren't
time.
you guys
so.
also auditioning
Well, I was
actual
going to say we
children?
did that. Yeah, and I have a bunch of them that I listen to, and they're all kids, but they could never have the
Emotional range.
gravity that
It's a pretty
that you needed some
heavy
wisdom in
Yeah.
there. It gets heavy.
This is a kid that goes through a lot.
Well, and also just the aging over the seasons.
Right.
You know.
Which wasn't known that
Like-
would happen, actually.
Yeah,
I don't
But
think that
just
was the
imagine
intention
if a kid had,
going
you know,
into season 1.
gone off to college or something, and wait, we need you in this game.
Right.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. You can't go to college. I mean, I'd rather personally voice acting college.
Yeah,
I mean,
come
voice
on.
acting, but that's just me, and that's what I did.
Well, and I think
boom, that's my story.
On a developer side too, Sean and Jake from like the very early days always sort of talked to the team about, treat Clementine as an adult. Like, think of her as that as opposed to a kid when you're making choices. And it definitely was a thing that made all the difference in the world because people immediately throw out all the tropes you think and then like really sort of get your head into the character when you're sort of doing animation stuff or putting together the cinematics. And
well, and what you're speaking on as far as the children, you really see that, especially when she's reflecting in scenes with Duck.
Yes.
Duck
Totally.
is that kid that
Absolutely.
if he was the kid that
I'm gonna
Lee
drive
found,
the
it would be like
tractor.
this.
Yep.
Okie dokie, Duck.
This was a great. I love this whole scene.
It's such a good horror setup.
Yeah. It's
Here, let me go help this cop that was driving. He looks injured.
You know what's interesting about this, and Dennis and Kent, I might be totally wrong,
It's a
but
cop.
not too many people at Telltale were actually watching, and here I am sitting in Skybound. We're not. This is like really. There wasn't like hardcore like, oh, I watched the show.
I know,
every
and we
week.
were
It was
we
all
were watching it.
book.
Hadn't the show
Yeah.
just started?
It was like going
around
into
time
the
this game
second
coming out?
season because I was a fan of the show.
Yeah.
The show had been on how many seasons?
I think it was going either finishing second season or going into the second season.
Yeah. And it was great. Like I was watching it. I actually only meant to watch a few episodes to like get. We were still doing sound at the time, and just to see how they did the ambiances and what the zombies sound like, and then I got hooked on it.
Right. Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, I was watching it, but not a lot. But it was a show that I was sampling because everybody was, oh, well, you got to watch the Walking Dead.
Right. No, it was.
And then I really did when this audition came up.
Yeah.
And I remember episode 1 or 2, Rolling Stone magazine came out and said the game is better than the TV show.
Yeah, I remember.
Drop your mic. Just knock it over right now. Boom.
Then there's something I want to ask about here. I remember this part being. I remember at one point the entire game was first person.
Yeah, so
And there was some kind of somewhat late change.
one of the things that's relevant to bring up is one of the early sort of conceits of the game, where I remember Sean and Jake talking a lot about how like players never care about their character dying because they're going to come back in 20 seconds after the load screen. But investing in time in other characters to make it seem like they could die at any time was sort of like the big twist of what made this game really interesting.
And I think it's what people really got invested in these characters more than I'd ever seen on anything.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's funny because when we would go to, and it still happens, to go to conventions, and we were able to do some together, what people would say is, I've never cared about characters in a video game before.
Right.
And then you and Clementine made me cry.
I saw you. We were at what was Dragon Con Atlanta. You were talking to someone, and someone was coming up to our line, and he just heard your voice. And this is a grown man, and he stood there, and he just started to like tears out of his eyes, cry.
That's because I owed him money.
But no, it's to see this effect. It's. I mean, people share like the craziest stories of how this game has taken them through like the shittiest of times, or they've met their best friends, or tra la la. Like so many like crazy stories.
I've met people who didn't have a dad that said Lee became their surrogate father.
That is crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, I've cried at conventions.
Yeah.
I've reached points where people tell me things that I'm just, it's overwhelmingly moving.
I remember you both, and a couple other people saying that too, that when you experienced that, it was really surreal at first too.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, as far as working with Telltale, because I go way back with Telltale games, and most of the characters I've played have all been comedy too. So this was the first, well, not even with Telltale. This is the first game I worked on where there's just so much emotional depth and story. And
I had been on a bunch of games, but this was clearly the best script that I had done, and it had the most interaction with other characters, and just.
Well, and this will probably be a great time to mention, and not just because you're in the room, Julian, but he I mean, beyond The Walking Dead, any game I've ever worked on with you or any project, but when you read with us, because obviously we don't record together,
Right.
actors in the same room together, and you directing us, you really performed, which is amazing, because you'll have someone read lines with you sometimes, but you read the lines, because,
That's a good point.
An actor.
Well, we didn't have feeders then.
Oh,
So
yeah.
literally the first actor to go set the tone for the whole damn episode.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, that's where we would, because I always would work closely with Dennis or Sean or whoever was in the booth with me.
Right.
And we would say, like, this scene is really quiet. Or they're 20 feet away. So I would try to mimic that.
But it is a good point to bring up, because I remember, like, we would, as sort of like the dev team, be in a session, with like Julian all day, and 3 or 4 different actors would come in, and we're just going through like this 10-hour marathon.
Totally.
But at 6 p.m., like, Julian's still like giving it his all, like reading all the other parts against it, and we're just like, I was just tired sitting there.
Yeah. So Rebecca Schweitzer, I just have to mention that the answering machine, it's such a small part of this first episode.
That's
and she
her
just
audition.
Nailed it. And that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
That's her audition, and it was used in the game. And it was also used in a trailer, and it was one of the most effective trailers that I remember.
Wow. Yeah, and it was the first time where we took an audition, and then we went back to the agents and said, "Oh, and that's me as the answering machine voice."
If we were drinking right now, we'd do shots every time we hear Julian.
I'm still spending those 20s. That was a good one. But Rebecca. And we processed the audition and then went back and said, you got the role. You never have to come in. You're done.
That's awesome.
That's always a nice call.
Don't want to see you, but
yeah, exactly.
We're going to use your voice.
Awesome.
We might send you a check.
I love how the messages, too. I just heard them when we were at the office with Kent the other day, just how they progress. Oh, there's some crazy guy at the ER or whatever, and I love how she just covers the entire apocalypse in
really
4
It's
messages.
a very efficient zombie apocalypse story, in like 3 lines, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Message 2, left at 11:19 p.m.
Oh my God, finally. I don't know if you tried to reach us. All the calls are getting dropped. They're not letting us leave and aren't telling us anything about Atlanta. Please, just leave the city and take Clementine with you back to Murrieta. I've got to get back to the hospital. Please let me know that you're safe.
Message 3, left at 6:51 a.m.
Clementine, baby. If you can hear this, call the police. That's 911. We love you. We love you. We love you.
Hello?
You need to be quiet.
Who is this?
I'm Clementine. This is my house.
Hi, Clementine. I'm Lee.
You're not my daddy.
No, I'm not. How old are you?
8.
And you're all alone?
Yes. I don't know where anybody is. How old are you?
This was a scary. I remember this being. This is an awesome scene.
I think those parents would have left their kid with a babysitter.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Here she comes. This was a step up cinematically for Telltale as well too. Before we were doing mostly adventure games with Jurassic Park, there was an effort to sort of be more film-like, but it was more action-y than anything, and I felt like this was a big step forward. It was a big challenge, I know, for the department to get subtle with it.
Yeah, no, and I just think the visual style too was just so.
Oh. Well, there's the babysitter, Dave.
It's Sandra. Oh, good old button mashing.
Oh, God.
Sorry, I stepped on your introduction, but that was
it's
Clementine. There she was.
dare you. That's okay.
Oh, and Lee just
I'll
slipped
be
on the blood.
around for a
Lee is
while.
so slippery.
That was a contentious back and forth, I think,
About
of
how
the
slippery
slipping
it
on
should
the
be.
blood. Yeah.
Well, he's got a bad leg, and
Yeah.
it's
Well-
he hasn't seen zombies before.
Here we go.
Give me
This
that
is-
hammer.
Give me that
Give
hammer.
me that hammer.
I love that their
Quickly,
relationship
child.
starts with her saving him.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
really
that's
nice.
cool.
That's great.
Yeah.
So Becky Arkovich worked on this babysitter stuff for I don't even know how many months.
A lot.
But it was the first big action scene in the game that was sort of a new style of what we were doing. So this went through so many iterations and ripped up and redone, and she stuck through it and made it into something.
That's amazing to me.
Good
how-
voiceover there. Good effects.
You
Yeah.
sound a lot like him, too.
When we did the episode, season 4, just hearing some of like who works. Oh, actually, at the playthrough in Oakland for the final episode of season 4, I was sitting next to a woman named Cadet, and she I was like, oh, well, what did you do at Telltale? And she specifically worked on, and now I'm going to screw it up. Sorry, Cadet, but I think it was the flashback at Erickson's. Anyways, you may not know this.
She did all the dream sequences in season 4, Cadet.
Yes, but it's like it's so like you don't. I forget how well here's your one thing that you're going to be working on, and
That was the
she
cool
didn't
thing.
know the end of the game when I'm not going to spoil it for those or whatever.
Sure.
But when something big happened, she was like, oh my god, and I'm like, oh, you didn't know about this?
Yeah.
She's
Yeah,
like,
you
no,
can
I
get-
literally only worked on this scene.
In your own world sometimes.
That was the
Yeah.
cool thing about Telltale. There are so many, and so many of them we just knew from bugs or from email, and you'd finally meet someone like, oh my god, that's you? And
You don't look
Yeah.
you don't
anything
look like your
what
name.
I thought
Yeah.
you looked like.
But they would spend so much time on
Just one
little
like Becky
piece.
Becky and the Babysitter. Wow,
And
that'd be a
there's
great
the hat.
movie. Or,
That's the album.
It's great.
yeah. Oh, the hat. Yay.
Yeah.
It's funny, I was looking at the dialogue file for the
Legacy.
scene, and the final version of the babysitter fight that ended up being the folder just says Andrew's new babysitter fight, or new baby fight.
Yeah, that's good.
Because there's like a bunch of folders of like iterations of the babysitter fight still
Yeah.
in the dialogue
Baby
file.
Fight 17.
And the final one, I guess, must have been Andrew Langley.
Yep.
Langley.
Well, he
Yeah.
probably wired it up and,
Yeah.
and helped with the design on it. Yeah. But I remember that's the thing a lot of people don't realize about games is usually when they ship, specifically Telltale games, because it's such a quick episodic schedule. There's so much stuff that is just left over that's cut or things that whole scenes that are
In the game.
there. You
Yeah.
know. And actually nowadays people have sort of developed tools where they can rip that stuff
I love
out,
that.
and that's great.
Oh, look, little Clem.
There's Chet.
So
Chet, that's his name. I was trying
I
to
was gonna
remember.
ask who are these guys again?
That's Sean Green. He's a canon comic character.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Chet has become kind of a meme on the internet because he wants to get home for hot dish.
So Sean's really good at finding random details that people
I'm back,
remember
guys.
like that just make everything feel grounded, which is pretty funny.
Makes him round him as a character.
Yeah.
I understand that he wants that hot dish.
It's this motivation.
Who voiced those guys? Do you remember?
Huh?
Chet was
Sorry to-
Brian Davis.
Oh yeah, cool.
And
I think I remember that. He was-
there was some comment. There was fans made a lot of videos of they took scenes and then they turned them into comedies. And there's one where Lee's rolling around town in the truck, blasting music, and he's like pulling. I can't find it. I tried to find it.
Oh,
for
yeah,
them.
I've seen that
It was
thing.
so
It's
freaking
great.
funny.
What was he playing? Snoop?
No, yeah, all you hear is bass. And then he stops. And
What's
he
up,
gets
Ethan?
out of
Welcome to the stream, man. Glad you
Well,
can
he
make
gets
it.
out of the car and he goes in the house and then he comes back out.
That's great.
Yeah.
I
The
almost
car's vibrating. It was
Yeah,
awesome.
I want to say, well, people have too much time on their hands, but when gems like that pop up, I'm just
Oh, I
so
love it.
grateful for
Oh yeah, I remember the
Lee
first day it came out
put
too,
the time
Max.
into
I was
doing
excited.
those things.
I couldn't
My
wait for it.
my
I thought it was
favorite
based
thing
on the
used to
TV
be,
show at first, but it was
after-
based
at
on the
least
comics.
in sort of the early days, like season 1 style, where an episode would come out and I would just watch playthroughs that night of like
Yeah.
people live streaming it and just seeing their
Totally.
reactions. It's super fun.
Totally, absolutely.
Yeah.
My favorite
This
The
is
Walking
it.
Dead
It was
Telltale
this scene,
season
and
is
then he
season 1.
turns off the
That's my
stereo,
personal favorite
gets
season
out.
1.
Are we about to
Dave
make it?
Fenoy, yeah, he's an
I wouldn't
amazing
know
voice
how to
actor.
find that.
He's awesome.
Really quick, I'll dive back to
He could be in a
to
movie.
things
That'd be
from
pretty
earlier.
cool.
The first person prototype. So the original
Kenny, Gavin Hammond, yeah, he's a pretty good voice actor too.
There was an early sort of zombie, we call it the spitting plates prototype.
Oh, I was helping with the dog. He got hurt, and I had to help him real quick.
Like actual production started on this, where it was an attempt to find just a sort of a new way of storytelling and figuring
if they put Lee on the
what
TV show, that would have been
mechanics
awesome, but sadly they never did. Which is sad, but it is what it is.
Have things going on where they have to make tough choices, and there's an imminent threat. So, Zombies was a place to start. The relationship with Skybound had been sort of slowly forming.
If Lee was Ezekiel, that'd be cool. That'd be kind of funny.
Like, oh, maybe this could. Like, we could turn this into something.
Telltale characters would be awesome in a TV
based,
show.
Which was super exciting for everybody because we were really stoked to work on it.
That's cool.
It could be.
That one, actually, I don't remember if the original prototype was.
No, they
was
mentioned
person,
Rebecca during the
once we
interview.
sort of started in earnest
Rebecca's
on
voice
season
actor,
one, kind
actress,
of
I should
a
say.
high-level concept. Carl and Eric Parsons and Sean and Jake worked on a first-person prototype that we
They might have the
used
same
in
voice
environment,
actors.
and you'd basically walk around in first person. Everything happened in first person.
Oh, that'd be
There's
pretty
no
cool. We did a little
third-person
spin-off or
cinematics.
prequel
And
to
it was a
Clem's
whole
parents.
scene
That'd be
that
pretty
was
cool.
playable, and I hope someone has it out there.
I
Yeah,
know,
could see it
that'd be
someday, 'cause
really
it was really interesting.
to see.
And then that turned into a version where it was sort of half first person, half third person, and there was a prototype for that as well, which actually worked really well too.
What was the one that was in? I know it was the Home Depot office, and it was the they were in like a medical facility or
the morgue.
The morgue.
Yeah, that was a test environment. Yeah, there was. I don't know if legally we can say what we used,
Oh, okay.
but there were other characters
Other people.
from other IPs that were just laying around in the
Yeah.
Telltale tool, and so a
Just laying
prototype
around.
was made
Oh, that's
using
cool.
a bunch
'Cause
of.
I remember
those
seeing- that was the
Sam
first
Max
time I saw it.
characters and all sorts of stuff.
I was
so.
totally off the mark, by the way. This is not Andy St. John. We're not quite there yet. This is Herschel.
Oh, yeah.
Herschel.
So,
She got.
I just need to correct myself because I know there's someone out there right now going, "Whoa,
Oh,
she's
yeah,
wrong."
Yeah, she got Herschel confused with Andy. Oh
Thankfully, this
God.
isn't live. Edit
There's
that
a
out.
there's a farm per episode.
Chuck Carucalis.
Only 4 characters in the comics were in the game. Damn, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, he was Herschel, the deepest voice
Oh yeah,
in the
Chuck's
industry.
got
Did I
quite the
miss
vocals on him?
the callback where Sean Green introduces
I like Herschel on the
you
TV
and
show better than the
asks
comics.
Herschel asks who
I
you
hated
are,
Herschel in the
and
comics.
calls back your choice.
He got killed by the governor
I'm
in
actually unsure
prison
if I
during the
played it
comics.
So the
He got
really
he
quick
got shot in the head.
worth pointing out that early, I guess we probably did miss it. Early in the development, when all these scenes were coming together, the idea of the player making choices in dialogue that were then called back later and made you feel like the game was listening to you wasn't really, like, no one really knew if it was going to work or if people are going to care that much. And
Yeah.
I remember that moment where you first meet Clementine, and you, I guess, can say when you
can say you're like a
you
babysitter
basically
or a
yeah, you're a
neighbor.
babysitter or a neighbor or whatever, and then when you get to the scene and you're introduced by Sean as the neighbors or the babysitter or whatever choice you made earlier, and that was, I remember it went around the office where everyone was like, oh man, I played that scene. It's really cool. And even though it's just a small,
Oh my
subtle
God,
choice,
yeah,
it
with the
really
walkers,
made you
dude,
feel
in the
like
hospitals, they
the
turn
game
so
was
fast,
listening
those
to every
people.
small choice you made. And I think that was a really important moment for making people feel like, okay, going forward, like any dialogue choice I make could come back. And never have
That'd be
to
scary to go to the
which was
hospital
really
during
cool
this
to see.
shit.
That was when I remember seeing it and going like, maybe this could work out. It'd be really cool.
Yeah, I know, Ethan. I can't believe you remember that. Yeah, in the comics, Herschel had like a lot more kids, and his son Billy got shot right through the head by one of the governor's men. And he just dropped when he fell down and died. Herschel just sat there and gave up, and the governor walked up to him and put a bullet in his head. And I was like, damn. I said, yeah, Herschel just begged to die. He looked at him, he said, please kill me, and then he shot him. And that was it.
And how
Herschel gave up in the
changing
comics.
you have to get.
I didn't really care for Herschel in the comics. I didn't really give a shit about him.
That
TV
show
Herschel
up
I
on
liked a lot,
screen
though.
And plays. I mean, it just makes
Right.
sense.
Yeah.
Oh, if I go do this, this happens, and
Yeah.
get on this
Bada
path.
bing.
If I do this,
Yep.
Yeah.
the one thing you guys did screw up though, you could not save Lee.
Oh yeah.
I remember that. Yeah.
Assholes.
The technology just wasn't advanced enough yet.
true.
Well, yeah, right. Yes. I think we met the day that you found out, right? Didn't
Yeah,
we meet?
yeah.
We met
You guys
when
had
I was
passing before
going
then?
in for episode
Because the
3.
nature of video
I was
ga-
doing laundry.
Yeah,
which is
the
weird.
nature of
Oh,
video
really?
games
He read
is that
Killing Off
you're-
Tyrese? I didn't even know that.
You had a session after me.
In Fairfax. I brought my laundry to
Damn.
Fairfax.
I know he
Wow.
regretted cutting off Rick's
The nature
hand
of
in the
video
comics,
games
but I didn't know he
is
regretted killing off Tyrese.
99 and 44
Tyrese took
100%
Herschel's
of the
death in the
time
comics. The
by
governor
himself.
decapitated
So,
Tyrese with
and since I
Michonne's
was a guy that
katana.
came up from LA,
And he
and
killed him.
Just about everybody else in the game at that point were San Francisco actors who Telltale had used a lot, and a really good crew of actors, by the way, many of whom have moved to Los Angeles. But
Tyrese in the TV show outlived the comic Tyrese because he lived all the way to past Terminus.
Going to get
so.
lunch, and she walks up to me. Oh, Dave, hi, I'm Melissa. I'm Clem.
Uncanny
And
Melissa.
It was. I know it was spot on.
And it was spot on. Instant friendship.
That's great.
Yes, yeah. This whole season in general with all of us who.
I totally.
And then I don't think it was that visit, but you came back up and Jory.
It was
you guys organized the Thai food outing.
That was fun.
I was so impressed with the project, the other actors, that I asked to listen. Who
I know that sucks. See, I remember that he got killed by that little shit.
There was a pilgrimage.
What's his name?
It's rare.
I forgot his name. Sebastian, I think.
But we also,
Pamelia's son or something. Yeah, he was asleep in his room. And he busted in there and pointed a gun at him, and he had this whole speech. And he shot him like 4 or 5 times in the chest and killed Rick while he was asleep. Which that pissed me off.
Pretty far.
Oh, okay.
They killed Rick off like it was nothing, bro. In the comics, that fucking pissed me off. You talking about why they killed Tyrese in the comics or the TV show?
I love you, baby.
Oh, I forgot Lee killed that guy. He beat him to death. TV show? Oh no, they killed. They just no. They didn't have problems or nothing. Max. He was just. They just killed him off because they felt like it, I guess. But yeah, the actor didn't have any problems with anybody. They just killed him off.
Oh, you slept in a barn, little lady. Lucky you don't have spiders in your hair. But I bet your daddy scared them all away, huh?
I'm not her dad. Name's Lee.
I'm Kenny.
Dad, we're in the middle of a fence. There's a tractor and everything.
Oh really? I didn't even know that. They had no choice but to put Chad Coleman as the actor to play Tyrese. I didn't even know that.
That's my boy, Ken Jr. We call him Duck, though.
Why do parents name their kids Duck?
We're from Fort Lauderdale. We were on our way back before things up.
This is where we introduced Sissy Jones.
Katya.
Katya. And I was on a panel with her at a voiceover conference talking about video games, and she revealed that this was the first video game she had ever done.
And she didn't tell me right away. She told me months later, maybe even years later.
Her first gig, right?
Yeah.
I think it was like her first gig out of.
It was
out of the gates.
And she was tearing it up ever since.
I know.
She's awesome.
A force to be reckoned with.
A boss.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's tricky because I remember getting the auditions for Katya, and I didn't read for Katya because it was like Danish.
Yeah,
and
screw
I was like,
this. I'm not doing
What are you talking about?
I would totally offend. I don't even know what that is. How do you do like this?
Wow.
Finesse this.
Especially when you haven't done you have never been in a studio.
Yeah, she nailed it.
Also, Kenny here, Gavin Hammond, hanging out in the corner fixing a truck.
Oh yeah.
In his
introduction.
In his elements.
Awesome. Yeah.
We'll be talking with Kenny.
Lee's
Yeah, he'll
best
be here
friend,
later.
worst enemy at the same time.
Duck is also in his element, pretending to do something.
And Duck is
How can it bounce?
Duck is Max Kaufman, Ryan Kaufman's son.
Yep.
And for a little while, it was my son, and then the battle of the sons, and he,
Oh man.
you
But your
won
kid
this
was
time.
about Duck's age at that
Ryan.
time. Too.
Yeah, they both were the same
now
age.
he's like an adult. It's crazy. I'm telling you. What a difference 7 years makes.
I know, totally. Wow,
He's going off
they're
to
all grown up.
college. Yeah. We'll just chop this
I'm
wood
just gonna
here.
saw this.
I guess I'm sawing now.
Might as well do some work.
Look useful.
Is it interactive sawing?
It is not.
Okay.
Not
good.
so far.
I feel like there
Well,
was
that hammering looked really
the weird
great.
thing about all of this stuff is there's definitely coming from a place where we were making adventure games mostly before, and it was a lot of puzzle solving. Going into this, where it was a more cinematic focused game, there was always attempts to find interactivity anywhere you could. So I feel like there's lots of these moments which at some point were probably wired up as like button presses until we got it in there and then went, nah, why would you saw this is not fun. But who knows
they're
if this is
building a
one of
fence
those,
though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got to keep those
How to
zombies out.
secure the
I can totally see how in some Telltale titles that this would just be a button mash.
Exactly,
here. Yeah. There was always stuff like that.
Just saw.
Especially in some of the later Telltale games, it was like, this cutscene just goes on forever. We got to put a button press in somewhere, right? Make them wiggle the stick for a second.
He's practicing up for that arm later on.
Yeah. All that arm
Those
stuff is so
those
horrific.
little Sean, she'll remember this. Did that start in Walking Dead?
It did. Yeah, that was a thing that I think came pretty late in the process, actually.
Yeah.
There was, I mean, again, like the development time on this season, like it was really rough working on this game. Ultimately paid off in a great way, and that it came out as something really cool. But Telltale as a company was sort of trying to find like what's the next sort of version of a sort of cinematic interactive dialogue game we can do. And so a lot of things were tried on, especially this episode was sort of a test ground.
First episode, of course.
Yeah, I know, right?
It feels very experimental in a lot of ways.
It was, and there's a lot of stuff that works, and there's a lot of stuff that then we did and worked here and didn't do later.
And I think this was the only one where the script was ready days before I got there.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes those scripts were coming in 20 minutes before.
Being written on.
Or there were times where Sean would be like, okay, just start on this scene, and then he would go in the next room, and then he'd come back. I've got it.
Wow.
Pierre was always good at doing that too.
Yep.
Yeah, there's always at least one person with their head
totally
head buried in the laptop.
Or I remember going into the studio with times where we're like, we haven't figured this scene out yet.
Right,
we're going to record a bunch of things,
we'll get them
and
all.
then we'll figure it out in the
we'll
edit,
see
kind of.
or we'll see you next week, probably.
Well, we did that. I guess we can
Mostly
talk
in later
about
games.
it.
And hence the pickups.
Yeah,
right.
lots of pickups.
I'm not sure if that was Jolene season 2 or was that?
She was episode 2 of season 1.
Okay, so then I can talk about it. So yeah, Sissy. I feel like it was 400 days, but Mark Darren was season 2, right?
Episode 2
Episode
of season.
2.
I meant episode 2.
Yeah.
Okay, this is where I need your help because
Yes.
my brain is
That's
erased.
fair. Don't worry. It's been a while.
I mean, you only turned
Episode
21 once.
Yeah,
But,
Mark and I worked on that together for a long time.
Okay, so Sissy was pregnant, and we did, we recorded her stuff, and in true Telltale fashion, you test it, and we'd come back and have pickups, and Sissy calls me one day, and she says, I'm really pregnant, and so if you guys are going to need anything, I'm going to be kind of offline for a little while. So I called Mark Darren and told him the story, and he said, all right, I'll go write some stuff, And he
Let me get on that.
He wrote a bunch of stuff that may be useful, and she went to a studio in L.A. We did a remote session with her. She read through it all, and her last line was, "You fucking junkie," and then she said, "Okay, you need anything else?" And we were all good, and then she went to the hospital from the studio.
Wow.
So her last professionally spoken line as a non-mother was "You fucking junkie." No, but we all just we spent, especially on this project where the characters were recurring, and you're dealing with so many different emotions, and in some case dying or watching people die, and I don't know. All of us actors, all of the actors and me and a lot of the Telltale guys. We hang out.
Well,
that's
another thing.
It was like
getting to know the folks that when you work on a game, you usually meet the director, you meet a couple of the producers or whoever happens to be in the session. But
we met everyone.
We became we met everyone. We made it a point to meet everyone.
And,
it wasn't just who wrote this?
You guys
who cares?
Would come
it was
by
like, I need to meet this person.
For sure. And for a while I was we called it Wine Fridays, and it would just be in my apartment.
Oh, Wine
and we would
Fridays.
just have a ton of developers over, and we would just hang out and play video games and drink.
I got Skyped into a couple of those.
I think you did, yeah. But yeah, we would invite the actors out, and you guys would all come out and get to sort of meet everybody who was working on the game, and they were starstruck to meet you guys. It was just a fun.
It was.
And from the actor's point of view, what was one of the things that was interesting when the first episode came out, and the media, the game media, started writing really wonderful articles about it. They mentioned that the acting was good, but they didn't mention any actors.
Right.
And I remember, wait a minute.
I'm one of those.
What the hell?
Damn it.
And
You just leave a comment in the comment
And
section. That's me.
Lovely.
I wrote a response to, I forget which magazine and which writer, but I said, hey, I'm Dave Fennell. I play Lee Everett. I noticed you mentioned how good the acting was, but you didn't mention any of the actors, and there was so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so. And after that, and I said, don't you? And he was like, "Oh wow, no, great, love it.
Right.
Oh, yeah, well, happy to
I
mention
never
the
knew.
actor." That's exactly it. I never knew.
Totally forgot Lee just punches that zombie. He just punched it right in the head. He had no greater plan.
Because Lee was a badass.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh no.
Wow, Clem was affected by that.
Well,
this is a cool comic time
gonna
too.
have to
This is the
leave
start
the
of him
farm.
of Herschel putting the walkers in the barn, right?
Dang it.
Yeah.
That was like
yeah.
an intentional call
that's
into what happens in the comic.
That was a great thing in the TV show was when that walker fell in the well, and they were lifting him out and he tore in half.
Oh,
and I was like,
that is a really tremendous visual
the
effect.
decomposed,
terrible. Yeah, the
soppy
water's
walker.
gonna taste horrible.
No, I know, right? Well, drink the water. But yeah, that's
Kenny.
Kenny.
I just call it zombie juice then.
Zombie
Right. We should have marketed that.
I think there's a Walking Dead wine called The Walking
Zombie
Red.
Juice.
Well, there is. It's Skybound's actually,
Yeah.
Skybound
and it's actually quite
zombie
good.
juice.
Excellent.
When you want to feel like a zombie.
I thought I
Look
didn't
at
have to make a
Katya.
choice.
She's just like, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, weirdly this scene too. It was so early on, and a lot of it is talking before this action moment. And there's a lot of questions when doing playtests and just developers playing through of like, is this too much narrative and character and not
Right.
enough interactivity? And so it was great that this scene ended up working really well, and I think it sort of allowed us later on to feel more confident going forward with, like, the St. John's Farm in episode 2 and
Yeah,
having those
that
moments
was
where you
fun.
could just hang out and sit around with characters and talk, which ended up being something that got you really invested, and then you cared about when they died, if they did later.
How do you feel looking at this now, Dennis? Because
it's
just the way that these episodes, and it was across all parts of the game, but it would be just frenetic pace, and then at one point it's like, oh my god, it shipped,
Yeah.
So I know watching back when I watched a few playthroughs just preparing for this, and realized that all the episodes have blended together now, so that I was worried about that. But I would watch things and think, wow, that's just how I'd probably do it still. And do you feel? I mean, obviously there's technological advances, but how do you feel looking at this?
So since I was the head of the cinematics department at the time, knowing, like, it's definitely scenes I look at and remember, I remember this person working on this scene.
Yeah, right.
And like how much we rewrote stuff and then that affected their lives, and I felt really bad about it. So it's weirdly, I think a lot about that. And actually
Yeah.
at the end of this episode, there's like the moment with the woman in the hotel room that kills herself, and
Right.
one of the cinematic artists, Graham Ross, for like a month was working on that scene, and we would go and ask him to go to lunch, and he would just like take off his headphones and look at us sullenly and just
Oh
be
my
like,
God,
I can't. And
the
and we
telltale
ask him, yeah,
gaze.
we're just like, what are you working on? And he was just like, I'm just listening to like sad music and like, things that make me feel awful. And he was just in that zone for like a month. To like, but it pays off, and the stuff
I
is
know,
really
totally.
good. So, but
Julian, that
That's
should
called
instead of-
suffering for
Of
your
course.
art.
Instead of the
He's
1,000
mentally
yard,
ill now,
you
but-
always gave me the 1,000-yard gaze.
Yeah,
You
the
should have said
1,000
the telltale gaze.
Yeah. Well, we also had terms. We used the word telltale as a, like I'm getting telltaled right now. And then there's, and there was a lot of versions of it.
And apparently, as we've learned as of recent, it's not just Telltale Games. There's the games
I'm getting
industry
it's a
and
game
working
industry
for
thing
it
for
is
sure.
just
Well,
sadly,
honestly, part of this,
crazy.
like talking about Graham listening to sad stuff and people working, tirelessly and iterating and caring about what you're shipping, that's just when you care about something.
I'm going to ask Graham
gotta
if he
do
was
that.
listening to like like the Smiths, like
Morrissey.
the Queen
Morrissey,
is
yeah.
dead or
Totally.
something. That
I'm
album
sure.
is just oh mother.
I hadn't heard about Graham and Mercy and stuff
Sing
like that.
me to sleep.
Yeah,
Graham's
he goes
like
method.
He's
Yeah,
method shorn.
cinematics.
Method cinematics.
It's good.
Oh man,
I love
here's
Larry.
Larry.
Terry
What
McGovern.
What a
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Another
Amazing
industry veteran.
legend
boy.
of voice acting.
And
yeah.
he was,
He
these aren't the droids I'm looking for.
He
Yeah.
was yes,
Yeah.
he was that.
Terry, when I moved to San Francisco Bay Area
Yeah.
in like 1980, he was already a thing.
Of course, yeah.
And radio, acting,
On camera, too.
on camera.
Totally.
Yeah.
And I just saw a post from him the other day, and he seems to be doing okay.
Yeah, I
Doing
hadn't
well.
seen. Yeah, he had some tough
Great guy.
stuff. And,
Great guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on my. I can't believe this. I was such a huge fan of DuckTales. Why my Launchpad?
Oh, that's funny. Yep.
He was Launchpad,
Oh.
which was like my childhood.
The thing about Terry is this is
Happiness.
another like kudos to this project is that he was a guy who had kind of done a lot of things, and he even noticed like this is different. This
Yeah.
is really
Yeah.
And a lot of game
Strikingly
dialogue
different.
work was like over there, you get down. It wasn't
Right.
I will
Scenes
kill
and
you.
stuff.
Yeah,
Die.
totally. This is gonna get processed. Don't worry, man. It's
Yeah.
gonna be. You're gonna sound like a ghost.
I did an episode 2 playthrough of this season. So I directed episode 2, and after it launched, I had a playthrough at my place, and a bunch of you guys were able to make it over. I think
That was amazing.
Dave was working on something else at the time, so you weren't able to make it up. But what's funny is watching, we basically were passing the controller around and giving the controller to Terry and letting him play his own death scene in episode 2
that's awesome.
was hilarious.
I bet
and
it was.
I have footage of it, but it's
Oh,
really
that's
dark and grainy.
Yeah.
So
That was
me out.
fun. That was a really fun night.
Yeah.
That was actually one of the nights where I met the bulk
I
of
think that was
Telltale
a night I
people who were.
Skyped in.
That might
You
have, yeah, I
might
think we
have,
did like
yeah.
call you in for a bit,
Yeah.
And then after a while, he
Yeah.
got bored with me and just
Just close
hello,
the
you
computer.
guys there? Anybody? Anybody?
Totally. I don't think. I think they muted.
Is Dave
me.
still on?
Terry. Talking about just the sessions as well is when Nikki, who's Lily,
Yes.
Nikki Rapp, that scene where her side of the salt block scene, she, a lot of times actors would they'd really be tweaked in there, and they just she just sat down and
Yeah.
just needed to hang out a little bit.
She told me about that. She said after that scene
That was
you guys were actually
We're like, we're gonna go to
concerned
lunch. Yeah,
for
no, we
her.
were. Come on,
Yeah.
just eat.
Yeah, a lot. Well, that's the thing with the writing on this game. It
Yeah.
was so. People are like, oh, did you ever they just give you freedom to do a take of your own? Or I'm like, the writing was nailed down
Yeah.
in such an amazing way that it wasn't like there was maybe one or two lines, but it was
Exactly.
just
Yeah.
little things that we tweaked. But otherwise, it
the
was,
lines that we had to tweak were usually with those scripts that came in 20 minutes
Yeah,
before
totally.
the session.
Do you want 2 weirs in a row?
And yeah,
we're.
I get that question all the time.
Love that shot of Larry.
Well, no,
Pops
not
him
that.
over the edge.
The question all the time about the scripts and how much improvising did you do, and because it sounds so natural, but the writing was just that good.
Yeah. And writing for a little kid.
Yeah.
Also, it's
hard.
It's hard because kids
From a guy
speak
who didn't have
differently.
kids. He did a great job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably why.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and I remember he wrote a lot. Obviously, he was the lead writer for the season, but he would come in on every other episode too and take scenes and help out, and he was really good at sort of setting the bar. I think that then we would try to follow through with the rest of the characters. And,
Totally.
Yeah, it was just great.
Well,
On
and
another level.
Sean was, I worked with him on a lot of other games too, and he just always had a real, he had a real sense of knowing what he wanted to hear, because a lot of times it was his dialogue, but he also knew the vibe he wanted out of a scene.
For sure.
I want to know why you didn't give Lee a love interest in a sex scene.
What, a sex scene?
Yeah.
A X X X X X X.
Honestly,
What
that
buttons
was
would you be
proposed
mashing?
at one point. Not by the dev team, but it was a note from outside.
Oh,
it was
that's
a studio
awesome.
note.
Well, I mean, there was tension
Yeah.
between him and Carly, so I mean.
Was it a fan?
No, it was like a sort of studio note kind of deal. It was
I mean,
weird.
it's implied with Carly if she sticks around.
Yeah.
There's
It is,
something
yeah.
that there's tension there, you know. There's a
Yeah.
little peck on the cheek.
Well, clearly we need to take her out. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lee's about to get some happiness. Can't have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kenny. With the Randy Tudor mustache, right?
Oh, it's so great.
So much of this contention among the fans over every Kenny Easter egg versus every Randy Easter egg. Which Easter egg is this mustache referring to?
Yeah.
It's almost always Randy.
I don't get paid as much as I did at Home Depot. I don't hardly get paid anything. I got paid like $800 at Home Depot. Now I'm getting paid $100. They're not worth
We can't let anything happen to Ducky.
This is a nice downbeat moment that Nick Herman worked on a bunch, who was also a director on this season in later episodes and future games with Telltale, and now I work with.
Don't move it. Look out.
And started Telltale when he was like 11.
Yeah,
I know,
he was
right?
hired right out of
Yeah.
high
Still
school.
only like
basically.
26. I don't
Yep.
get it.
And but this scene was, I remember, being just really challenging because it's such a small downbeat moment between Lee and Clementine, and they're really just kind of like moving a desk out of the way and kind of doing little interactions in the scene. But all of those things feel like they mean something when you're doing it.
Yeah.
Like the performances are awesome. It's shot really well, and this ended up being one of those great moments that just sets up their relationship for the season.
Well, and that's really cool. And then talking with you and bringing up Nick and Grady and all, all these people that, like, I mean, truly, this was kind of like fresh-faced.
Absolutely.
Right, literally, maybe
Yeah.
right out of high school. I don't know, or early college, and it's
Sure.
just, and look at you now.
Yeah.
It's so cool to see everybody's journey, whether they were still with Telltale to the when it was closed or where you're at now. It's
good old Kent sitting to my right here.
Yeah.
But
I'm
you know
here
that-
too, and I was around.
Were you fresh out of high school?
No, I was somewhat fresh out of college.
Okay, all
I had only had one gig before Telltale.
They only when Telltale went under, it was a shock for a lot of people. And but the good thing is there's a lot of Telltale DNA.
Absolutely.
that has spread through the.
You know,
industry.
it's
Thank
funny because
God.
a lot of us came from LucasArts, and that's where I met Dan and Kev. I didn't actually meet Kevin there, but I knew Dan really well, and those kind of seeds went out and started Telltale and other companies. Nihilistic was one of them, and then the same has happened with Telltale. And it's just creative people do creative things, and,
Right.
and you're not going to keep them corralled up for long.
Well,
But
the
I
end-
just feel like there was such a wealth of that at Telltale.
Well,
'cause
there was
so
such
many
good
people.
chemistry between the people. I feel like, and
Yeah.
again,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to other game companies I've worked with. I just don't have that. I don't know them, so maybe that's
Right.
part of the problem. But I mean, there was such
I
a,
would
a
like to.
family. Those videos that you posted after Telltale closed. I mean, literally, I watched that like 1,000 times in a row, and it just brought me to tears because even though it was such a stressful environment, there
Yeah.
was so much like fun and laughter and family.
Look
It was
at what
family.
came out of it.
Yeah.
Look at what came out of it.
So that's a really
And-
special thing.
In so many ways, I mean, decisions that were made, you could fault people for doing the things that caused it to go under, but they were trying to do amazing things. And
He should have said
sometimes
voice
they just
actress.
did,
Yeah.
It wasn't voice actor, it was actress.
Yep.
Yeah, even through the end of Telltale, it always felt like some place where it was just there were so many passionate people there you could just collaborate with.
Exactly.
It never felt like you're working in a vacuum. It felt like a village together. Trying
And
to
you
make
weren't
things
you weren't
happen.
the only one putting in extra hours. Too.
No,
Like, wow,
everyone,
you're still here.
Most people there believed probably way too hard in whatever we were making.
Yeah, Dennis, you posted a few pictures of
Went
the
off her finger.
sunset.
Or sunrise.
or I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
those
sorry,
are
not
sunrises.
the sunset,
Yeah,
the
those happened.
sunrise.
No,
Versus
Max
sunset.
Lee was
Right,
sentenced to life in
sunset.
prison.
I think
He
everybody
had a life
who
sentence. He didn't
has worked
didn't have
there
20 to 25
and
stretch.
part
He had a
of,
life
so many
sentence
good projects
because he killed a state
wear
senator.
that as a badge of honor throughout their careers.
For sure.
And I bet he's Republican.
Well,
I don't
just
know.
think that,
He
I
might have
mean,
been
look at other
Democrat. I'm not
industries too,
sure.
Like film industry or even non-creative fields, it's hard to make good things.
Yeah.
You know, doing it the right way.
Chandler Riggs, who plays Carl, looked 16 when he died in the show, but he was 12 when he died. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean,
and people you enjoy working with. I mean, I think that there are people that are able to pull stuff.
I didn't know he was 12. I thought he was. No, I think he was 16, but he was like 19.
People that you're having to collaborate
That's fucking
with. I just
weird.
use a lot of big words in one sentence.
Wow.
I'm
You mean
so
like
impressed.
Oh, look at your little cheat sheet.
Obviously, we're not drinking the bourbon.
I haven't used the word tacit yet, but I'm going to.
Ooh. Yeah, people you like working with matters a lot.
Yeah.
And is often rarer than it should
No,
be.
and I think in game development in general too, there's that feeling of a weird, smaller version of a Brotherhood of War kind of thing, where
Yes,
it's like
yes.
you know,
Yeah.
and
We're in the
Sisterhood,
trenches,
where
right?
you're
Let's make a
you're
video game.
basically like,
But with no
everyone's in it
mustard
together.
gas or bullets coming.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's the weak version of it. But no, I think you're right. It's like you in the thing I posted, and there's just random videos. Like some of those are like 3 a.m. and people are playing acoustic guitar and we're joking.
Yeah.
It's like you kind of have to do that, especially working on material like this where it's so serious
Yeah.
and you're listening to screams in your
Totally.
headphones all day, and then you have to find those bright
Yeah.
moments to kind of pull yourself out of it.
I think that even in the painful parts, there was a lot of laughing and. Like we were constantly cracking up.
Except
Stop
for the final
lying, chat.
episode.
There's not zero
rough.
people watching.
That was like, and
Yeah, it's a
that was
glitch.
Dark
It does
Cloud,
that
but
crap sometimes.
otherwise,
Kind of
we
weird.
Had such an amazing time in the studio.
That's funny though.
It almost felt too good. I would leave
Stop
it, and I
lying,
just feel
chat. You
so
suck.
Insanely grateful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be doing what I'm doing. It was like pinch.
Yeah,
myself.
totally.
I'm working with these people that I want to just like hang out with all the time.
Yeah.
We're
To
laughing
get
our asses
such
off.
Great words.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
Man.
Yeah. Studio Jory was definitely a second home
man.
for
Yeah.
for a
God rest
good
his soul.
chunk.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you came in, and I don't think you
How did
knew.
Carly get in there?
I don't think you knew that you were dying, and you were just thumbing through the script, and then I heard you start swearing in there, like. And it was just you and I, Jory, obviously, and Jake.
Yeah.
That day, and you kind of had a cold or something, and I remember it was like the lowest volume, other than Campman, who was really low, but it was just so. It was great, and it it was like a 2 hour, like we dragged that death over 2 hours.
Oh,
but,
the final.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I got to hear that was thankfully you did record before
Yeah.
me, and it was one of the few
And
times I
you
actually got to
hear
hear
it,
him
Someone
in
other
my,
than me.
in my headphones. Well, you would have been
I'm
amazing
dead,
too,
I'm
but it was
dead.
very effective to hear Dave's
Oh, no,
performance
it was,
on
yeah.
that.
Well,
was-
I tell you what else. I intended to go in and be an actor and make the sounds of crying.
Right.
But I actually ended up crying.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
And-
it was serious.
Oh, yeah.
And that was kind of crazy because that surprised me. But I also said, well, okay, cheers.
Yeah,
Let's go.
I know, Ethan.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
appreciate it, man. I know
And
everyone
we were
cares
all
about me.
bleary-eyed on our side, just being exhausted too.
Just going
and
through some
it was just
things
one
right
of those
now.
things where the process melted away,
Yeah.
and you were just in there.
And if it had been one session and I had to die and cry, and I don't think that would have happened.
But yeah, I'm
I-
okay
I had
right now,
lived
don't
with
worry.
This character
Just thinking.
for so long.
Oh, we've
and
done so many sessions too.
so many sessions, and there was so
I
much I
appreciate that.
liked about this character,
I appreciate
who he was, and the
The
relationship.
chat, the comment, though. I appreciate it,
with
man.
Clementine, and one of my hooks was I'm a dad. I
Right.
have a daughter.
I remember you talking about that. Yeah.
And I could just relate to how I feel about her and how much I wanted to protect her all her life. Except those teenage years when she hated me. No.
Right. Those are gone.
No.
Yeah.
She,
Yeah, I
her
appreciate it,
teenage years
Ethan.
weren't that bad. But I just related to this character. And when I got to that scene, it was just like, whoa, where did these
Yeah.
tears come from?
Yeah.
And again, that writing. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, damn
it
that
was
writing.
good.
It
Damn
was
that good
it was the
writing.
same experience for me. I had this moment like, well, acting and like
Yeah.
think of something that's really depressing and sad and just bring yourself there. But no, it was so organic.
Yeah,
It
you
was
didn't need to think
so-
about it.
Yep.
And you were like moving us through, because normally we'll stop and do like a few takes or let's try that again. But you were moving through it.
Yeah.
In a
'Cause
very
you were-
subdued
yeah, you guys
manner.
were
You
in
wanted
it.
to just keep it going, which was.
Yeah, and Jory, I remember that. Both of them. There were times where a few
appreciate
other
it.
actors too. We just always
Oh,
were.
let me
There
stretch.
was no stopping.
Bye,
or
Ethan.
starting.
I appreciate you coming to the stream,
Well, it
man.
wasn't
Have a good
even
night. Have a good day,
typical,
man.
like, moving
Peace
on.
out.
Exactly.
It
It
was
was
like
like.
moving on.
Appreciate you
Jory,
coming in,
okay,
buddy.
He's not
Yeah,
speaking
I
in
know.
there. Yeah.
With what's happened, yeah, you're just like, just keep going.
I remember him. He was all teary on those too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, and I, it's funny. Gavin had a similar. I forget what the scene was, and he did such a great job. And then we were like looking at him when we push the button. You all right? And he goes, "Yeah, man, I'm fine. I'm just acting."
I was going to bring up Gavin too. Yeah, there's times with
Gavin.
Gavin where it's like he'd be mid cry and then like cough or something and be like, "Oh, sorry. Anyways, let's try that again. You guys want to get a burrito?" I was like,
"Yeah, totally."
What?
Oh, wow. Can you
so
wait?
Gavin.
Can you wait to order? Because I really want to. I want to put in my 2 cents.
Episode 1 has the most puzzly stuff in it.
Yeah.
And then episode 2 has like one more puzzly moment, and then episode 3 maybe a little one with the train, and then we slowly started kind of getting away from the things that slow the pacing of the story down and make you try to keep you in that headspace of the characters and the relationships the whole time.
Classic spot.
The motor
the
and
motel.
The
sign.
Travelier
man.
Hotel motel.
that guy's just hanging out up there.
Yeah, hello.
That guy's got like a school jersey on, but he looks like he's 80.
I know, he's been decomposing for
Yeah.
what?
Didn't the apocalypse start like yesterday?
I know, it's like 5 days ago, and everybody's already falling apart.
Every time I see RVs, I think of Breaking Bad and this game.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I'm back, Savannah. Welcome to the stream, man. Glad you can make it.
Yeah, definitely.
Motel was the motor inn was based on. I think I just read this somewhere. I can't remember if Jake was just talking about it, but based on a motel that was like 5 minutes down away from Telltale, just off the highway.
I think I remember hearing that.
Is it still there?
It's still there.
Julian, I think you were telling me that the Clem's house is based off Jake's house.
It's Jake's childhood home.
Jake's childhood
that they still live in.
I did not know.
Yeah, his parents still live in the tree. I don't know if the tree house is there too, but that would be awesome.
Sean told me that Lee Everett is based off.
The YouTube quality is so bad. Oh, you just gotta turn up the quality right now. Yeah, just go to the settings and just turn up the quality. It does that sometimes. Yeah, it's on 480. You just gotta go to the quality and put it to 720p 60.
Didn't Nick Mastriani do this scene?
Can't remember.
Thought I remember that was the case.
This one definitely I know went through some iterations because it was a really puzzly moment.
I always look back on the scene as being like one of the most complicated things we've like ever
It
done,
was
and I kind
really
of still to this day
complicated,
can't believe.
Yeah, Savannah, just go to the those little 3 bars and go to quality, and then go all the way to the top and put 720p 60, and then the quality will go really good.
It was always
It'll go up.
All right, now I have the pillow. I actually forget how to finish this scene. Now that I have the pillow, I know I can kill a zombie silently somewhere, but I don't remember which zombie it is. We never made something with so many stations. Like, the stations are kind of technically complicated to set up. And so we never made something with quite as much.
It just starts to load?
Stealthing around.
Right.
And freezes.
I think I can kill some zombies silently now.
On my phone, though, it doesn't do that. The quality is good on my phone. It might be your Wi-Fi, probably.
Get out your gun.
The noise.
Just follow
Let me...
Yeah, these puzzles are complicated enough that I can't even necessarily memory my way back through all of them.
Yeah, because on my phone it doesn't freeze. I'll show you. It doesn't freeze on my phone.
I'm sure that silenced it.
Well,
yeah, right. I didn't hear it.
It's sort of a little bit of a
it doesn't even
legacy
freeze on my
adventure game
phone.
moment where it's like use pillow.
I just go to the quality right here.
Is Carly coming over and shooting?
Yeah, it doesn't even do anything.
Well, the team at large, but engineering team also did a great job with this game, trying to figure out all the weird ways.
Yeah, it doesn't freeze on my phone when I do it. I don't know why it freezes on yours. It might be your Wi-Fi, Savannah, possibly.
And do this, and a lot of these.
Because on my phone doesn't freeze.
You would think. I mean, if you're in Unity or Unreal, this is like a quick thing to set up. But
effortless
in
comparison.
Telltale Tool, it would be like, just because it was made for a different purpose originally, it was all stuff that was being kind of like retrofitted and invented to make these moments possible as we kind of went along.
Right.
And I know I need
to push the car at some point.
I know I need the bolts to break that window without making any noise.
The
spark plug.
Which I weirdly learned is a real thing.
Yeah, I remember finding out that was a real thing.
I've never tried it.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to try it.
But I don't know. People figured it out.
Yeah.
And, felt like a little win. So
if I were to play this and control it, it would take 14 hours to get there. In fact, when I first played it, I couldn't get out of the fight. Yeah.
I'm not hearing the audio right now, so I'm trying to muscle memory my way. Like, wait, how did these puzzles?
Yeah,
go?
totally.
So doing my best.
It's good. Well, and that's again one of the evolutions coming from adventure games. A lot of times, they try to make adventure game puzzles are sort of a more open-ended, where you can kind of come back to the same place over and over again. And with Telltale, as we progressed forward from this episode, the idea was always to try and keep the story moving forward at every point, and so we ended up losing a lot of those moments where you have to go back to places.
Is that hatchet going to get used?
It might come back later on.
I will admit,
Yeah,
I
I'm
remember
back,
when
Savannah.
I first came to Telltale,
I think I forgot to say that, but yeah, I'm back. I just
and they just gave me so many options of where to
like
go.
I was telling everyone earlier, the
What
people haven't
does the game
done
want
my
me to
floors
do?
yet.
And I would
but,
go to every
once they do it, I'll have everything set up better. But right now, I'm not really
exhaust
doing
everything
too
I thought I
much
could do there, and
because
then be like,
I don't really have a good setup right now because I just have concrete floors.
Those games are tough.
Yeah.
Eventually they'll put
Fun,
the
tough.
tile floor,
like the
but
consistent
for right now I
background
have the
feature that just told me
concrete.
exactly what to do.
I used to have carpet, but they ripped the carpet out sadly.
Glenn is voiced by Nick Herman. Right?
Oh yeah, good point.
Yeah.
There you go.
But I just gotta
right.
wait
I
and
know,
see
it was awesome.
see how long it's gonna take them to
Listened to
finish
a bunch of
this,
voice
and then I'll have
line
everything
for
set up for real.
Definitive Edition,
And I'll be able to do more
realizing, like,
things.
Oh shit! I totally forgot that was Nick. And he delivers pizza.
Oh yeah.
That's what he does.
And sympathy.
Delivers pizza and sympathy.
And I'm wondering if Glenn, I mean, this is the melding of universes, but after he leaves them, is that when he goes to Atlanta and meets up with?
Yep.
Obviously, I guess.
Yeah, no, we definitely started with more tie-ins.
Didn't work out too well for him.
No.
Yeah.
Well, he lasted a good amount of time for a Walking Dead.
Well, he did.
character.
Yeah, he had a Kenny-like revival.
So episode 2, let's see. There was one of the big moments was people sort of realizing Clementine was paying attention to how they were acting. That was one of the big sort of focal points of episode 2 was the moment with Danny St. John where you can kill him.
There we go.
Get that iconic X. And if you choose to do it, looking over and seeing Clementine looking at you in horror, and that was a big moment for players realizing like, oh, she's watching and processing this.
I remember that. That was my scene in that episode.
Yeah, I was gonna say you were working on that one for a while.
Yeah,
right?
that was my first ever Walking Dead scene. Was the inside of the barn escape.
The barn.
Oh
yeah.
wow.
Yeah. So episode 2, one of the sort of original passes on it. So Chuck Jordan, who worked a lot sort of structurally on helping set things up for success, had written a version of episode 2 a while, like way long before episode 1 was even half done. Is at the time there was this notion that all episodes were going to be written kind of a little more concurrently, and then we could get everything done in a quicker time. But as happens, things pushed.
What could go wrong?
And then as we were developing episode 1, and you find those moments, it's like, oh, people really do care about the characters and the callbacks, and here's how interactive narrative is working in a different way in the Telltale games than even we thought when we were just starting out. And so episode 2 had to go through an extensive sort of rewrite process at the very last minute. I'm sure that was when you guys were getting scripts, the day of your recordings, unfortunately.
That's not what I remember.
But yeah, it was interesting looking back at the episode 2 script and thinking, like, oh, this totally makes sense. Like, it's written fantastically for where the episode 1 was like 6 months ago.
That's
just
right.
Because we were just kind of finding new things out as we went.
Well, and how much as someone who plays the games, the choices of people playing it, like how much
definitely.
does I mean, obviously it is a huge effect to the. So, but that must be add to the pressure of like, oh God, we thought that people would actually like this character, and in fact, 90% of them chose to whatever.
That's exactly.
Oh yeah, the data.
Segue into
the data.
It's huge in Duck, who we mentioned earlier as being the sort of like
R.I.P.
more stereotypical annoying kid character
Right.
in a game, and there was the built to the moment of the Kenny having to choose to shoot him in the woods in episode 3, and that whole moment wouldn't work if you didn't feel some sympathy for Duck. And when episode 1 and 2 came out, we realized like a lot of the player feedback was like, oh, this kid's annoying, can't I just get a gun and shoot him?
Oh, that's so funny.
And I remember like Sean and Jake going, oh crap, in order, this thing we're setting up in episode 3
not
to
gonna
work is not going to work
Yeah.
unless people care about him. So I think it was a matter of days. They created
that's so great.
the little motor-in puzzle with Detective Duck.
Yes.
And that whole thing was purely added at the
That's
very last
so
minute
awesome.
just to make sure people cared enough about him when the murder scene came up later. Murder.
Yeah,
That's not me. I play somebody who gets taken down by zombies, and I am only remembering this because I did the
It's a hotel girl
scream, and literally, thankfully, I was going on vacation because I was like 2 octaves lower.
Yeah.
It basically was a voiceover, live and learn. I'll never do that
Right.
again. I was like,
Was
it'll
that the
be so
episode
much
3
fun.
Screaming Girl?
Maybe.
It
Maybe it is.
Which
Yeah,
was
because
then
I don't
voiced by a
remember.
artist.
I don't remember having
Yeah, it
all
was.
those lines. Yeah, I don't think.
I thought I remembered something making the. We added the scene to make Duck likable. I thought I remember in episode 4
Make Duck likable.
we made we added scenes
Make
to make
Duck
Ben
great again.
less likable. Wasn't the stuff where he like fucked up and like didn't protect Clementine in the first scene like added pretty late?
Probably.
I think I only remember because that was my scene, and later they updated it so that Ben like abandons Clementine when she's surrounded by zombies. Because they were worried not enough people were going to drop Ben off the bell tower.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. Yeah, people.
Because
like
Clementine
Yeah,
liked
that's
Ben,
right.
that almost overrided any other feelings they had toward
Yeah.
Ben.
Right.
Despite him being like a huge cause of most of the problems they encounter in the story.
You sure?
Yeah. I'm here with you.
You're a good man.
I think I
Well,
remember that too.
here's
yeah.
another little random tidbit I learned from Sean at PAX West last year. The Brooklyn sweatshirt
Oh yeah.
was
It's good.
their obsession with the movie Kangaroo Jack,
Oh,
which I
that's-
can't believe I never
really
picked
funny,
it up
yeah.
because I've weirdly seen that movie like 5 or 6 times
That's
because I
really
think it's
cool.
hilarious. But it's Kangaroo Jack. So when he showed me the picture of the kangaroo with the Brooklyn sweatshirt, my mind
Yeah.
literally
Oh, that's cool.
exploded out of my skull.
And I think that's the thing that a lot of people don't realize too in development. There's a lot of choices that you make like all day. You're just
Yeah.
making choices, right? And
Oh,
some of them
constantly.
are just like concepting. Like sometimes it's a quick part of the process when you're like out of time and you just make. There's like a funny call like that. Someone's
Yeah,
like, oh,
right.
it should be the kangaroo sweatshirt, kangaroo jack sweatshirt, and it's like it's a thing that it's kind of funny. It gets a laugh at the time,
Right.
And then it becomes a thing that's in the whole season,
That's-
and you have
yeah,
to look
totally.
at it. Like
Yeah.
Clem's rainbow jacket in season 2
Oh,
was
I
like a
love
thing
that
that was
puppy.
like I think Ainsworth.
I
And
want
then
that
it becomes
puppy.
legendary.
Yes.
Yeah, I noticed that back at Herschel's, maybe it was Herschel's, where the camera stopped on the address 5240. Was that something? I was going to ask you then. It was just a number.
Yeah, I don't
It's
remember.
not like
Yeah.
1138.
Oh, not that I know of. Well,
Gavin.
speaking to the
What's up,
voice
Kid Destroyer? Welcome to the stream.
performances,
Glad
like,
you can make it.
obviously you guys know that the Clementine relationship is the key to all of this working.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and everyone, fan-wise, loves it and appreciates everything. But also from the development team-wise, like we would get those performances back, and that was the first thing we would start with. And it would be one of those things where in those great moments, like even like funny, like just random like little moments that you would never think, like you're just in the booth recording what maybe seems like a fun small character moment, like those WAV files would get passed around
Right.
the office, like people would hear those, and it would, the weirdest little things could inspire someone to go,
Absolutely.
you know what would be awesome, like this read, the way they did it, like what if we changed the scene a little bit to be like this, and it would actually influence the scenes as they were taking shape. And it was
cool.
so definitely.
Let me pause this real quick. What up?
Great script starting with for sure, and then your guys' performance coming in always
Oh,
being
I'm good, Kid
amazing
Destroy.
was a
How
thing
is your
one
day
was
going?
just a pleasure to work with,
Good.
as someone who's kind of helping on that stuff.
I'm
but
actually
also
streaming right
awesome
now.
for the whole rest of the team at Telltale who was
really cool.
Well, how was your day
It was always
going?
every time a new batch of
It's okay.
voice lines would come in.
That's good to hear.
There was always like sort of a
Your
rush
mother
of
was up
excitement, and
so
someone
late
would go and
last
start
night with your
working on a
brother,
scene
and just she
work
was
on
so
just a
fucking
small little
funny.
moment with Lee and
Yeah,
Valentine
she was
talking, and it was just a little 30-second clip, and then they would
Yeah,
just bring
shit,
people
that was
around their desks
awesome.
and be like, "Oh, check this out! Isn't this cool?"
That's
And-
so
No,
great.
that's awesome.
Oh, that's fun.
I was at a convention and somebody cosplayed Doug. He was standing in front of me
that's
for
so
forever,
awesome.
and I was.
Cool.
He's like, "Don't you recognize?"
You guys
me?"
playing
I'm like,
Minecraft?
No, sorry.
And it was Doug Tobacco.
He had a little laser, a pen with a little laser
man.
pointer on it, and he's like, "I'm Doug," and I was like, "Oh."
That's
my
pretty great. Weird
Hang on,
piece of
security.
trivia. Obviously, it's probably most.
Let me figure this thing out. Is your brother playing with you? He wanted me to stay up all night watching him play some War Thunder, and I was like, I'll try, but then I ended up falling asleep. I can hear you talking about me. I hear you talking about me. No. Yeah. It's actually pretty cool looking, but I like infantry games.
known
Oh,
as
it
artsy
sucks.
guy at the time,
Yeah.
Doug Tobacco,
Who's a
awesome.
genius, by the way.
It looks like a fun game if they had
In
infantry. That'd be pretty cool.
episode 2, the laser pointer thing.
It would basically
he
just
hired,
at that point just be a ghetto battlefield.
on episode 2. Grady
Probably.
Standard was his first thing was we're like, oh, learn how to use the tool and work with this laser pointer and sort of do something.
Yeah.
So
I bet your mom's passed
he
out
actually
still.
made the laser
Yeah.
pointer stuff that Doug does in episode 2 is actually
Wait,
more
probably. You don't know where she's at?
he was
She's
doing,
still in
like,
her room.
He spent like a couple weeks just like making that a
Oh,
real
that's
thing.
so awesome.
Yeah.
Which was pretty awesome.
We don't know what it says though.
I've heard different versions. It probably says, I hate working.
Well, there's something for a
They're
fan
having
to.
fun right
There's something for a fan to obsessively dig into.
Well, I remember too, like the, well, I think it was Ryan Kaufman that quoted it, but maybe you'll know. He said voice is the gas that Telltale runs on, because it really was, those concepts.
Wait, you guys didn't go to school today? Or you guys homeschooled?
No.
For a first episode,
I have online and sheets.
those files
It's
came in
snow.
well
Oh yeah, I
before
forgot
All
you
the
guys told me.
snow.
Yeah, it didn't snow in Alabama. So you guys are lucky. I want to. Oh, it kind of lucky. I kind of want to see. I haven't seen snow in like. Oh, jeez, it's been like 2 years.
characters in T-poses and like
Yeah, this is the most snow we've gotten forever.
I didn't even know it snowed really in Oklahoma.
That's pretty common in
It never really does, but this year it does.
went on. There was obviously, you guys kind of defined who you were.
Well, I remember playing the first episode after when it was released, and it was like,
This was like the first time in a year.
obviously we don't see the
Well, we had a snowstorm like earlier in the year, but
They got a new thing called Free Shavakadu! Free Shavak!
Yeah.
so easy
thanks for that.
Oh, no problem.
my performance. And wow, this is, I mean,
Yeah.
number one foam finger fan.
Hey, that's your name,
I
you
love
know.
the game. I am
Gotta
a huge
Yeah.
fan of
was
it.
represent.
experience too when I watching the playthrough, and you're just in it like, oh, this is a movie or TV
Yeah.
show,
Yeah.
and what's going to happen next? Oh, this person decide.
Man, today's been
Remember
boring
the,
as
all
fuck.
the nonverbal stuff. We went. Actually, Jory helped me, and we just figured out a script that we had every actor do.
I need
And it
another
kind of was born
fox.
out of,
Give
again,
me another
out of
fox.
Jurassic Park,
No.
is
Yes.
getting people to
You could suffer.
breathe normally,
Your
breathe
mom.
scared, breathe
Oh my God.
pain, and not just a couple breaths, because if something happened to you in real life and you said, "Oh my God, my leg," then you wouldn't just be all silent. You'd be like,
Ooh.
"Ah."
Right. Yeah.
And that was a lot of the, and that's where I think a lot of chorus got a hold of that stuff, and then requests started coming in. Hey, next time that Dave's up,
Wow.
will you get him to maybe have him say like
Freaking hungry, man.
little half words and that kind of stuff was
And yet, not one.
Great.
Ow.
not one.
yeah.
Yeah, no.
Damn it.
Where are all the
People that went on
foxes?
to do other things as well. definitely worth mentioning. Gary Whitta was involved with season 1 and
Gary Whitta
on episode 4.
Right.
He's done pretty good for himself.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Just saw two cows
But yeah, I
dating
remember-
each other.
Yes, he wrote the Book of Eli, which is an
Amazing movie.
Plus, he's like the Star Wars guy. Too.
yeah.
On Rogue One.
Rogue One, thank
Yeah.
you. I'm like, "Ugh."
But I remember him being in some of the writers' rooms for the season early on when we were kind of trying to break stuff. And I remember one of his, I feel like a big contribution of his was he always pushed things to go darker. Like, I feel like people were sort of stepping their toes and like, oh, maybe like his finger gets hurt. And he's just like, what? What if the baby comes back to life as a zombie and like eats someone?
Yeah.
It was like, oh, okay. Good point.
He also was really tapped into what people were saying in forums and things, and he would like. I remember he was.
Why are you
on
running?
some sessions once, and he was talking. About
Oh my god, not that video.
And he said,
Yes,
there are
that
people
video.
that walk 12 miles for fresh water for God's
Are you getting a new
sake."
TV,
Like,
Savannah? That's
in
pretty
his
cool, man.
accent.
How big is it gonna be?
He,
Chicago.
yeah.
It's gonna be like a 60-inch flat screen. I wish I had a 60-inch flat screen. I have a 24.
We're not going to talk about what we're playing on right now. The forbidden 85-inch.
The 6-inch.
Not that bad.
Oh no.
I remember being in session with him and
No, I have a 24-inch TV.
which was always the
Flat screen.
saltiest.
Yeah.
And, and the things
I didn't think you had to add flat screen. Like, who's gonna? Actually, I can't really say anything. I used to play out on non-flat screen, like an old one. So, Jesus, it was a potato basically.
Why are you running?
Why are you running?
Why are you running?
He was in incredibly early writer.
Hello, it's like 7 inches. Oh god.
Incredibly. Yeah. Well, season 4.
7 inches. I'm not even gonna respond to that. I'm just too scared to.
So, I've never seen any Gary Whitta versions of season 4.
Arthur,
Yes.
can you join our world and help me find some slimes?
Was there any modeling?
See, I would,
fun Easter
but
eggs of zombies after
I'm
people?
kind of
I
like
remember there was a couple-
streaming. So like, if I go to Minecraft, it'll end the stream. I'm on The Walking Dead right now. I'm watching a whole like episode with the creators who made the game. They're playing it, and I'm watching it as I'm streaming it, and people are watching it with me. I mean, I'll join. Don't worry, but I gotta finish this up before I join, because it'll end the stream if I play another game.
It's good.
Yeah, I'll join. Just give me a little bit.
Yeah, breathe.
Oh my
The Walking Dead
gosh.
fan is probably extremely happy.
No, that's
Oh,
awesome.
that's exactly what they were. That's exactly what they were.
That's a sad moment.
This is a different Telltale
We
property.
have
One
a
of the
few
writers.
lines, get killed,
Baby
and come back
fox.
as a zombie, and
A big ass head.
and that's his brother. Oh
Yeah.
man,
No, I shall kill his parents.
I remember this. I remember this. Ah.
Yeah, this was all these. We had some rough rough concepts.
This episode has like suicide, and it has murdering your own brother as a zombie, and it has
Yep.
children dying. A lot.
See you later, little
Chuck,
buddy.
Chuck the hobo, who was one of my favorite characters. Brief that he be,
Chuck the
voiced
hobo.
by
I love Chuck
Roger
the hobo.
Jackson. Yeah, I liked. He was like a wise elder that pops in for the train and.
I distinctly
and then
remember.
dies.
I distinctly remember he
Baby
used to live a little
fox.
longer in episode 4, and I remember reading a bit that like you need to get coins out of the binocular thing. You need to like so that you could. Oh, no, you need to get coins out of a newspaper machine so you could look through the binoculars of the boats out in the water. And Lee couldn't figure out how to get it out, and then Chuck would just walk
The
up and
money
smack
shot.
it, and all the money.
Angelina,
would
what should I
fall out.
put in here?
And he would just look at Lee, and Lee would
No,
speak
no.
to say old hobo trick.
I just love that he's a hobo. And Roger Jackson.
I short Chuck's final stand where he saves Clementine with that shovel.
Oh man.
I remember distinctly I reused the animation of Danny St. John getting killed with a pitchfork.
Good.
He just uses the shovel
I
instead
don't
of
know
a
where
pitchfork.
it says apparently.
There was a version where Doug and Carly, the Doug and Carly choice got swapped up.
Actually, what does your axe have on it?
The game opened.
The bane of whatever.
Oh. Can I use your axe real quick to chop down the bamboo?
Why? Wah! Make your own axe.
I don't have netherite.
You have diamonds, right?
No.
You can put netherite on diamond stuff.
I said I don't have diamonds.
Oh my I don't like you. Oh. I'm awake.
Guess so.
Yep.
Ooh. Mm-mm.
No. I'm not gonna let this wolf kill my fox.
So many walkers. There's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of walkers throughout.
No,
the
you didn't miss
nice
anything,
for,
Max. We're still just watching the
But I feel like
rest of the first episode
I mean, because this was like, you know,
of season 1. You didn't miss anything.
fresh new outbreak, but it's really cool to see all these awesome zombies.
I like that a lot of the season 1 walkers seem to kind of tell like a story. Like you can kind of like tell like this walker's been through some stuff.
Right.
Like, every walker is like every walker like was clearly a person and they were going through something.
Right.
That one's walking with a bit more sadness.
Yeah.
Every walker was once a dead.
Definitely mentioning Sean Ainsworth, who
Oh, that's fucking
worked on these
stupid.
games and was directing 400 Days and
Oh, look at it, Sean. It's so small.
But he made this really cool sort of single camera energy to this scene that I think there was a feeling of maybe we need a big choice up front that just shows people who are new to just Telltale games in general, like, hey, your choices are going to matter.
Right.
But the problem ended up being that you didn't know either of the characters. It was just
Right.
a random, like, okay, am I choosing the guy because he has a funny t-shirt or the woman because she has a gun, and it didn't mean as much. So, but yeah, there was a time where that got swapped into the beginning, and the game just opened with that. It felt
that's
good out of
crazy.
place.
Whoa, that was crazy.
The blend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a
Just
crazy
blending
blend.
to an idol.
Tricks in this episode. Good on Doug.
What's on Doug's shirt?
That is a barrelope.
Okay.
I was gonna say Barrett.
I don't know how I just noticed that. But.
So Graham Menable, who used to work at Telltale for a bit as an artist, and then has gone to work on Leica and Pixar and all sorts of things, and made Grickle and did Puzzle Agent stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He's the draws all that. He had done this barrelope character, and it had been
That's what I'm missing.
Doug Tobacco, the actual
What?
Yeah, the
liked
real.
it, and so it just ended up being like, I mean, he would literally wear them.
I knew something was off.
Oh, totally.
Taken from a photo and just modeled from real life. So.
Barely a character design.
I want a barrelope shirt.
I have one. We made them. Yeah.
Oh man, really cool.
I sadly wore it all the time at first, and then now it's on.
He's also voiced by
I know.
Jared.
Now
right?
you want to. Huh?
Oh yeah,
voiced by
Jared.
Jared.
That's right.
Jared,
Did
yeah.
Jared
The
just
music.
Doug?
Yeah.
What?
Hey,
I see. I can't hear it right now.
Sean, do you have any sweet
We're all
berries?
yabbering away, but
No.
that's hilarious. How am I forgetting all this? I told you, 7 years. Brain.
Yeah, these were the days when we like we need a guy to do this. And
Yeah. Well, and Jared is also an amazing, actor, so it works out. And musician. He does, like you just said, all the music, and still does.
I have to save Doug
Still
just
does.
because I know it's the contrary choice.
Yes. No, so that was the thing. Is like Doug was a friend of ours at Telltale, and Sean and Jake knew him really well. And
Yeah.
he worked on the Idle Thumbs website with them for years, and so they thought. But we all internally thought 99% of people were going to save Doug just because we know him and he's a good guy.
Right.
And we're like, oh, no one really knows Carly. And basically, most people saved Carly, which was kind of a saddening fact.
How much scaffolding we have?
Sorry, man.
Yeah. No one would save him.
That's why on
Getting
that picture
5 stacks, dude.
put hashtag save Doug. I was like, why did he do that? Because I can't remember anything. He's Doug. That's right.
Yeah. Nope. Turned out that she had a gun, and we thought because he was like the techie sort of guy that seemed like he could be useful in the future for doing things.
Right.
But it was really just she had a gun,
Right.
and
Yeah, the
people
gun
said, like,
wins.
that wins. In
The immediacy of the gun is hard to beat.
Yeah.
We had this whole puzzle in episode 2 designed where he'd set up like a warning system with tin cans around the.
I guess there were bees in that.
Yeah.
I'd never seen them.
Yeah, and then it turned out no one saved him. And we're like,
Well,
I guess we put less effort.
In the world of The Walking Dead, don't get too, attached to anyone.
Yeah. Exactly.
It might be useful. Oh, dead.
Doesn't he do something
Your
technically?
favorite character can go at any time.
I think so. Yeah, we.
Believe me, as Lee Everett.
I know. I know. And it was funny because I think everyone had that in the back of their mind, coming in like, "Do I die today?"
Oh yeah.
No.
I got to live with that for like 3 more
You
seasons after this.
conditionally died today.
Are you guys gonna kill her? No. Trevalier.
Well, I think the conditional death thing too was a big hurdle for the development side, because we had all these people that were conditionally there or not there. And the complexity of that as time
Creeper
goes by,
blew up behind me, and I let it on a tree.
horrendous.
It just makes every piece of work that involves conditioning characters exponentially more expensive and complicated.
Yeah.
I'm out.
That's like I've had my cameo time in this game. Time to go. Time to go back to my,
So long,
my
Nick
award-winning
Herman.
comic series.
I'm going
we
to
just said
Atlanta.
the same thing. Yeah, it should be safer there. Less people.
Yeah.
That's like the last place on the face of the planet. I already have my escape route. It's to like the Sierras.
Oh,
or,
totally. Yeah.
I don't know, somewhere.
Yeah.
It's
Catalina.
hell
Out to the
of
wilderness.
Town. Yeah.
There's a
Fear the
freaking
Walking
baby zombie
Dead,
outside of my door.
Finally, they had that dude on the yacht. And then
Oh
they-
yeah,
and then-
yeah. I'm forgetting his name. I actually really like Fear the Walking Dead.
Yeah.
That would be the way to go. Of course, you're fishing and you get your zombie fish.
They,
Well, of course, it doesn't last.
Would you call
did-
them walkers or
Spoiler,
swimmers?
it doesn't last.
Floaters.
Floaters. Yeah,
Floaters.
We actually did some floating zombies in Michonne. I don't think we really used as much, but we had finally did the floating zombie concept.
Nice.
Just with Michonne had so much water in it.
I also feel like we haven't mentioned. We've been talking mostly about dev stuff and things in the episode itself, but shout out to obviously Dan and Kevin for starting the company in the early days and sort of shepherding this thing through from early adventure games to this kind of interactive narrative and sort of building a bunch of games after that
and giving a jolt to the industry.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah. I have to say, when a billion years ago, when I booked Sam and Max, I remember I would see auditions come in, and at that time, it read like an animated series. So as an actor, you're like, oh shit, I need to get in on this.
Yeah,
like, how do I? It took me a couple
they're
tries.
onto something.
But when I booked, Sam and Max, and learned more about what Dan and Kevin had started, just learned about Telltale Games. It was such a gift as an actor to get to work on something like that, especially as getting my start in the Bay Area. It's not LA. We don't get a lot of animation up there. So this was like the really cool dialogue driven work that every voice actor wants to do.
Yeah, I know, Max. That's crazy. They've already picked the actress and actresses who's gonna play Joel and Ellie. I think it's Pedro Pascal and Bella Ramsey.
Like, who do I send auditions to? Like, I really love to get into
I'm actually upset about the actors who are gonna play them. I'm so upset.
Bro, Pedro's ugly.
I know, he can't play Joel in The Last of Us. The two actors I wanted to play Joel and Ellie are Hugh Jackman and Caitlin Denver. Those would have been the perfect actors to play Joel and Ellie, but instead they went with people who do nothing like them. I'm actually very fucking mad. Just like the Uncharted movie. They're gonna put fucking Tom Holland as Nathan Drake, and he looks nothing like Nathan Drake.
It was the poker game that was there first, but then
They should have put someone else, man, like Nathan Fillion or something. Fuck, this shit pisses me off.
Yeah, that was the only one that. So the strong bad guys.
Pedro Pascal plays Mando in the Mandalorian series.
Yeah, I know. I know who he is.
I wouldn't say he's ugly. He's just he can't play Joel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ads for whatever you want to say are hilarious.
Joel just he looks nothing like Joel.
That was the first game I worked on.
I can't believe he finally took off his helmet again before Grogu left forever.
Yeah.
That really upset me.
That was like the first.
What? That he took off his helmet?
No, that Grogu's now with Luke.
Kind of looked at as more of like, oh, these are the people.
He started crying too. It was so sad.
And we.
He'll protect the child.
On, I think it was episode 4.
It's kind of funny how he became so attached to Grogu over the 2 seasons. It was so cute.
And we went Oh, that's small awesome.
My favorite scene is when the scout troopers punch him in the face. It's just funny. He starts making these noises. He says, "Shut up!" and he just like punches him. I'm like, "Damn." And I love how that bounty hunter robot, that IG, I forgot his name, but he comes up and
annihilating everyone.
Yeah, he fucking kills them. He fucking breaks their arm and shit. It was awesome. Boba Fett came back, and that was awesome. I knew he survived. I just fucking knew it. Hey, he's gonna have his own series called The Book of Boba, or something like that.
I know.
Can't wait for that. He killed he killed Bib Fortuna because he was the leader of Jabba's palace after Jabba was killed by Leia. It's pretty awesome.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that ever happened, but
no, that had kind of gone back and forth for years. There was the argument was it's the sort of Telltale special sauce. And it was really powerful for making games like this. Like, there's no
my favorite episode had to be the last one with the Dark Troopers.
The Dark Troopers, that was badass.
Yeah, the cinematic stuff is incredible, especially near the end. Even too, it kept getting iterated on, improved and improved.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of does look like Joel, but not really. I think Hugh Jackman would make a better Joel. He looks kind of just like him. I mean, Pedro Pascal's not bad, but he's not. He's okay. Hugh Jackman would have been a way better Joel than Pedro. But Bella Ramsey, that is way off. Caitlin Denver should have played Ellie, not fucking Bella Ramsey. She looks nothing like her. She's 17, but she's got the face of a 12-year-old. God damn.
Well, and to wrap it up back to episode 1 here, when episode 1 came out, there was no sort of speculation of how we thought it was going to do. Like, everyone was just like, well, all right, we put everything
Dude, I want to get some more crying obsidian.
Like or maybe they'll think it's boring and they want to just... and so it was, when we started on episode 2, we still didn't really know that. And while we were making episode 2 is, like, episode 1 came out, and that's when we started seeing fan reactions of people getting really attached to the characters.
Oh, shit.
And
Oh, my bad.
us sort of lean in. Yes.
All right.
Next time on The Walking Dead.
But yeah,
that must have been so incredibly rewarding.
Yeah, Hugh Jackman has a lot of experience with survival movies. He probably would do good at The Last of Us if they had been casted, but sadly he wasn't. So we'll never know.
It felt like a risky thing to release. I remember like you released like the first like 10 minutes of the game or like the babysitter sequence or something. And comments on any video of it were just like, what is this bullshit non-game? Like, why is this not a game? This is just a movie. Like, like initial fan reaction to anyone who's like a video gamer was like totally negative. So it really wasn't until it came out and people dug into it that they understood what it was and kind of started to like it.
But this is a game that once, if they got into the story, they'd love it.
Yeah.
But you didn't have to be a very proficient gamer controller to enjoy this game.
You didn't even have to. You didn't even have to play it.
No.
You could watch someone play it, and it was also awesome.
Yes.
No, make that choice.
No, I've met so many people who are like, well, I don't play games, but me and my husband or my daughter or whoever controls it. And I basically just. And then
Do you ever look at the chest up here?
I don't exactly remember what the contemporaries are, but it felt
Is there any wood in there?
I put wood in there.
Okay, borrow some.
Yeah, no.
I feel like there was a lot else quite like it. Before the current era of the Walking Dead.
Oh, I didn't even know that, Max. That might be the reason why they didn't choose them. They should have, but that's probably why. I didn't even think about that.
Oh yeah, this.
What? Hugh Jackman's apparently working with Netflix, and Max thinks that's why they're not going to choose. They didn't choose him for Joel.
It's crazy seeing it because a lot of those choices weren't created with the intention of people arguing over which choice they made at the end, and that's sort of the thing we learned is, you know, you have a good choice when you get two people in the office, and one of them is going, "This choice sucks. We need to cut it because everyone will do this," and then the other person is saying, "What? No one's going to do that," and then you're like, "Okay, this is a good choice." Like,
totally.
We're always shooting for the 50-50. When in episode 2, we definitely made a lot more.
Last Hollywood movie he made was Greenland. I hadn't even seen that movie yet. I didn't even know he made. Oh, that's kind of weird.
But Carly had some great moments too, so it's like.
Charlie's also really good. Yeah. I actually forgot about her character. I was digging into the lines, and I forgot she has lines about like maybe some politician's going to buy her paper and make her have to reside in the blogosphere and stuff like that. There's like a bunch of like character stuff about her being like a journalist that I totally forgot about until I started digging into the stuff for the definitive edition.
she's really cool.
Yeah.
She's fun. She feels like she's a tired reporter lady.
Yeah. Exactly. No, she's great. And I feel like we didn't talk about her much because we know Doug because he's in the office.
Yeah.
But she
There's
also
a
has
lot of
great
lore.
stuff.
Record on 2019 before the outbreak. What is that?
I haven't.
Is that the part of the movie Greenland?
Looked at this game in a while now. I mean,
really?
We're going. What is it? 2019. This was 2013.
Yeah.
12.
That's crazy.
12. Yeah.
First episode came out at least.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think we've done I feel like we played the final episode together at one point somewhere down the line in the last year or so. But yeah, going back to
I haven't looked at this first episode in a long time.
Yeah, me neither. Crazy to
Yes,
see.
Greenland. Oh, okay, it's Greenland. The movie is awesome. I gotta check that out. It's sounds pretty cool. I like apocalypse movies. They're pretty cool. Not all of them, but some of them are good.
Team effort at Telltale. Everyone is sort of involved in everything, and there was a sort of open floor plan where everyone was encouraged to walk around and talk to each other. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, a lot of people did zombie deaths. There was like a whole recording session where people would just go in, and people would go in and chug water and then do zombie
Oh,
deaths.
this Greenland? Yeah, I've watched some of it.
I've never even seen that movie before.
You could still hear it out of the soundproof room.
It's got Hugh Jackman. Huge jacked man.
Oh yeah. You know what it was? What it reminded me. Rhoda, who was who worked at Telltale on the administration side. She'd been there for a long time. In Narnia, which was the undeveloped backspace of the Telltale studio, where we're not supposed to be, but ended up being a meeting room because everything else was broken.
How dare you?
And they were doing recording, I think, for the prototype of.
I put him in the flower.
Oh yeah,
she
it
was the
because
lady in the prototype.
She plays the lady in the prototype, and she's basically in there just screaming bloody murder. And someone downstairs in the building called the police or called Telltale, just saying they were going to call the police or something. And we were hearing it in the office, and it sounded terrifying. I'm sure. Not a good moment to be sitting there at your desk going like,
they're making games.
Well, I tell you, if you're
how dare you?
doing video games,
How dare I? How dare you? Why do you exist?
I live in an apartment, but I'm very close with my neighbors. I'm like, if you ever hear screaming,
text me first.
Yeah. Especially if it sounds like military command.
Give me the gun, that kind of thing. Yeah. It's hard to. You don't want to yell that in your apartment.
That was thank you, Kent, for guiding us through that.
Thank you all for coming.
You have a heart.
We talked a lot about Telltale, which we all love, but thank you, Skybound.
Yes.
Because when Telltale went under, Skybound stepped up and I can't imagine how the fans would have.
Okay, quit.
If the story didn't come to
it would have been devastating. It was devastating. It was literally devastating.
Horrific.
Horrific. So, Skybound.
Yeah.
We salute you.
Yes.
Cheers to Skybound.
Yeah. Well, and you guys with the season 4 team, if the game had
There's a whole ravine right here, Angelina. Right next to us.
Oh, Gerald Butler. Oh, not Hugh Jackman.
What, Angelina?
Go mining.
You were thinking about Gerald Butler. He made the movie Greenland, not Hugh Jackman. That's funny.
Stop, Mom.
I have a few days yet to wander.
Look, you made him depressed, Sean.
Hello and
He's smoking weed, bro.
Oh, Jesus.
Look at him since he's holding like what is that, a potato, a carrot?
Max, your brain's not concentrated today. Mine's neither, dude. Mine neither. My brain's completely fried. My brain doesn't work correctly. Not today.
Real title at the studio
I saw 6 or 7.
You appear in the credits a few times.
And I am Melissa Hutchison.
Hi, Mom.
Clementine.
Hi, Mom.
And I'm Julian Kwasniewski.
He said he'll be back around like 2.
Or
4.
And I also am the voice of Winston. And I don't necessarily agree with his child rearing skills.
Oh my God.
Yeah. All right. I don't really agree with his child raising skills of my
What's he
babysitter.
looking at?
And we are here to play the final
There's
episode
something
of
under the
season 2.
I'll be right back. My head hurts. I have to get away from my TV for like 5 minutes or longer. I'm not sure. I'll be right back. Oh, fuck.
There's this weird blooper of AJ in Little Swaddle, and then the voice actor was like mapped, or the voice files were mapped to the wrong actor in the engine, and so every time Kenny was talking, so it's like, Gavin, you're saying lines, and the baby's mouth was moving and animating. It was the creepiest weird thing.
I want to see that.
You broke my fox, Sean.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Did
no
I?
longer moving.
That's right.
Clem's down. She's up.
What's this man staring at?
Yeah, so I guess the previous episode ended with the shootout. Now we're showing results.
Luke!
Scott Porter, ladies and gentlemen.
And that wall
Where's
is the
Audible?
wall that I think of when we do those nonverbals. That's the wall that you're crouched under breathing.
Oh, right. Right.
Yeah.
I'm serious. That's it.
Oh, no.
Not the baby.
Oh, he's probably staring at Sean.
Taking care of AJ.
Oh, cause. Oh yeah.
We did get bullet hits on the
Cause I hit
I
him.
couldn't remember if that effect actually ever came in.
Hit him once.
Oh. Well, what does it look like I'm doing?
Trying to get to the baby.
There's still some CPR going on back there.
It's funny, like, this is still the urgency of walkers is still very much alive.
So yeah, got some
Yeah. Scott Porter, hell of a guy.
Scott,
Good beatboxer.
who is a
Really
yeah,
good-
he's
really
a
good at
singer,
karaoke.
and he's a big fan of Kid Beyond. And he said
Who
beatboxing was I forget what he said. It's how he got himself through school or something. He's a beatboxer, but he's also a total gamer.
Is huge.
And
Football player too.
football and really
What does he not
great.
do?
Like, well, what's great is that he
really.
does not tap dance.
Seriously, what doesn't he do?
He does not tap dance.
So perfect. I bet
You
he
should
could.
see him on the trampoline though. No, he is.
He was cast really quickly, right? Didn't that whole thing come together in like a week?
Because what happened was,
Weren't
it
you
did
making
come together
selects
quickly.
when that came together quickly?
You want a
We
piece of
were,
fish instead?
it happened quickly. This was kind of the season that ushered in
Pick it up.
more celebrity talent,
You broke my fox, Sean.
which
He's
comes
like,
with its own kind of. I mean, we dealt with some of it on.
cause they hold
And
stuff.
on Back to the Future, obviously.
Well, it was interesting too because in this season, it kind of matched where
Sure.
Clementine was at. I basically didn't meet 90% of the cast in this season, except for you know, I'll meet Kenny. These are actors I've worked with, so it was kind of interesting.
And we were all down in LA
together. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so it was an interesting reflection.
Right.
No creepers in
yeah,
my house.
I was still in Fairfax as well.
I didn't meet Scott until after the fact.
So yeah, that dynamic just from season 1 of being like this close-knit family to...
Well, even then, I mean, we didn't meet... I didn't know Sissy until, I think, after we had wrapped.
Right, right.
I didn't meet Dave until that was that last session.
It's
where
true.
We went to Thai food.
Yeah, we talked
just
about it today.
talked about that.
And it was
a great photo.
It turns out that Dave said he was and I believe him.
He dropped the
initiated
fish.
that because he wanted to meet everyone else.
Sure. Yeah. I think it came through you or Jory.
Yeah, and then we had.
We're gonna do this.
I'll be sure to check it out, Max. Don't worry.
Well, I wanted to meet Michael Madsen, but
Yeah.
I didn't have that phone call. Hey, let's go get some time, man. I didn't have that connection.
Let's go do some shots.
Hey man, I hit you with a sledgehammer or a crowbar.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I watched.
He was great because you just never know. You never know. Like the games are still kind of second fiddle to not anymore, but back then it was still like, what is this little game?
Is it beneath me?
Yeah, totally. Can I do this? And he just did it. It was great.
Well, yeah, it was kind of in that beginning phase of celebrities doing of voice acting. Well, not in general, but for games.
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
Sure.
Season 1 had won or something Game of the
Over
Year
100.
awards.
Sorry, not to be
Over
precise.
100?
Over 100.
It was
I'll tell you.
103.
Making up a number, throwing it out there. But yeah, I mean, so the game had done well.
Yeah, that's true.
And Telltale was one of the first real narrative pushers.
Absolutely. And it was kind of like
so different.
Yeah, that was season 2 was definitely the fruits of season 1
of your
success.
Yeah. He did an amazing job as Carver.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Until I killed him.
and Clem watched. My Clem, at least.
You weren't supposed to watch.
Well, I
told you
did.
not to. Season 1 had won 85 or something Game of the Year awards.
Sorry, not to be
Over
precise.
100?
Over 100.
It was
I'll tell you.
103.
Making up a number, throwing it out there. But yeah, I mean, so the game had done well.
Yeah, that's true.
And Telltale was one of the first real narrative pushers.
Absolutely. And it was kind of like
so different.
Yeah, that was season 2 was definitely the fruits of season 1.
What?
Success.
I have a pet skeleton.
He did an amazing job as Carver.
Absolutely, yeah.
Sean, look at my pet skeleton.
And Clem watched. My Clem, at least.
You weren't supposed to watch.
Well, I
told
did.
you not to.
There's going to be some darkness in the commentary for this season.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a bit of a dark game.
Yeah.
He's being bad, so I killed him.
Started off right and say one of the problems with this season, from a development standpoint, was season 1 was dark, but there was hope at the end. And in this season, we sort of lost that. Yeah. No, we got up for it rightfully. Like, there was sort of an internal idea that like everything needed to go darker and more messed up, and more people needed to die than season 1, and it kind of pushed everything into a really dark, unforgiving place. And
well, and coming off of, I mean, just with the success of season 1, yeah, it's kind of like when you do something that's so off the charts phenomenal, you know, doing a second act is always, there's more pressure.
Yeah.
It's probably was way more intense and stressful, I imagine, to put it together. For you, I know, right? We have the easy part. It's like, wow, the script is awesome. Thanks, guys. Whee!
It's your decision.
Thanks, Julian.
Yes, they're fighting each other.
Yeah,
lots of gun
Aaron.
pointing scenes. Oh yeah.
And the creek blew
We
me
do
up.
need the food. Good call.
They haven't heard of the benefits of fasting.
Aaron was also Molly in season 1.
She was.
Episode
Yeah.
4. Yeah.
She's fantastic.
Yeah, she's awesome. She's been in.
And then she was in Wolf, obviously.
Are you done?
So Gavin coming back for season 2.
It's the best day of my life.
What was it like coming back?
No, so I was curious, and
Very
originally I
relaxing.
think that they had pitched that
How come?
Kenny would be the Carver character, that he was going to go real dark and be real awful. He'd be the big bad. I was just excited, you know, to have a job. It's like, woo, keep going. No, it was great to come back.
The fox
I
is
liked
really
the way
attacking the.
that his arc worked out. I mean, I would have been fine if he had been the big bad. You know, to me, it's just a challenge to take the character someplace else.
Yeah, totally.
But I mean, it's all you guys writing it, you know. So it's like as long as the words are on the page, it's
Did
like
not
my
know
job's
they
just to
would
get
do
them over
that.
there.
Well, and we were talking about that earlier.
Thought it was only
about
wolves.
How, like,
Here,
Sonoy was
have an arrow.
crying. Melissa was crying.
What?
Nikki Rapp
what do
was
you have?
crying after Larry got killed.
Gunpowder?
And she was, you know, tweaked
Huh.
for a couple hours after that session. And then there was
He's really
one
going
where
after
she
him.
was just losing it in there. And then Take was over and we're like, all right, you good?
That's fine, because I see another fox
Just
over
act-
here.
just act-
I'll
you're
just
like,
hang him in a breed
I'm just
hound so I
acting.
can have their baby.
The faucet, I turned
Have
the
the
faucet
baby.
off.
It was so
He
great.
goes home and sits in the dark in fetal
stops flowing.
position, like, oh,
It's more tamer. So it's not like scary to review.
Look, I know you're probably pissed.
Get in there.
When I heard the gunshots, I knew it was a mistake. If it helps, the thing I'd normally do is walk away for good. But I didn't. Despite what my instincts were telling me. Despite everything I've seen. Everything I've been through.
So, you want to
for that, then awesome. All I can do is promise you I won't abandon you again. Which, to be fair, I've never done before. Even though I probably should have. A few times.
Forget what we just went through?
He ain't going anywhere, Kenny. No need to get your arm all sore. I'm worried about Kenny. He's in a dark place. We gotta keep an eye on him. Everything he's been through. He's lost. It's changing him. Yeah, I noticed that too.
That character with the glasses, Arvo,
Orville.
was named
Orville.
after, I believe, Steve McManus's uncle or something, who is he's one of the designers on the season.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't know that.
Why isn't he here? We need Steve.
Damn it. So sad. The original designed ending for this was, I can say this now, probably, maybe. Kenny versus Luke.
Yeah.
That was the finale.
Yeah, there was a whole lot of Team Luke versus Team Kenny, and I was like, dude, I'm reading the words on the page, and people telling me to kill myself, and I'm like, I don't know.
I know, man.
He's a really nice guy. We seem like we're friends.
There was so much attention to, like, microscopic attention to a lot of the content, and I did that. What was my guy's name? Who was the guy that,
You were all the
that
guys.
fights with Clem in the woods?
Dion.
No.
Chad. Wesley.
No. Keep going, man.
Brian.
It's like
Was it Kent?
No. Yeah. Totally.
Gotcha.
Oh my God! Wow, this is great.
But I guess going back to the first episode of this season.
I love that you're driving this bus.
Yeah, starting off, obviously season 1 ends with Clementine off on her own. From the middle of at least season 1, there was talk of, oh man, it'd be really cool to have a playable Clementine in season 2. But it always was just we'll see how the game does. We don't know if anyone's even gonna like respond well yet. Obviously they did, and that came to be a real thing, which was super exciting. And the original sort of intention was taking Clementine. Obviously she'd sort of like built a family dynamic with these characters in season 1 that was stripped of her, and now it was bringing her to a new family. Luke was sort of designed to be the like
Bro, did one of you
cool, like brother, older brother type figure uncle, there you go, cool uncle
Luke,
who you would get invested in and just be like, okay,
Pick
like
that
I can
up
stick with
instead.
this guy and keep Clementine safe. Because weirdly, a lot of people would play season 2 and would tell us that they still had like a little bit of Lee in them, and they were like, even though I'm directly controlling Clementine, I feel like I'm kind of playing Lee.
Well, that was a super
her,
traumatic ending, and people
Big
that was
time.
like destroyed people. The loss of Lee.
That
So
was
that's
easily the moment
had
that
to
turned
reflect
people,
into
made them
season
cry.
2. Yeah.
Making grown men cry.
Yeah.
That's the goal. So yeah, the idea was basically setting up a dynamic where you really get to like Luke, and then Kenny shows back up.
Right.
Who we knew from season 1,
Hey,
every
y'all
person
doing?
loved Kenny.
Right.
Just like everyone loves Gavin. It's just one of
Yeah.
those.
Get out of my way.
things.
I don't know why.
Yeah, it just happens. And so it was building to the finale fight in episode 5 being between Luke and Kenny, and you basically have to choose between like old friends and new friends. Like in episode 2, there's a scene where you're sitting down at the table. Either you sit with Luke and his sort of new friends, or like Kenny, and you're making choices early on, building to that.
Yeah.
He wouldn't give the lead back. And he ran off. I'm not letting him run off the lead. Because I go to take it off and they like take it immediately. That's what I was trying to do.
Everyone was sad. Just gone. Hey, Alvin and Carlos, Sarah. And for what? They don't make any sense.
You can't blame yourself. We all
perfect.
What I miss?
Nothing much. You know, mostly. Guess how far this place is.
Luke's feeling bad about what happened.
What?
Really?
It's not your fault. Bad things happen and you can't control it all the time.
She's right. You don't go blaming yourself for this.
All right. Can we drop it? Thanks a lot.
Hey, Clem, go over and see if you can change the bandages on King's wound. I offered, but I don't think he was comfortable with me. But you know him better than I do. Maybe he'll let you do it. They really need changing.
The success of season 1 brought a lot of new pressures to the studio.
Yeah.
And one of the sort of core points of feedback is we had people who had never played Telltale games before being into it, but then going, oh, these are like choose your own adventures. Shouldn't I have multiple endings? Isn't that the point of these games?
Right.
So there was sort of a studio-wide directive to take what this was going to be and turn it into a multi-ending branch thing. And sort of along the way, some of the pieces of like Luke dying off earlier and Jane being introduced and being a bigger
I want
role to
mending.
sort of try and fill that gap, but it never quite gets there
That's what I want.
because it wasn't set up from the beginning. It was a thing that sort of evolved.
Did you
during
fall
the
asleep,
course of
Sean?
production. That said, there's people who still point to this ending and go, "Oh, it's really cool that it pays off kind of how you choose." And there's 5 different states that can come out. But it's hard.
That was crazy.
It is crazy.
But from a storytelling perspective, it's hard to make, especially when you're trying to retrofit in the end, make
back
5
over there.
like epic feeling endings. You know,
we were
it's-
retrofitting almost from day one, where we would record and then like we would have another session to tweak.
There's a lot of
and
pickups
change
on this
things.
season.
So
yeah.
you're whispering now.
Yeah, Julian would be like, "Okay, so you're angry in this one."
You're like,
and then,
"Didn't I-
And then
didn't
you're
I
not
know-
angry.
didn't I do this already?"
I'm pretty sure we did this line already, and you're like, "No, I don't."
Let's
think
just get it.
Let's just get it. Anyway.
Or the
Yeah,
or
I
Pierre,
remember those,
Pierre's
yeah.
great line, just to have it.
Yep.
Just to have
Just to have it.
For
And
safe.
Which is
often that was why.
like voice director for.
Yeah.
We want you to do it.
Or we know that when we go back to the office, things
Yeah.
might change, and we just want to be covered.
People that-
Oh wait, I have to use this mechanic.
Don't touch it.
Winston. It was Winston.
Winston. I said Wilson. That
yeah,
was
it was
close enough. Come
Wilson.
on.
So close. So close.
So
You should have gotten it from
there
him.
was so much things were in motion. No, that's really brutal.
That looks fantastic.
Still gonna be pretty when this heals.
It was really cool to step into, to what it takes to be a playable character.
Yeah.
I mean, just being a secondary character for both of us in season 1, you still
It's
are
so
recording
easy.
so much. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it definitely was a whole new ballgame
Yeah.
for me to like.
All the
go
look
in.
ats.
Yeah, and the look-ats are tricky. They seem so easy. You're like, well, this tree could come in handy, whatever. But
Yeah.
they can't sound.
These matches might come in handy.
Might want to save this for later. You know, what I mean, just
Yeah.
and it's a game. It has
Yeah.
to be in there, but it can't be this like.
It has to feel
It has to feel good.
And it's a weird thing, you're right, because if you have to sound interested by it,
Right.
Because a lot of those things
She's
are
not
useful.
interested by anything.
They are useful. And usually you have 10 minutes left in the session, and it's like, oh shit, the look
Oh,
at.
you know what else we need is these 900 lines.
Yeah, totally. You were great at that. He would just go through, like, he'd record 50 lines in a row, and he's like, I got it.
That's what Gavin do.
It's fine.
Cut
I do.
me loose.
Not
Yeah,
just
no,
like-
please shut up.
So in this, just back to that in the transition, it's pretty funny because when I got the call, like, okay, Clem's gonna be the playable character, like, how woohoo, super exciting. But there was also this like weird pressure. I think it was Mark Darren. I don't know who sent me the email, but it was like, we need to get the voice down. This is really important that we transition it. Even though she's only like 9 or 10 now, she's actually a badass 16-year-old, and it was so difficult for me.
Yeah.
And I think I sent him like 17 different takes of what I thought the voice would be, and I was really stressing out about it. And it's so funny because it literally.
It just goes from right here to literally right there.
But just getting to that
Yeah.
stressed me
It took-
the
it
fuck
took-
out.
it took you
I
7
was like,
months.
they're gonna recast me. I I was so stressed out because there was this whole like.
They never would have
Well, I
recast you.
know, but
We
there
didn't
was
get that far into the recap.
There was that. We tried. It just didn't work out.
So that's the backstory.
But it was interesting because I mean I literally sent like 17 different.
Yeah.
I
remember you
Clem
freaking
would
out.
maybe.
Yeah, I remember you were.
Sound like.
We were
I was
texting back
tripping.
and forth about this.
But
Yeah,
those
like,
are
what
the
do they
subtleties, though. That's exactly the thing that makes all the different inflections so important. Is that, like the look-ats too, and just what you just did there. When you hear that, you just think, oh, it's just 6%. But
to be able
to be able to do that,
though,
6%.
that's a skill.
Right.
It's a skill.
Well, once we got there though, and once I heard it, and I think I even sent that take. I'm like, oh, well, there it is, right there. But
Yeah.
it was just like, ugh. I felt that pressure too of like, oh God, season 1 was so amazing.
Yeah.
Like, everything has to bear, you know. It was really an art of letting go. At one point, I was like, I just gotta let go.
Yeah.
It's getting dark. Maybe we should stop.
As
for
far
the-
as just the studio at this point in time, that was a global thing, right? It
Yeah,
was coming
no
off the
question.
success
Oh,
of season
totally,
1
man.
was
Massive for everybody.
Yeah, it was good in some ways in that there's sort of more resources devoted and you're allowed to branch in certain areas. So there was things that were good about it, and then there was also
Yeah.
things that were
The
really rough
scrutiny.
about it, for sure. Yeah.
Well, and we started working on multiple things at once.
Oh,
In fact,
yeah.
season 2, I was working on Wolf
remember
Among
that
Us,
too.
Yeah.
and you would be in there for D and Dumb, and then I'm like, can you just stick around for Kenny? And
yeah.
you know, it was
Yeah.
like,
I guess I can.
And by the way, for those who don't know, well, all of you in this room do, obviously, but Gavin was Beast and I was Beauty, so we.
Oh yeah.
So
I-
we would
I did
have
know. I
these
did know
sessions
that.
as Kenny and Clem, and then
yeah, that was
getting
awesome.
to be.
Really good.
But that
And
was
D and
fun.
Dumb. Yeah, you had a good.
I was D
Yeah,
and
you were-
Dumb, and I was Beast.
Oh, those recording sessions were pretty awesome though, because I would go from like the world of dark doom and despair of The Walking Dead,
Yeah,
and then
top of
getting
the morning to ya.
play. I was just
Yeah.
like this, you know.
I, get to
mean,
be
not
a
the
frog
role of.
with a British accent.
I know,
Perfect.
poor Toad. I mean, not like it was a light-hearted
I
game
know.
by any means, but it was just
Light-
different. It
more
was
lighthearted.
noir. More lighthearted, yeah.
Yeah.
Such a fun game to work on. Those were fun sessions.
That's a good sign. He's cute. Yeah, he is, isn't he? Most babies are pretty ugly this
You
soon
good,
after
Chef?
being born.
That's true. They usually look like weird little aliens.
Here, I got him.
Come on over. It's safe. Today's my birthday. Near as I can tell, at least. Definitely this week.
Well, happy birthday, Luke.
Yeah, man. Happy birthday.
So, how old are you now?
I am 27 years old.
That's pretty old.
Sure as hell feel a lot older. Don't even start with that shit. Got out of college 5 years ago. Feels like a million years. At least I don't have to worry about paying off them student loans. I hear that. I'm sure there's some asshole sitting on that paperwork waiting to collect. Probably.
I'd have liked to go to college. And what did you study?
Majored in art history.
That's cool.
Sounds like you majored in working in a coffee shop. Pretty much.
Oh, stop it.
Maybe a minor in agriculture. Keep the old man happy.
Oh, I almost forgot. Was saving it for a special occasion. All it being your birthday and all. Figure this is as good a time as any.
Drink the rum.
No, drink
Yeah.
it.
No, this is Pierre couldn't be here today, but he helped and write a lot
We
of
love
great
him.
stuff. And this was, I feel like, one of the moments. This scene was something that was kind of missing from the rest of the season.
Oh, very.
Yeah, and so it's great. I really
Downtime,
like the scene a lot. Like, it
Character
just-
building.
Yeah, and people are sort of enjoying each other's company and not just trying to murder each other.
Yeah.
And they're also not worried about
Well,
what's
Kenny,
outside.
Kenny looks like he still wants to
Yeah,
murder somebody.
secretly.
Kenny.
That's
but
just how
he's
Kenny
willing
looks.
to let bygones be bygones for now.
He's secretly thinking, I'm gonna have a head-to-head with Luke at the end. Oh no, I'm gonna die.
I remember that.
I'm gonna stab him in the
the
fucking eye. Sorry, can we swear on this thing?
Oh yeah.
Hello, have you not been listening to me for the last?
No,
in
not
fact,
even
swear
a little
more
bit. Than you were going to.
Okay, cool. Fuck.
Just be Kenny.
Yeah, just be him.
I've been choosing lines for the definitive edition, and then Kenny has that one iconic fuck
Oh,
that he does
so
like
good.
when they
That
find
was
like
fun.
the thing blocking the road. I'm
It was
putting
a
that
truck.
in.
It was like a
It was like a tanker truck
that
hanging
fell
that
over the
blocked
edge
the
of the
train.
bridge. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's just in
'Cause
utter
that
despair
happens.
at that moment.
In the apocalypse, weird shit happens all the time.
Weird driving in the apocalypse.
Yeah.
It's true.
Thanks, Kenny.
Fire's real nice. Plenty of room if you want to get warm. Maybe in a bit.
There's a spider at your door.
I didn't expect her to come back. Just when I thought I got her figured out, she up and surprises.
It's a good thing. Saved her.
I know. I just don't know what she's gonna like. I'm not sure about her anymore.
Well, she helped us put it together. So that puts her as okay in my book.
Well, it ain't no secret how you feel about her. Oh, come on. I'm just teasing.
Ed was stupid.
I understand. She's a pretty girl. Once you get past all the dirt and guts.
I guess I just wanted to forget about all this shit for like 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Longer than I'd last at this point.
Hey,
Alright.
come on. You got a little one around.
Sorry. Forget I said anything.
It's my fault for bringing it up. I know what you guys are talking about. I certainly hope not.
At some point, that backpack was made.
I
Oh,
have,
There was like
I
a
have
prop
one.
of that.
I have one.
I
Do
have
you?
one.
Yeah. Job sent us that.
Oh,
I was
that's
gonna say,
so
Job
great.
and
One
Laura
of the
had them.
excellent
and they were always,
things.
Yeah.
And it was full of like
It had the duck.
all
It
of the
had
games.
Clem's drawing of like
Yeah.
Duck and Kenny
and had like
and
physical copies of all of the seasons.
of the
Oh, wow.
seasons.
How
it
did
had
we
the
get
picture
those?
of Lee.
All I got was a hat.
Do you want the backpack?
No, it's okay. Thanks. Though.
They made Clem backpacks.
feel
Is that what I'm
Yeah,
hearing?
Yeah.
I will take a
I had no
picture
idea.
and
One
send
either?
it to you guys.
Okay,
Oh my god,
okay.
why did they give them to us?
You're like,
I'm not questioning it.
I
I'm
might
going
not
with
have, I
it.
shouldn't have mentioned it.
I'm very
I shouldn't have mentioned
grateful.
that cool thing I got.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a bunch of weird semi-exclusive swag items made within Telltale. I remember like way after the fact I got one of those tin pumpkin statues.
Oh, wow.
But like they were
Yeah.
really not.
I
They were
didn't
clearly
get one
not
of
for
those.
important people. Like not. They're only for important people at first.
There was like 5 of them.
And I know,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
And at one point, Job was just like, "Hey, did you like direct an episode of Wolf?"
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's like,
Here.
"Oh, here's this Buffin statue.
Here,
All right,
take this thing.
Cool.
Take this trinket I have.
Okay.
Yeah. I just had one in the closet, the weird swag closet.
Somewhere else. Clem, go see if you can get Jane and Kenny.
Most of the stuff I have is from the infamous day of the fire sale.
Oh yeah, that
When
was
suddenly,
a great
Oh
game.
man.
We had the Narnia at the old office,
Yeah.
which was like an asbestos nightmare.
Yeah.
And
It was.
one day the city was coming to look at us or something because we weren't
Uh-oh.
supposed to be in there at all.
Get rid of it.
And they were
Go
like,
get her,
everyone
Connor.
take all.
Must go.
They literally, that's what happened. They said, take all this stuff, and I've like,
Go get
everyone
her.
just grabbed like old games and Sam and Max soundtracks. I have a Trogdor poster still hanging in
That's
my room.
nice.
from
I
that
feel like
day.
people almost got trampled.
The
It was a weird, like,
Burninator.
the email went
It was
out of like,
crazy, yeah.
everyone go to Narnia now, there's free stuff. And
Just
like,
take all
everybody
the
got up to
swag.
their desks. And then other people who didn't get the email were watching everyone else run in the other direction. And
they
we're
just
just like, I
started
want
running?
whatever that is.
Yeah,
Like,
totally.
yeah.
There
Or-
must be nachos or pizza
Or
somewhere.
I want to run from what they're running from.
Yeah.
I really like
This
this
is a
scene.
great scene, yeah.
Are you gonna have her drink the rum or what?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, thank you. And
I chose the I wanted drink option earlier, and I was denied by Kenny, so I'm
Well,
totally going for that bottle.
Don't you drink.
I selfishly choose those because I know that people who play it aren't going to do it because they're like, no, Clem. You know, they're very protective of Clem.
She's too small.
So I want to hear those
She's not
selfishly.
ready.
Yeah.
I take the drag of the cigarette. You know, I do all the things that are not.
Man, if you think you might die any second, I think you can
Yeah.
indulge in a few vices.
Right. I mean, she is like 10. That's,
Right.
it's a
Going
little,
on
it's
28.
a little
It's
much.
fine.
For me,
It's the
again, it's just I
apocalypse.
just want to hear the audio and what was chosen.
I don't know. It might be awkward. I wasn't expecting to, you know, be even me? What's the it?
You know.
Yeah, because I made it with Lou.
It's not a big deal.
Why does this feel like I'm signing a contract or something? That's really good. Have you had any? Want to sip? It's okay. It just might burn a little. Feel it in your nose.
Sure.
Are you okay? Uh-oh. Busted. I better take that back.
Weirdly, we're talking about nonverbals being a
Yeah.
thing. And I remember in episode 1 of season 2, there's a moment where you think Clem is at her darkest when she sort of gets separated from Krista and she's off on her own and there's just walkers all around before she gets saved. And she's just like sitting there against a rock, just like breathing. And I remember we were doing a bunch of takes of that because it was sort of like at the time we'd been sort of blocking it out, and it's like I knew it was going to be like a 45-second thing, and it was just like, okay, so let's start your breathing here and then work down to this point. And I remember weirdly thinking like we're doing all this for just some nonverbal stuff that usually would just be a random like
Totally.
oh yeah, let's get all these 100 things in
Totally.
in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's just cover it.
But it was good, and I
Just
actually
to make
really
sure
liked that
we
moment.
have it.
Just to have it.
Oh, look at little worm baby.
Don't
AJ.
worry, I got the baby.
He's literally a pea in a pod.
Glowworm.
Glowworm.
I think I remember, I wasn't here for the beginning of this commentary session, but I worked on that first bit where you're crawling toward AJ in the snow, and I think you had to like wiggle harder so we could see him.
Oh,
Yeah, I
If you can't see his
noticed that
face,
wiggling.
you're like, what is
No,
this object?
it
Oh,
just
that's
could
funny.
very well
It's a
be
pile of
just some
clothing.
rubble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do I want that rubble? Oh, it's making noise.
Oh, it's a baby rubble.
It demands attention. Yeah, no, these moments are really good. This is some of the better stuff in the season. I like it.
You need this scene because then
Yeah.
all the death after that then happens.
And these moments were what made the game different.
Yep.
Exactly.
You know, they
Yeah.
were different than other
Exactly. It's
point and
not
shoots.
action yet.
You know, this is just about dialogue and getting through a narrative.
Yeah, I feel like in season 1 there's a lot more freedom of like write a thing and let's record it and then feel it out and tweak what we need to.
And then re-record it. Yeah.
But yeah, I
Or
feel like
re-record parts of it. I mean, it was riffing,
Sure.
yeah.
the season 2 stuff was definitely more of a like looking at each tiny moment
Yeah.
and sort of there's just a lot more emphasis on like the structure of things
Totally.
and sort of like where's the button presses and good intentions behind a lot of it, but it can make scenes like this harder to get through, and so it's
Right.
good when they do because you feel like a breath of fresh air that
Right.
you sort of desperately need.
Oh, here we
we
go.
go.
Don't you
Ooh.
fucking do it.
You jut.
Don't you do it.
And I know you're a big alcoholic, but what if you just took a big swig of this rum? Oh, I guess not. He just looked at me.
I'm
Sorry, I was
judging.
talking and not paying attention to those cutscenes. I don't actually know what my objective
Judging.
is.
There, little guy. Shh, I got you. I got you.
Hey,
Oh, hey, Clem. I asked you not to drink. Oh, your age. It ain't right. I know you think you're older, but you're not.
you didn't ask. You told me not to. You're not my dad. You're my friend.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. It's a nice night. Just needed some air.
Bennett, there's air everywhere.
I'm sorry for how I acted right there after Sarita was. I couldn't handle it. I'm sorry. You did what you could. You tried to help, and I blamed you for it. I'm so sorry.
You don't have anything to apologize for. I know you didn't mean it.
Thanks. I miss my boy.
No, I'm talking about poor Duck.
Much. I didn't raise him like I should have. Made mistakes. Wasn't there a whole lot for a couple of years. Off on a boat somewhere or other. I thought I enjoyed
won't make the same mistakes again. That's a promise. You should get back over by the fire. Ain't no sense in both of us being. I can handle watching on my own.
The baby might be cold. Maybe you should bring him by the fire.
Yeah, okay.
But Jake, you don't have to justify that in the response.
I find it's best to just get the stuff out in the open. Less drama.
Well, that's fine. But I can confirm there was no time for kissing.
Kind of want to talk about episode 1 a little bit more of this season.
Yeah.
Kind of start at the
Yeah.
beginning. So
Dennis,
it's
you
like
go.
finding Clementine, being on her own, and the goal of this season was to try and get her to a place where she felt like she was. You sort of helped her become more responsible. You did that as Lee,
Right.
as kind of a parent in season 1, and now directly controlling her, sort of getting her ready for the next
To be a grown-ass
step.
lady.
Yeah, there you go. And weirdly, the still not bitten line from episode 1 was on the chopping block.
What?
Yeah.
Many
I heard
times.
that.
We had to keep fighting to keep it in.
Oh my
Because it
God.
was just seen as like, no, she'll get there in
And you
episode
fought the
5.
good
And it was
fight?
like, no, you gotta that was a big one. Where the idea was show just a flash of what she will become someone.
Right.
Someday,
Yeah,
you know.
still not bitten.
Yeah, and we named
Yeah,
the team after that line because it's so iconic.
Well,
So
that
iconic.
moment
It
was.
makes sense, too.
Yeah, I mean that was the moment where the whole
We hadn't quite been bitten, that team.
like first 30 minutes of that episode. I mean, there was just you didn't know. It was all like what happened to Krista, these
Yeah.
Winston,
Yeah.
all these
Yeah.
bad
That
guys.
bastard.
Clem with
Sacrilegious.
Sam the dog, but then it's that moment when she comes out of that
Oh,
shed.
the dog in the boat
Yeah.
under upside
So
down
technically,
boat.
she
Yeah.
does get bit.
Yeah. yeah.
Sorry, okay? My fault. I shouldn't have.
Leave me alone!
It's okay. It's okay. She's in a better place.
So in the beginning, we had her sew up her arm. That was a
Oh, yeah.
traumatic,
Yeah.
crazy
Yeah.
thing.
That was
Remember
tough.
that?
Well, I woke up the next day after recording that scene, and I had bruises on my
Oh,
forearm because you'd
Oh.
be voiceover.
You're
It's still
acting.
Oh,
very
were you
physical.
pinching?
Yeah, I was like
Yeah.
grabbing my
Oh
arm,
my god.
and I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I'd
I'm
forgotten.
human.
Same with
Oh,
in
yeah,
this
I
in this
do
season where
bruise.
she gets a bullet in her shoulder. I was like pushing on my
Yeah.
shoulder. That's like, I have a bruise. Yeah. I don't
Those
know.
bullets, they
Dedication.
bruise.
They do. They
do.
bruise. It was a rubber bullet.
Yeah, right.
It
Even when
went
they're
straight
fake.
through. You know.
Went straight through. I
Was,
didn't feel
was
it.
the arm
Clean
sewing
shot.
was the arm sewing thing at all a homage to the Lee Arby cutting sequence? It was kind of a similar sequence.
Man,
in
yeah,
concept.
that was.
Yeah, there was some of that for
There's a
sure.
little
'Cause it was,
overlap there.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Give
That
me
was
the
brutal.
rum.
Yeah.
You sure you're good?
Yeah, I'm good. If I start to crap out, I'll let you know.
Okay, when you do that. It's no trouble.
How much further?
Close. Very close.
You've been saying that every time I ask.
Please. Come.
I'm really starting to think you're full of shit.
Can't be much further.
Kenny, look out!
What the fuck? Ah! Jesus Christ.
That was close.
Fucker came out of nowhere.
That was real loud. Hopefully there aren't more of them.
Yeah, well, let's move. We don't want to be around to find out.
It's very close. Come.
He's very close.
It's very
Yeah.
close. Come. I'm Russian, did you know?
Can't you tell?
Orville.
Look at me, I'm
Did
Russian.
you guys already talk about the wackiness with the two of the Russian guys were swapped for some reason? The big guy and the skinny guy were like
Were
they
they
changed
both
their
Julian?
names and they were swapped.
Were they
I think
both
they were
him?
actually Russian guys.
No.
Yeah,
they
I think
weren't.
that's what I heard. You actually hired
But they
Not
swapped
in
native
season 2.
speaking.
Although Winston was season 2.
You
so,
hired
know.
real Russian guys.
real
yeah?
Russians.
Yeah, they're real.
I had done that entire opening shootout scene. I was working on that scene. And at some point, for some reason, the two Russian guys swapped.
That's
And
funny.
they changed names and locations in the scene.
Oh,
And I
interesting.
don't know why that.
That
was
makes
some
it
weird
fun
thing.
for you.
It was real fun.
Yeah, I bet.
Frozen Lake.
Here's the Frozen
Weirdly,
Frozen
this was
Lake.
supposed to be covered with snow, and I don't remember where, like, what. There was a note
something's
somehow
gotta
happened
die
where it was like,
somehow.
oh, we need to make sure it looks like a lake. But it
Luke's
was like,
gotta
why would
die
they
somehow.
cancel this? I
Interesting.
don't remember how that came about.
It's,
Well,
it's disappointing that Kenny doesn't know that
No shit,
Americans
I
speak English.
Yeah, I know. exactly.
Well, it's
I can be front.
Maybe we shouldn't clump together. We just can't have too much weight.
She's right. We need to spread out, just to be safe. Less weight, the better.
No, you
Why
can't.
do you
No,
have to-
I'm pretty sure you can't.
unfortunately
What if we just
you cannot.
lay him down and push him
Scoot-
like a
Yeah,
hockey
scoot
puck?
him.
you
Just
might want to
scoot.
tread really lightly right now.
Yeah, I've just scooted across.
And Kenny's red scare is really coming out in this episode.
Yeah, just get on your belly and slide, people.
I remember thinking that out loud too.
Yeah,
during, like,
totally.
One of the dark,
Right?
like the third Batman movie.
Just slide across.
They're like
rather than
walking across
slide.
the ice, and it's like, why doesn't everybody just like belly crawl across
Yeah.
the ice?
Make
Distribute
yourself as
your weight.
flat as possible.
Or just go around.
Or just go. It's not that. It's not
I know.
like Tahoe
not-
here.
it's
where
not like-
it's pretty crossable.
Totally.
I mean, go aroundable.
We don't have time to waste.
It's
I
an
guess.
extra 20 minutes.
I honestly,
maybe.
it might have been
House is
a,
right
it really
there.
is beautiful though. That
it was
shot
probably a
is really
technical
gorgeous.
It is.
limitation of like it was probably written as
Uh-oh.
oh this is a vast expanse and then
Right, right.
in the engine it was like oh we need to make it
Don't
actually
limp.
smaller.
You're the PC,
By our-
Clem. You'll be fine.
Don't
By our engine standards, this is a pretty vast.
Uh-oh.
It's a big
Now there's zombies.
Where the heck did they
Handless
come from?
zombies.
Well, she did have to shoot a walker.
They heard the crack in the ice.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
attentive,
yeah,
those
they're not
undead.
us talking about it.
Oh,
Oh,
Luke.
Maybe now that we've seen that
There's
happen.
your future.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, just go.
You know what?
Just go,
James looking on the
people.
bright side of things.
Just
Wow,
get going.
he's out. They're like, fuck this. I'm
Oh
gone.
yeah, now he's just completely Arvo
You piece.
focused.
I remember all this.
Fuck.
no. There you go. You just naturally slip into it.
Right back
There
into
was
it.
there was a session during season 2.
Yeah.
I don't remember why. Probably because I had commuted from San Carlos to
Yeah.
Fairfax, which is, if you don't know,
That's
if you're not from the
crazy.
San Francisco
It's-
Bay
it's
Area,
far.
It
that's the
sucks.
bottom to the top, which is tough in the middle of the day. And pretty much after every line, I, for whatever reason, would say, fuck. Fuck.
Totally. That was great.
Fuck
and
you,
the notes would
Bonnie.
say, edit that out.
Yeah, I would hope so.
The commute got you into character.
Be careful now.
Those were tough days.
Yeah.
I can make it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Scott came into this
I've got
session
this.
and he kind of read ahead what was coming. And he's like,
It was not good.
come on, man. Ooh. That's how I'm going to... Really?
Yeah. This is.
And then Dennis was there saying, it's not what I wanted.
Sorry.
Yeah, totally.
I had a
I
different
fought
vision.
17
Yeah.
fights to get it this way.
It was.
You
Luke
should have
City.
seen how they
Team effort.
wanted you to die.
Oh jeez.
Stop telling her that! Clint, look at me. Pull out your gun and shoot those damn walkers, okay? Just give me a little time.
Clem, you can make it. But you need to go.
No.
Now.
Clem, this is too dangerous.
He's gonna die.
I'll help the Luke.
No, it's honestly one of the reasons why it's hard looking at this stuff because I'm trying to remember. It's like I'll see the thing on screen and go, "Oh, is that? I thought that part was different because
Right.
of this other
Happened.
thing." And
Right.
It's like, yeah, trying to remember.
Oh, Clem.
Aw.
So good. She's so good.
Just want the nice boy to live.
I want that puffy jacket.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Oh, button mash to not drown.
So you
Yeah.
you killed
Yikes.
Luke.
Yikes.
It's your fault.
Well, come on. Well, yeah.
Oh, of
geez.
course.
To make matters worse.
Naturally, there's some weirdo floaty zombie.
Yeah.
That guy just
Floaties.
lived under the lake even before he was a
Floaters.
zombie. Just lake man.
Is that what he did?
200 years. Finally, I got to come back.
A
Oh, Luke
relive.
saved me from that zombie. That's fantastic.
That's cool.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
He didn't.
yeah.
Oh no!
Dang it.
Uh-oh.
My heart will go on.
Yeah.
Luke going down is a pretty iconic shot. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
As
shit.
sad as it is,
Now
it's
we're
really
just gonna
gorgeous.
have zombie Luke in the water forever.
That was it. See you,
Wow.
Scott.
Sorry.
Sorry, Scott. We love you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Poncho.
Scott. I remember from the first session, he was. I was only in a piece of it, but he
Yeah.
was. he was stoked to be in the game.
Oh,
he
totally.
really
He
liked
was, like,
season
a
1
huge
and
fan.
was
Yeah,
like,
he was a
came in
total
with a
fan.
bunch of
Fan of the
enthusiasm.
first season.
Yeah.
He also had
It's cool.
great ideas too. A lot of
Mhm.
that stuff kind of got tweaked on the fly.
Yeah.
Sometimes I felt like he was the only one outside of the process enough to be focused on what was really going on. Like
That's funny. Yeah.
he didn't have any noise around him, and it was just
Mhm.
like, oh, so what you're trying to do is blah blah blah.
Yeah. Any episode 3 comments? Kenny, episode 3 comments with Carver?
It was fine. That's all you have to say about it.
What happened.
Well, like Kenny and Carver and Kenny.
Oh yeah, he beats
bashing
Kenny up.
him.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, no,
yeah.
that wasn't good. but then
Yeah.
Kenny killed him
Sure.
back, and that was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kenny killed him back.
Didn't he though?
I remember that Carver
Should have
death.
said no backsies. And then it would've been
No
fine.
I remember Carver's face getting mashed in, having just a loving amount of damage. It's like an
Yeah.
unbelievably.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it changes
It's
like
a
5 or
weird-
7 times.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
super bad.
Yeah, it's like, whoa, he's not coming out of that.
He is dead.
Beans. Oh, chili.
Can
Chili's
of
good.
fucking chili.
Look at this place. Just a stack of fucking toothpicks. And those magical supplies are bullshit too. What? No speaking of English? Fucking commie piece of shit, Kenny. You mother. Fuck, I hate you. Shit. Lose your taste for this sort of thing?
What did you do to him? There's another just like him. He wasn't lying.
You want to tell me how a can of fucking chili is gonna help
How is
things?
beating a kid to death gonna help anyone? This is your fault. And you damn well know.
Well, is
Fuck
it
you,
though?
Bonnie.
I think
You
it's
know what?
everybody's
I feel like I
Yeah.
want to kill him.
Well,
That was. There was a lot of that this season that
That's what
Clem
Joe,
had to put
that's
up
what Joe
with.
wanted.
Yeah.
Clem had to put up with all the adults just being a bunch of like, just kind of morons, really. Everybody blaming each other.
That's what being an adult is.
I know,
That's true.
right?
Yeah.
constant
You
blame.
resort to being a moron.
When you're an adult, you just take
And I'm
hostages
gonna
and blame
tie
each other.
this fucking Russian to a staircase.
Clem's just like, God, what is wrong with you idiots?
It's not even a finished staircase. It's like a framed out house. There's no sheetrock.
This
And
will
a
come in
shiv.
handy.
There's not even any insulation.
This is a cool setting, actually.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Is there anything behind why it was an unfinished house?
Well, it would have been
Don't
finished
remember.
had the
Yeah.
zombie apocalypse not.
That's right.
I mean, that's just my
Contractor
theory.
stopped working when they bought
Yeah,
the
well, I guess we should throw in the towel.
guys are zombies. Sorry.
I guess they did get pretty lucky
Is it
with
symbolic
the ski
of them?
resort.
The ski resort was super nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
They had peaches.
Fancy.
A Christmas tree.
No, it's a lot of our favorite choice in the season is the sit next to Luke or sit next to Kenny.
The
Like, it's just
lunchroom.
Yeah.
people struggled with that. It's so funny how it's such like the consequences. It's such a high school scene.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
but it feels great.
I almost wish we'd done
It's
more
Nick
games where
Brecken, yeah.
like just social stuff like that was the stakes.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately everything's fucking life or death.
I know.
Yeah.
But it
Yeah.
could be everything is.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Got to justify those QTEs.
We gotta,
Kenny will remember that.
It's not like, how do I put on my prom dress with QTEs? Can't do that.
Can't believe he's gone. I've lost people before. It just hasn't felt this shitty in a while. We cared about you too, Jane. I know we did. Can't take it.
Pretty in Pink, the
did
game.
you work with Camille? Jillian, were you in for those sessions?
Absolutely. Yeah, well,
Cool.
so Pierre was I didn't go down for that one, and Pierre was there. It's funny because he was shooting something down there, and we were working with
Probably
the
Silicon
agent.
Valley.
It probably was, but we were working with his agent, and trying to set up a car, and it turned out that the lot that he was working on was really close to the studio, and so then the agent came back and he goes, he's going to self-drive. And so
Self-drive.
so then
He's gonna self-drive with his own feet.
So then that was funny because we all were. It was a term. Yeah,
What a weirdly official
That's so LA.
And
Oh my God,
Melissa always
self-driving? Are you
self-drove.
sure?
I self-drove my ass
But
to
what was
Self-driver.
funny is then we were
across the bay.
He obviously is a funny dude, and he's like, I'm like, you didn't have any trouble getting here. He goes, no, and I'm like, did you self-drive? He goes, actually, the lot's right next door. I walked.
I self-walked.
I self-drove with my feet.
Correct me if I'm mistaken. I know his wife. I feel really bad. I'm forgetting her name.
Oh,
They are also fans. He's familiar
absolutely,
with the universe, so
He told me
was
he was a
psyched.
fan of me, which I thought
Yeah,
was nice.
well, we met him at
Complete
Comic
fiction.
Con at
Yeah.
the Skybound
I was
party,
like, no,
and he was
you're
like,
not.
"Clem!" Yeah, no,
Come on.
he knew.
Get out of here.
He knew who we were, so that's cool that that
Yeah,
he
he
was
was-
psyched to work on the game.
And it was definitely like that content was not like that's not his wheelhouse, and he
And you took most of the funny stuff out, didn't you?
I didn't do anything.
Somebody took the funny stuff
I didn't do it.
He read what we gave him.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was fun, and all of those were. The Michael Madsen one was really fun, and I'm trying to remember. Well, Scott was a kind of a long-term thing.
Yeah, there was one point where you guys, actually speaking of the difference of recording in LA and the Bay Area, you and Jason Latino, this was season 2, right? Sent us like a picture of you on a yacht
I knew
or
that was
something,
coming. Yeah.
traveling around, I don't know, Marina Del
man,
Rey,
it's
wherever
pretty
you were.
good. Well, it was
So,
the big leagues, man.
So we were up north recording. So
Yeah.
me, Mark,
Eating ramen.
Darren, Dara, and
Oh, that's right. The
and
shit-
Joel Robb, who
I
was
have that
recording.
picture, yeah,
So
yeah.
we went and stood in a bathroom stall, like
Yeah, the
circled
shit
by
villains.
Oh, we all know
I remember.
that stall.
standing around a toilet
have that
saying,
picture.
"Oh yeah,
All
well
like
here we
Jory's.
are."
Yeah, I have that photo too.
And then yeah,
I
you
was on
named it
that
the shit
text.
villains.
Well,
It
what
was-
happened there? I think I either said it or on the season 2 one, on season 1 one, or we were talking about
There
it.
was a
but-
margarita mix session too that you sent. That was you just sending pictures of the margaritas you were drinking while you were recording.
And it was not to knock Studio Jory.
Vanetta-
Studio
no,
Jory
not
was
at all.
home.
Not at
That
all.
was second
Oh, no,
home.
trust
but it was
me.
just
I used to
funny the
make light of the
dynamic
Los
of like.
I
Angeles
lived a
recording
lot of my
experience.
life in that chair, but
Yeah.
I no. So, the assistant came in and said, I forget the studio owner's name right now, 740 Sound, but she goes, he wants to take you out on his boat after the session. Are you guys cool with that? And Jason and I kind of looked at
Well,
each other, and
yeah.
Jason's like, I think the only right answer here is yes. We're like, yeah, we're good. And then we just wanted to get done. Like,
Yeah.
all right, well, that's good. Move on.
No,
on.
that's fine.
great.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
that
One
sounds
take
great.
is good.
Yeah, we went on the boat.
I don't think we need this second page.
I think we can skip these
Yeah.
lines. I don't think we need even a single take.
And
of
then we
those.
get on the boat and
No
we go
coverage.
out, and it's like he's got it. It was like it was catered, and I thought, wow, this is great. We should, this is. I like
Let's
recording.
record here
I
all
love
the
this
time.
is wonderful, and I'm sure that was the intention. But yeah, I remember that you guys were back
in Fairfax.
in Fairfax.
Yeah. No,
And honestly,
I love
but the
Fairfax.
thing
Are
is,
you
though,
kidding?
the
I
fun.
love
I mean, it's
Marin.
funny,
I
but
love it.
but there was this whole. It wasn't really tension, but there was a palatable thing that was happening then, where these celebs were getting cast, and we had come from this little family of people that were all doing our thing, and that's how we did season 1, and then it started expanding.
Well, yeah, because there were sessions where you couldn't be. I mean,
'Cause
yeah,
I
it
was
was
here. You had to go
right,
where the talent
exactly.
was.
Yeah. It got a little distanced
Yeah.
as far as like the separation or.
I feel like that's when the remote recording sessions.
And then that started, and that
Yeah.
we really had. Well, we had to do it for we did it for Thrones, but we did it for Wolf Among Us because there was a lot of actors.
Yeah, you had talent in Georgia or something like that, or you had
Everywhere.
people in weird
It was.
places.
I mean,
yeah.
we recorded for Thrones. We had Kit Harington was in Budapest, and
Budapest is
and there
weird.
was.
Budapest. You know, it's kind of just the times, though. I think we were saying on another, I think the season 1
Yeah.
commentary that
It's been a long
this,
day for you.
This I know it was some season.
I think it was season 8.
9.5 hours ago.
Yeah.
I was saying
totally.
this.
But it also just kind of just with the success of season 1 and games in general
Yeah.
becoming more cinematic, I mean, that was just kind of the natural. It
Yeah.
wasn't just Telltale Games.
I know,
Things
but
were
it-
becoming
oh,
more
totally.
remote. And
It just happened. Like it did break up our little
Right.
group, and to some extent, but the remote thing too. That's just kind of a way of life now.
Clem
yeah,
is smoking.
Totally. Oh, she
It was
took
really
the
well
drag.
animated too.
Yeah.
A lot of, like
I don't
facial
remember
stuff
that.
going on there.
She's
Yeah.
all. Yeah, she's.
What am I getting?
So-
Lung cancer? Am I already infected with zombieism?
That's what she should have said. Still not bitten.
Still not bitten by
Anyways.
nicotine.
Still not cancer.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's like as time passed, everything just turned more and more remote,
Yeah.
which has advantages sometimes, but it's also a sort of bummer, especially because like going back in even the early days of Telltale and Sam Max and everything, like there was that always kind of face to face in person.
Yeah. It's great
kind of
for.
recording.
I think what I like to do is I like to kick sessions off with people, and then you can come back and do the recordings. Because the one thing that's great about remote is you're able to. Your job is to get the voice, and if you're just if you're watching someone, I mean, we always would just look at the script, but then you're reading, and it's weird. So it's kind of nice to have just this voice from beyond coming out, but.
People still prefer. I think people. I mean, even though it is more remote now, I mean, there's a lot of clients that we want them in,
especially
the
interactive,
studio.
where you got to be there.
Yeah, you have
just
to be
can't
there.
Totally.
phone it
No,
in.
it depends on what you're doing, I think.
Yeah, and it's helpful as as the actor.
Yeah.
I mean, on the final season, there were a lot of remote sessions where either I would be in LA and Jack was in the Bay, or whatever. Kent and they were all up at the Bay. But at least we had I had the big screen Skype situation.
Sure,
so
yeah.
I still
That's cool.
saw
We could
them.
see each other from various screens.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, when you don't have at least a picture to it, it's a little weird. To just
Yeah,
have
that's
voice.
true.
But, but I'm also a people person. I'm from Missouri. I just like company.
I don't need any people. I'm from Northern California.
Yeah, I know, right?
No, it's fine. I don't.
Like,
I don't
people
see
be
you, and you
gone.
don't see me. That's
Yeah,
perfect.
You don't want to see me. But I mean, we did a majority of Thrones and a lot of Wolf remotely. So it just, it just depends on. It also
The
depends on
sitch.
the pace at which you need to produce.
I
it
was
at.
going to say that's another big thing with with the studio switching from doing sort of one game at a time to trying to take on multiple
Right.
projects at once is like you end up having to slot in. It's like, oh, I have meetings all day till 4, but we can have a pickup session from 4 to 5 to
Exactly.
get those lines, so I can go into the review afterwards, and everything was sort of
Right.
stacked. in.
Totally.
Yeah, I feel like you guys. Yeah, Telltale by season 2 was definitely like just like like expanding and taking on
Yep.
so many projects, and instead of just working on one title, it was turning into like kind of madness.
No, and ultimately too, teams were trading back and forth between projects. Like you would have,
Absolutely.
Animators would come on for 5 days while they're on a different project. It's like they're on Game of Thrones waiting for a scene to come in, so they get lent out to the different project and come in and do a few animations and then go back. And so it's really hard.
How did people feel? Were there people that just jived with that, or were
Yeah,
they
it's-
like, this
it's
is
mostly
really
bad
Did they
because-
sleep in their cars?
Yeah, I know, right?
It's
there's-
it's a mathematical solution to a problem that is a creative thing. You can't,
Most
And
people
it's-
wanted to just be on something for a while.
Right.
To sort of
Exactly.
soak into it and own the scene and actually
exactly.
really get to process it as
Yeah.
a cohesive whole.
No,
like
and-
nobody wants to come and be a mercenary for like one shot or whatever.
Exactly.
Right.
And you would lose that sense of ownership. So it was really
Yeah.
this season 2 was tough on the team, and it started. People had to learn a new way of working where it wasn't. It used to be sort of, I am owning this piece of content,
Right.
and you
And
get
you
really
carry it
invested
around
in it.
with
Yeah,
you,
exactly. And it's like now you were coming in and you didn't really know, like the person who had the scene before you.
Right.
Got to a certain point, but then there was a bunch of changes out of a review, and so now you're being brought in to make those changes, but you
Right.
don't really know the intention of the original
Totally,
scene.
yeah.
It's really tough. Yeah.
I would almost always just bulldoze over what was there before if I had time
Yeah.
to do so. And I know a lot of people
Yeah.
did too, because it's like everyone worked kind of a different way technically and stuff too. So it's really hard to work in someone
Absolutely.
else's chores if they'd already like set it all up.
For sure.
And it was kind of
Yeah.
hard to understand what their intended flow was for the whole scene. Yeah, and getting to know that the final product on screen was something you owned was easily one of the best things about working at Telltale, especially in the early days. It's like everything about that final shot is because of me.
Yep.
And it was hard when you couldn't say that.
Right.
Well, and that's all comes back to when you said, after season 1, the scrutiny grew, but the products, there was more SKUs, there was more people, and the problem is, the pace that we had to work at was insanity.
Yeah, it was nuts.
And I would talk to other people working on other projects, and like I talked to this one guy, and he's like, yeah, I like to book all the actors, and we just go out to dinner, and we talk about the script, and I'm like,
what's that like?
What fucking world do you live in, dude?
That exists.
Like, I couldn't believe it. I
there
got
are people
pissed
that
at him.
see
like,
the
that's-
script
mean you're in
before
the
the
theater?
shoot.
Yeah, totally.
What?
And I was like, that's like, okay,
Yeah.
because I work in the games industry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
me
don't
too,
think I
man.
saw a script until we were recording it.
Oh, I saw it
Yeah.
when I loaded it onto those
Sometimes,
iPads.
sometimes you would like email it to me in advance, but generally
That was
no.
pretty rare.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
it was tough,
Yeah.
and I think, a lot of the problems that came out of this season, I think were due to the studio sort of switching gears to a new thing, and it was sort of a natural fallout of
Yep.
of a company trying to grow that quickly and
Sure.
take on a bunch of new projects,
Coming
which
off
was
a
because
huge
of the success of
success.
season 1.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
it's hard to sort of like fault some of the things that happened where you kind of look at it in retrospect and say,
Yeah, it's
Grow the
easy,
best
it's
you
easy
can.
to look in
I see
retrospect.
the
Yeah.
intention was to try and get to this place.
Right.
But the reality was it didn't happen.
Right.
And it's it's tough.
It's also like it was definitely a genie in the bottle for season 1, and a lot of that was time. It was just like stars aligning,
Mm-hmm.
and just like good albums, following something up is hard in itself. And that said, season 2 was awesome. Like,
No.
Season 2 did
Yeah,
well,
I was gonna
it
say. I know
good.
we
It
started
just-
off dark.
Yeah, but it's
Still fantastic.
But it's
piece of
not the
content.
it's
It
not the
was all
first time.
amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
It's more of like there's great pieces in it, I feel like.
Yeah.
But then one of the things that I definitely 100% agree with is the fact that the hope is missing, and that's one of the things that makes The
Yeah.
Walking Dead as a franchise like something interesting. Is that
Yeah,
even
totally.
though how messed up it is, there's always like some bit of good you can see somewhere.
That's
like
keeping
some bit of
people
hope.
going.
Yeah.
And I think that was lost. And a lot of this, these episodes were written by basically every episode by a different person.
Right.
Who some of them were like, coming in not knowing.
Some
much
were
about
brand
the
new,
franchise,
yeah,
and some-
exactly.
It was just like everyone was trying their best, but
Yeah.
it was it's tough to sort of orchestrate all those pieces. I mean, like even with any game, it's like when you think about it, you're like, I can't believe this thing actually got made and shipped and people played it. And this one, I feel like, was especially rough just because of the time that it happened in the studio and all the changes that
Right.
were going on.
Wow, he's nice.
Oh.
He's a really nice guy.
Well,
Oh,
the fans.
It was hard for me to
loved
be such a
this.
nice guy. It was really tough because I'm a total dick. So
Right.
this was much harder.
Yeah, regardless of all the details that we give, I mean, the fans totally just devoured this.
No, and even
They were very
And,
nice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very
No, I agree.
supportive of the season.
There's lots of even some of the stuff that we disagreed with because it wasn't sort of what the intention was had its own merits, and there's a lot of people out there who liked
Right.
certain things.
Exactly.
And some of the stuff that we didn't intend it and happened as an accident that people really liked,
Right.
and some of it they didn't, and it was it was a good
Yeah, it's hard when
learning
you're
process.
close to it too, because
Sure.
you know what you wanted it to be, or you know about all it was supposed to be this,
Mhm.
but it is what it is, and people, that's how they
Yeah.
ingested it,
Well, and to be fair, there's parts of many great Telltale games that started off differently and then sort of either because
Oh, yeah.
of fan feedback or just sort of you get a better idea halfway through the season of
Yep.
how a reveal can pay off, and so
Get the fuck out of here!
It's me.
Claire. Sorry, just give me a second. Close the door. Can you believe this, Claire? I bring them a working truck, and they act like I just shit in their cereal. I knew Jane would have a stick up her ass, but I thought at least Mike would have more sense. He's turned out to be real distant.
I think he would.
Trust no one.
That he doesn't have all the answers.
That's the most reasonable choice for me, that option. Especially now that we've done season 4 andGhostly is like, I had no plan.
right. I didn't know what I was doing. Well, and Clem kind of.
And Clem echoes it.
Echoes that to AJ, right?
Yeah.
Isn't there? This is again going to make me show my lack of memory. How many flashbacks are there in this season?
In the season?
In season 2.
I think just one.
Just
the
this?
one, right?
I
think it ended with one. Originally, episode 2 was supposed to be. It was all structured around flashbacks. So it was like you get a lot of
I'd heard about
new
that,
information about things and relationship dynamics.
Yeah.
There was like 3 or 4 of them. You found out what happened right after season 1 ended. Like, so it's Clem walking off, and then how she came to across Krista. Like,
I remember. Yeah. Remember the tree on the horizon?
Yeah.
At the end, yeah.
And there's 2 people.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. There was there was a scene that was set there.
Yeah.
It was kind of like what happened right after. It was really cool.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That is something I always wanted to see what happened there.
Oh, we'll find it. Hang
Someday.
tough, Ken.
I made a fake ending for season 1 because it was so depressing when we were making it. It was just like, so I took at Telltale, like, obviously there was a bunch of games that had been made previously, and all the assets work in the same tool. So I just brought in an island from Monkey Island.
Oh my god!
And then
great.
I had Lee and Clementine sitting on a beach, like basically sort of like they'd somehow escaped on a boat, and they're just on this small island in the
This
center.
is all right, Clem.
I want to see that.
I want to see that.
Oh my god, that sounds fabulous.
Yeah. It was just peaceful, just like the waves and like birds chirping.
Oh, that's wonderful.
The world has now seen that Sean Ainsworth thing where Lee just
the crazy
matrixes
gauntlet.
way through the
It's
gauntlet.
really good. Yeah.
That thing is so fantastic.
It's so good.
I'd known about that for so many years. I was so glad it just got dropped as soon as Telltale shut down.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. Oh, actually, another fake thing I made. I make a lot of fake things. They paid me to make things that aren't real, I guess.
You're a
Hard
creative
at work
director.
or hardly working.
Exactly, that's your job, right?
Yeah, making fake things is our job.
I made a fake trailer for season 2 when we were just sort of like prototyping some things, and we'd gotten some of the art assets in, where it was just like it faded in, a slow push in on sort of like a little makeshift grave, of a couple pieces of wood put across, and then there you see it from afar, and it's the camera sort of, as it gets closer, you see the name Clementine scratched into it.
Yeah.
And I just remember showing people who weren't working on the season, and they were like, Clementine dies in the what the hell is happening? But then at the end, like a little flower came in, and like Clementine had sort of walked by and seen it, and like put a little flower like on the thing of just like, oh,
I
that's
feel
my
like
name.
I might have
that's
seen
cool.
that. I might have seen that.
Yeah.
You might have showed that.
What, Clementine was just like fucking with us?
Yep.
Trolling you.
Or I was trolling
Trolling
people in
you
the
too,
office,
Clementine
basically.
fucks with
Right.
you.
No, he's not that bad.
What
I
guy?
want to kill him.
That guy?
He did beat the shit out of Arvo.
Yeah,
That's
he
true.
was
Really
not very
doesn't
nice
deserve
to
it.
Arvo.
This is where I wish Pierre was here to talk more
Arvo.
about episode 3, because there's a lot of really good stuff in episode 3 that I can't remember the details of.
Yeah.
Episode 3 felt like
I
it
don't
got
remember it at
vetted
all.
to me, looking at it from the outside.
It went through a bunch, yeah.
Why are you doing this? Sorry. I'll shoot.
I'm like, oh my god.
What?
This is where you were pinching your arm.
No
yeah, well,
way.
when
The bruising!
Pressing your shoulder.
I think when she wakes up.
Oh, okay.
It's only when she's got to sound like she's in pain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only time.
Fair.
Like right here.
But there's probably some phenomenal breathing happening right now.
Yeah, there is.
Uh,
And those Titanic guys.
Crouching around a wall. Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah, make sure that the lens fogs up. That's an extra $100,000.
I do love the Lee flashbacks. Or, not flashbacks, dream sequences.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people lost their shit at this point. They're like, wait, was it all a dream?
Oh my God, Lee's alive!
Yeah.
I just got both arms!
Thank God.
I can't wait to redo that train puzzle.
Yeah, right? Trying to get around drunken Kenny.
Get off of my train. Time to fight, I guess.
Yeah, Kenny was such a... Well, I mean, he did just lose his, you know,
It's funny for the,
son and wife.
And he had whiskey.
And, yeah.
Whiskey and death. It's a dangerous combination.
This is like a season 4 thing. We were trying to do there's a lead like dream sequence in season 4, and at first we were trying to do a flashback, and kind of like this one, because we were trying to figure out some other like niche in the canon it could go, right? Like, where's like an empty scene we could pretend that there was an unseen Lee and Clementine scene, like this one, until we eventually realized, oh, we'll just make it a dream.
Pick an RV.
But we couldn't find a good place for it where they would be able to talk about something that was relevant to like the current scenario, like this one is. This one was kind of like, I don't think you could ever do this trick again.
Right.
I can drive. But it fits perfectly here.
I can drive.
I thought I loved where the season 4 dream sequence, the dream comes in.
Yeah, it ends up.
You know, before a stressful battle, gotta
Yeah.
find some wisdom from Lee.
It ends up serving a different purpose in this one, but it still works really nice. So this is cool because like this scene feels like it totally could have happened in season 1, except for the slight meta knowledge that you are talking to Deadly.
Right.
It's a deleted scene. Cutting room floor stuff.
Why did Lily do that to Carly?
I don't know.
I don't know. None of us really do.
She was sad, Clem.
Dad got salt licked and she was.
Yeah,
lost
That's
it.
rough. I mean, I don't know how you deal with that.
Forgot about that. Yeah.
Another fine Kenny moment.
Yeah.
What
the fuck? What am I supposed to do?
I got a salt lick and he's dying.
Larry
He's
kind
dead.
of deserved it.
Gotta
God,
crush
Larry
his
was-
brain.
He would have been a very large zombie.
Yeah.
And really angry.
Yeah, yeah.
Really
Really
would've
large,
really angry.
angry.
I mean, something I wanted to ask in season 1 to you, Dennis. Actually, I remember there was an animated short called "The Blackwater Gospel." If you don't know if you recall that, it was like a very heavy inspiration for the visual style of the season. And it had like all these like black lines on it and stuff. And Larry looks like a character from that short.
Oh,
Like he looks like he
interesting.
could fit in it totally easily. Like everyone, like the other characters had like weird hook noses and stuff like he had. And I didn't know if you remember.
Yeah,
those.
I don't remember.
He's the most
any correlation,
exaggerated
yeah.
character
It
I
definitely
think, of
is,
the
yeah.
entire cast, and he's awesome
Very.
looking.
Yeah. He is more stylized.
Yeah, I love Larry's design.
Me too, Clem.
Me too,
And-
sweet pea.
Just doing what's best for the people you care about. And sometimes that means hurting someone else. It's not that easy. What can I tell you to make it better? Oh, I wouldn't do that. I promise. Everything's gonna be all right. Let's try to get some sleep.
On the left. Slow down.
Shut up.
These two. My goodness.
Why?
Mom and Dad,
why
stop
is she in the
fighting.
front
I
seat?
know. Ugh.
It's like maybe she should be
Just
in the
get
back
divorced
seat so they're
already.
not arguing.
I think I need Clem to lay down.
Well,
to be fair.
she just woke up from her
With a bullet wound.
shot
dream sequence.
wound
Yeah.
dream sequence.
We passed out from the shock. Where are we?
Been driving a few hours.
We had to run the truck to keep him warm. How do you feel? Couldn't find the bullet. Must have gone clean through.
Time's awake. We should talk about where we're going.
We're headed north.
What, to find Wellington?
You sure talk a lot of shit, but you got a better plan?
We head south, back to House.
Carver's camp? What the fuck kind of plan is that?
I think Bonnie said there was more formula back there. And we actually know where it is. I don't care where we go. Just please, stop arguing.
She's the one that's going off.
Because you won't listen to a thing I'm saying.
What's that? You're talking into my bad ears, sweetheart.
Jackass.
Oh, I still can't hear you.
Look, even if there is someplace up here, it could take us weeks to find it. We could get back to House in a day.
Tell you what, we can turn around just as soon as you try this wheel for my cold, dead fingers. How's that sound?
Whatever. I give up.
Were those shots originally supposed
Get
to
your
have,
feet off
like,
the
Glenn
goddamn
moving the
dash.
camera like it was the first car? I don't know. Like, these shots,
Yeah, no, there's definitely symmetry to stuff from season 1.
Yeah, I mean, we've done a car scene before. It's probably the most iconic.
You're
one
both
of the iconic
being
scenes.
children.
Stop being children, Mom and Dad.
Her waking up with the eyelid effect.
Oh yeah,
stuff like that.
That's deliberate too.
Yeah.
You shut your fucking mouth.
Kenny's depth perception for driving must be great right now.
It's all white. What's it matter?
That's true. Yeah. Yeah.
None of them were equipped to drive very well right now.
I mean, they're not even looking.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
There could be a
He's driving full on sideways.
There's no traffic in the apocalypse.
Shut up.
Stop it.
At least
Stop
he's not
doing
doing
fighting.
the film actor thing of like the wrenching the
Oh,
wheel
yeah,
back
right,
and forth.
right,
Driving on this
never
straight
looking
road.
forward.
Yeah.
I liked on season 2. I mean, again, just all my love to the writers and just how insane how they nailed down the characters. But it was in this season that we start to see that edge of Clem, and she like swears a couple times, but there's a really good balance of her not just being like, shut the fuck up. She's still
she eases
was in
into
this
it.
like, but it was enough that we see that she's also not going to be, she's going to be large and in charge.
It's kind of crazy given that it's like 4 different games and like almost different creative teams in every single one of them, but like Clem's arc of like growing up kind of works across like 4 different releases of a franchise.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say that's one of the most impressive things probably about the Walking Dead Telltale game as a whole is there was so much going on every one of these different seasons.
Yeah.
And crazy circumstances and different projects fighting for resources and all this, and somehow it came together.
It
Which is a testament to everyone there just
Well, and
figuring out a way to make it work.
And that's exactly what it was. It was because people were so dedicated and just realized this isn't ready.
Right.
And they like always happen the last minute too. Like every single project was just like, this is never ever gonna work ever. The last 2 weeks. Oh, I guess it's good now. What the heck?
What happened?
Shit, what is going on? Here's a thing. I think I might have mentioned this to you, Kemp, before, but like, Telltale game. Like, if there was 5-6 weeks development on it, depending on the episode, of like the whole team sort of working in earnest to get all the animations and cinematics and everything in. Even an extra few days goes a long way in that kind of schedule, and it bums me out. Episode 2 of season 1 that I directed at the end, we got an extra week of polish. So there's a version sitting on a server somewhere that has like way more like sound and music cues and all sorts of polish in it, and there was like an extra week of cinematic polish with the whole team. Like
episode 2 of season 1.
Episode 2.
So many hidden treasures.
What happened was we passed cert on accident.
Oh.
So it got submitted thinking, this one's going to fail, but then we're going to release the polished one. And when it passed, the decision was made of like, let's just move on to the next episode and save a week.
Oh my god.
And then I think after when the first sort of redone edition was happening, I think it was too expensive to re-QA the whole episode. So yeah, somewhere there's a computer with
That's
a way more
amazing.
polished version, which is tough for me.
Get us out of here! I don't know how to drive! See that pedal on the floor? Step on it! Don't just sit there! Get out of there! The door is stuck!
the car.
Back to the zombie.
I love the whiteout conditions in this whole last
It's hard to see.
All right, I'm gonna say another
Snowy.
crazy thing.
Oh, please. It's actually a creepy piece.
Another
Say the
potential
crazy
ending
things.
to this season. This never made it into production. Everything changed before it was really taken seriously. But there was a pitch that was circulating for a while where it was going to end with basically we're all playing Journey, and really like the end where you're just holding forward and it's whiteout conditions.
Yeah.
And so there was a thought of it basically ending.
I think there's a sound thing going on that maybe isn't supposed to.
Okay, it's gonna go. My scene's over.
Okay, cool.
Am I still picking up on microphone?
Telltale.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Yeah. She was basically going to be holding AJ at the end into this like whiteout conditions.
Into the unknown.
Yeah, and then walking for a long time, like absurdly long, and then you see like a light like way, way on the horizon, but she's sort of like starting to like hypothermia freeze up.
Yeah.
And breathing.
And it's sort of like AJ is weighing her down. So there's a choice of do you stay with AJ and just sit there and maybe freeze to death, or
Or run to the
or
light.
leave him
Oh
and
my
walk to your.
God.
Yeah, it was really, really dark.
That
in
is
the pitch.
dark.
It was everyone hearing it going like,
That's pretty painful, but that's like real.
Sometimes
that's
those are the
real
best
life
ideas when you hear them
zombie
react
shit
like
right
that.
there. Yeah, that would be apocalyptic world reality.
Hard choices.
well, because at the end of season 2 there wasn't a season 3.
Thanks, Kenny.
I know.
So,
I know.
Hence
I
the 5 branching
know.
endings that are impossible to come back from without
Right.
cheating.
Yeah.
None of them mean
Right.
anything anyway.
We'll never have to follow these up.
Yeah, which is the same thing when we made the Back to the Future game. Bob Gale was like, because we ended
Oh, it
the
has a
season
crazy
in a
nonsense
crazy
ending.
and he was
Yeah.
just like, at the time, if I could go back and change the ending to the first one, we would have, because we didn't think we were making a sequel. And then when that happened, we're like, oh, we just screwed ourselves. So he was like, don't screw yourselves in case you make a season 2. But, so,
This is pretty cool artistically.
It
It's like
is.
just
It's
harsh,
awesome.
Yeah.
harsh white.
Uh-oh.
Still good.
Yikes.
Still working.
yeah.
Here we are at the rest stop at the end of the world.
The fateful
I know,
gas
right?
station.
Yeah.
It's got like a picnic area. Got some space for the kids.
Some tires to sit on.
Yeah.
Rocks to climb
Big
on.
tires that don't make sense. What would have this tire? I don't know. Just sit on it.
Zombie ate it. It's fine. Yeah, so Ainsworth, Sean Ainsworth was doing a lot of this stuff and really heavily involved in the visuals here, and it is really cool.
Where's the kid? You left him with her? Jane?
Can you buy me a burrito from that vending machine?
Burrito?
I don't know.
It's probably still good. 2 years
Yeah.
in.
Beans have
Dehydrated
crystallized.
burrito.
For what it's worth, I felt like Jane ended up coming together as best as she could with the limited amount of screen time and sort of original planning that
Yeah.
went into
Yeah.
building
Christine
her up to
was
this
great
moment.
too. She
Mhm.
really did a great job.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Jane clearly, if we were going to do something, probably should have been in episodes 1 and 2.
Yeah. That's the thing. If
but we
it
didn't know.
was, yeah, if we went back and did it again, it would be there would be much more of it built that way.
I also distinctly remember how this ending with the baby used to go, which was that AJ was just gone.
I remember that as well. I think we recorded it that.
I remember it
way
being
as well,
changed
maybe?
because it was just like Jane made a decision that would be true to her character, which is just at some point she just chose to live instead of saving the baby.
Right.
Because that just matches up with her survival
Totally.
thing, right?
Yeah.
It's like I could have died saving the baby, or I could have lived, and that's just
Yeah.
me. And there was no
And
baby.
not been carrying around this 8-pound thing.
But then at some point, AJ was determined to be crucial to live, and so she instead becomes kind of a Machiavellian crazy person.
Yeah. Well, and then he was almost killed in season 3. I feel like there was a mandate to kill him at first. Weirdly.
Yeah.
Even early season 4 stuff was like, how the heck do we get AJ out of the plot?
He's not happy.
Crazy eyes are on.
Yeah.
Kill a fucking child! I didn't kill him! It was an accident, Kenny!
I won't back down from you.
Shut up!
I'm warning you.
Jane, don't! Just don't!
Not letting this crazy fuck anywhere near me, Clem.
I don't need permission.
Yeah.
It's about to get crazy.
And I guess even with all the craziness, there were some cool moments that came out of the fact that things changed.
Yeah.
So it's weird seeing those when it's like, I really like this moment, but I know that wouldn't have existed unless things were insane. So it's back and forth. Oh, man.
Yeah.
And bandage.
I mean, Jane does set it up here that little bit before the fight started. It's like she's clearly doing this to show Clementine something.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, you're gonna see what he truly is.
Yeah.
He's just a one-eyed man.
A very angry, one-eyed man.
This is all your fucking fault!
Like Battle of Duel of Fate should start playing here.
Yeah, totally.
There you go. Yeah. With the wind and everything, it's just so dramatic.
If you're watching along at home, plus playing now.
We just need force fields that like separate the two of them so they just stop.
Just play a Phantom Menace riff tracks.
Yeah,
over
we need
our
some force
commentary.
effects and lift them off the ground.
This fight is so brutal too. The animation's great.
Yeah.
It hurts. That's my eye.
Listen to me!
Maybe that's where Throne stole it.
The eye gouging?
Yeah.
No, that was written way before.
Was it?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, Clementine was like bleeding from that same angle earlier. She just bleeds
Oh,
from the
yeah.
left side of her
She
body
just
all the
needs
time.
heal.
She has no more blood left in the left side
Well-
of her body.
Force
All right, so room, what are we gonna choose here?
We gotta
I
stay with Kenny.
Yeah, I
All
think
right.
we need to stay with
I'll
Kenny.
do it.
I will abstain.
Yeah.
You're biased.
He always
Prima donna,
chooses
you
to
just
kill
wanna see
Kenny.
more of
However, it's like, yeah, we can
yeah.
get Kenny has a good death speech too if we kill him.
Yeah, that's well, but we decided that the speech at
Wellington
Wellington
We'll do Wellington.
might be.
Wellington.
My tears are frozen.
I know. I can't open my eyes.
They're just painted on my face. It's so cold. I like the vectors on that shot. Very nice.
She's got like a katana sticking out of her chest. Look at
We
that.
should get a
Look at the
giant
tang on
Yeah,
that sucker.
totally.
Shooting Kenny there is the craziest option. It's so crazy.
Right.
Just fuck it all, Clementine.
There was no other option. It was either shoot me or.
Well,
I remember
you
I
can let
kill
him
her.
you can let him kill Jane and then shoot him.
Oh, that's
Oh,
true.
yeah,
That's
there's
what Greg
crazy.
Miller did.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Greg Miller
He sure
reaction
did.
to
He
this
took
stuff
great
was
pride
Of course.
great. Yeah.
Of course he did.
Yeah. I remember we were, I think we were on Up at Noon or something talking about it, and he was saying how like it was like the easiest,
Oh
like,
yeah.
the quickest choice he ever made in a Telltale game.
Oh my
where he
gosh.
was like,
Yeah.
Kenny's my favorite character. I love him. I would do anything for him. But
he
that
was-
moment, I knew he had to go.
It was his time. Yeah. It was his
All
time.
right. Yeah.
No! I'm right behind you.
And there he is.
Oh, she just hid
Whoops.
the baby.
She just put it in the car.
It's cool.
She was
Seems
so convinced in her plan.
Totally
she died
not
for it.
neglectful at all.
He has more wrinkles on his face than usual there. Is that to show that he's
Who,
like real
AJ?
cold? Yeah, AJ does. I guess
He's
it's-
a
That's
little
his
bit older.
crying face.
He's 15 months. That's what they start to look like. Oh, hey, the baby's
Oh.
fine. What was that all about?
I guess we didn't need to do all that murder.
She's crazy.
Why'd she say it was dead?
She made me do a murder.
Fuck. You got any Advil?
Oh, my eyes killing me.
You didn't have to kill her. You didn't have to kill Jane.
It was me or her, Clem. She was trying to kill me, too. If she hadn't lied about Alvin here, it wouldn't have went that far.
Why would she?
She was nuts, Clem. A disturbed person that had her own agenda, that was looking out for herself. She wanted a fight. I never, ever hurt you. You understand? I was protecting you. You believe me, right?
But I've seen who you really are. I want to kill you.
Okay.
Well, you missed your chance, Clint.
Here,
Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot you. Alfie. I'm the only one that gets to call him Alfie.
That's true. I don't think it happens anywhere else.
Nope.
That's cute.
I mean, when she's
you're a good
pissed at
dad.
him, she does call him as Alvin Jr. Alvin Jr. She does
Alvin Jr. Alfie. My little Alfie boy.
Yeah, when you yell at the swaddle, you call it Alvin Jr.
God damn it, Alfie.
They're already yelling at the swaddle.
It's not a very good swaddle, if I may say so. It seems like they should have at least checked all those cars and maybe just driven. Yeah, right.
Well,
maybe,
that one looks
Is that
pretty
me?
messed up.
Yeah,
but
but
yeah, I would give it
they were at a rest stop,
some
right?
kind of an effort.
I'd spend at least 10 minutes.
I can say that all throughout The Walking Dead, though. I'm like, well, why didn't they just rub the blood on them
But
all
how
the
did they
damn
know
time?
there wasn't food in that taxi cab?
Like, you know, the Whisperers. You're like, well, yeah.
The blood dries out.
Meanwhile, at the farm.
I weirdly, this
Meanwhile,
is.
at the oil well.
I'm trying to remember what project came after this and everyone got pulled off. Because I ended up doing, I think, I toured this whole scene.
Oh, really?
But I was also directing on the episode. So
Was it
weird.
Thrones?
Wasn't it Wolf?
Maybe.
Wolf was
no,
happening
Wolf was first.
simultaneously.
Yeah, it
At
was.
the same time.
Oh, that's right. It was the end of Wolf. Yeah.
The end. And that got
That was the
tweaked.
It's your decision.
a fair amount.
No, I feel like that ended
As you may
before
recall.
this episode, though. It might have been people moving on the thrones or something.
Hey!
Come on, Albie. We got this.
You cheated.
We're in a Mad Max movie.
Yeah.
Finally.
Did you, though?
Usually
Yeah. Yeah, we did.
Looks like
You
a big
been
wall.
playing?
Usually the MacGuffin location isn't real. This is amazing, Clem.
There's a whole city behind that texture flat.
That we never see,
right.
not even in season 3.
No, you see it in
You
season
see
3,
a
I think. I think there's like a flash.
flashback.
Or there's
Yeah,
something.
but she's like in a room. That's
Yeah,
basically-
yeah, it's
she's
a
like in,
sheet.
she's
Is
in the
Kenny
guardhouse.
like wandering around outside?
She's in the guardhouse.
we
She never
don't.
actually makes it inside Wellington.
Roasting marshmallows outside the wall. No
Damn.
room for you.
Just stay still. Do as she says. Put your hands up, Clem.
Drop your weapon.
Rebecca Schweitzer again, right? Who plays Clem's mom
Yeah.
on the answering machine.
Just a couple of people in the front gate. They don't look
Rebecca Schweitzer. I don't know why I had to say that.
Yeah, it's her.
It doesn't just.
Sounds good.
Yeah, Clem's mom.
Yeah, totally.
Clem's mom voice also. This lady. Got her name.
What's up, earmuffs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is cold. She's the first. She's the first person sensibly wearing earmuffs. I think.
Yeah,
I know. I can't
She
handle
must have
it
her.
when.
She must have her shit together.
Yeah, when people don't wear hats in cold weather. It
She got a
bothers
walkie-talkie
me.
too.
She could tell he was handsome from up there. Is Krista
Is
here?
Krista here? At one point,
Oh,
there was
yeah.
supposed to be.
There,
We got 6.
That line was
Pick
added,
one.
I think, as a at the very, very, very end, as like a we're settling this once and for all kind of thing. Like there is no Krista.
No,
here
she's
saying
not
it.
here.
Committing, basically.
She's not
Right.
here.
Yeah.
We're done with your fan theories.
Yeah.
There are 0 Kristas inside.
Yeah.
Well, no, those
I
still
came by
came
to
back
check your
for
supply
season
of
4.
Kristas. I mean,
that?
actually,
I-
they haven't stopped,
the-
even though season 4 is over.
Here you go.
Yeah, the fan theories of Krista coming back because
full of dirty
Telltale announced
diapers.
that there'd be a character from previous seasons, and everybody assumed it was Krista when in fact it was Lily.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So, but yes,
It was also Eddie from 400 Days.
that was the other theory.
No, but I think I had confirmed some earlier interview. There was multiple characters with a weird little S on the end of it appearing. Anyways,
Ah, gotcha.
that's season 4 stuff.
But to be fair, Krista, we never see her die, so she may still be.
Totally.
She's probably
Yeah,
fine.
she's
She
out
could
there.
still appear in
Yeah,
a future
she's-
Walking
It
Dead
worked
work.
out for Lily.
This is prime Kenny stuff here.
What are we gonna choose?
I personally like the Clem goes inside ending. I think
They
it's
could
the,
be flesh eaters in there.
Yeah, but it's a big wall.
No, I mean they could
she's
be
not a flesh eater.
flesh eaters.
Yeah, they could be.
They've learned to speak.
Oh, we'll cook that baby.
Yeah, that's like veal.
So I'm trying to remember the other endings. There's an ending where Clementine ends up alone, walking into a field of zombies.
That one's like
Yeah, that's if you choose
That's if you
to
kill whomever it is.
or
after they kill the other person.
and you choose to walk away. Whoever's alive or whatever, you're like, fuck you, I'm out.
Yeah, you can get
I'm
that
gonna
from
do this
siding with
by
either
myself.
person and then leaving them.
And then there's go with Kenny to Wellington, or there's go to Wellington and leave Kenny behind, or there's leave with Kenny.
Leave with Kenny.
Yeah.
Right.
And then there's all
or
the,
go
and
to
then
house.
there's the Jane ending, which also contains a branch where you let the family in or not.
Yeah. Yes, go to house, let the family in.
Oh,
and if you
yeah.
do, they actually rob your ass. So
Shouldn't have
alert.
trusted people, Clem. Thought we taught you better.
Yeah. Haven't you learned anything?
Did you have hope, Clem? Stop it.
This is season 2. Nothing works out for anyone.
Yeah, exactly. No, internally, our favorite ending was the one we're going to do right now, which is the stay with Kenny and then go into Wellington and have the final moment.
Well, it completes Kenny's character arc
Yeah.
perfectly. Like, it redeems him for all the bad stuff he's done.
Yeah.
It makes this one final sacrifice for this really selflessly for the sake of Clem. So this is the one that makes the most character sense, I think. Going off with Kenny into the wilderness actually is kind of bizarre.
Seems foolish.
Yeah, like how are they going to survive? They have
Ill-advised.
a 2-day-old baby.
2-day-old baby.
I think it's 15 months, guys.
I know. I think 15-month-olds are like walking.
Spoken like a true
I don't
dad.
know how many kids you have, but
We don't know how much time happened during that loading screen. It could have been weeks.
it was slow.
Okay. Okay, we'll stay. We'll stay.
This is the right decision. Okay. Right. He's grown. You tell him about his mommy and his daddy and all the people who tried to keep him safe. You tell him, okay? He deserves to know.
There's Kenny's hat.
I need one of those.
Hey, they're in the collector's edition.
I know
Hey.
this.
We've all been talking about it.
I'm looking
We're pressuring some
around.
Skybound people to back of the room into nodding aggressively at Gavin. It's working.
Yeah, fine, sure.
Take my earmuffs.
Yeah, give Kenny the earmuffs. Surely you have more earmuffs.
Put it
than
over
there.
one eye.
That'd be badass.
Oh, I hope someone draws that. That's too good.
Oh man, don't waste this. Is this like the Saving Private Ryan earned this?
That's right.
Wilson! Let it go. For one of us.
Oh,
Oh, man.
so sad.
I only got one eye.
Yeah, honestly, one of my favorite parts. So I enjoyed working on episode 1 of season 2, and there was a lot of fun stuff that was cool to do. And then actually getting to sort of get back to, working with the cinematics and the character performance here on this final moment was like the walk away, the Kenny walk away beat was like really fun to work on. It's just like
It's really good stuff.
It really
Slow walking out of this
stopping.
game.
Is he gonna turn?
Slow walking out of this game.
Oh,
Nope.
man.
I said I wouldn't turn around.
Yeah. Plus, I only got one eye.
If I remember correctly, Pierre wrote this
You have
scene
to turn
really
full
quickly.
around, like
I remember when the
180.
ending
we-
suddenly came
full
into
180.
existence
Yeah.
It
almost
was.
instantly.
I honestly, it might have been
and
like
then,
a week.
I like
where it was
blinked
just
and they
like-
were suddenly,
it
oh,
was
there's
like written,
4
and then
ending
we
scenes.
built it. It was just yeah.
Meanwhile, after the game.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Next
There's
time
just
on.
stats now.
You did it!
Well, that was a light-hearted ending.
That's
What a
the
fun video
It
game.
Yeah.
just
I mean,
feels
such a
fun
so
day.
good.
What a nice thing
Yeah.
what a nice thing for people to enjoy. What a happy story. Everything works out for everyone.
Yep.
Yeah.
Super good.
Thank you to Robert Kirkman for letting him tell
Yes.
stories in his world.
Yes.
For letting us fart around
For
in your
creating
universe.
this
Yeah.
universe.
Yeah, so these stats are less balanced.
49.1. Nice. I'm just under 50%. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah, I remember
That
we were
one being
bummed.
that one being that 50-50 is really nice. That's
Yeah,
pretty good.
that is good.
Yeah.
The
That was the
in the end,
idea.
who are you with? We were hoping it would be like way more people with walking away or letting Kenny walk away because we
Who,
like that ending.
who
but-
didn't protect the baby?
AJ and
I don't think that one's really well messaged as a choice. Protect
It's
the
not.
baby. It's like
It's
click on the
not.
baby
Yeah,
or not.
it's-
I
Right.
remember that one
exactly.
being
It's not
confusing.
clear that
you
your
click on
goal
like
is
one
to
pip
get
or the other pip.
Yeah.
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 I think we were stretching to get a big 5.
And even then, you're kind of like,
Yeah, it was.
what is that thing on the ground? Am I gonna click on the rubble?
It's
Oh,
wiggling.
It's a baby.
Yeah.
I'll pick it up.
Come in and pick it up.
Yeah.
It might be something I can craft.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Totally.
yeah,
I
yeah.
can build something.
I'll make a new cloak for Clementine.
Yeah.
There
I'm gonna
was
make a pickaxe.
Kent just pointed out right before of the
Dennis!
Hey,
Look at that! Oh, and Pink is in there too.
Derek, Jared, everybody.
Look at all these champions.
These are
these
a bunch
fine,
of champions.
fine
Latino.
Latino!
So many people.
yeah,
Eric
Yeah.
Parsons!
yeah.
Some of them are still
crazy.
around at the end of Telltale. So.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's really cool. So I was
There's
gonna say,
DRM.
DRM,
Yeah.
David Reed Monroe. We think this might. He always had this plan every season of every game we made of wanting the menu to change slightly to be thematically relevant to each episode. And we just pointed out at the end, there's power lines in the pause menu. So this might have been the one win he got on the UI side.
That's
making
awesome.
that dream happen. So, right on.
Good for him.
Hey,
Oh,
look,
hey,
it's
Julian.
you.
Julian.
It's you.
Yay, Connor
Studio
Studio
Jory.
Jory.
Yeah,
Tim
Tim.
Galida.
That's right. Tim was engineer. Jory was in Norway
Oh,
for
Timmy.
most of that.
Why
We've
is
got a
this-
special
That's how
credit.
we-
It's
why
performed
does
by
Scott
Scott
say
Porter.
it's performed by like the rest of us?
He is very cool.
I didn't perform any of that shit.
Yeah, no, I
I
just
just showed up and
That's
said
just
those
how it
words.
is for
It wasn't
us.
performing.
Just hanging out.
That's
Yeah.
when Colin was here.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, it's Dennis again!
Yay.
And there he is again!
Wait,
Oh my god.
Wait,
What
you
the
did a
hell?
lot of
Look at all those
jobs.
credits.
Oh my
Hey, Kaufman showed up like
He
3
gets,
times.
he gets
Yeah.
paid every
Okay.
time.
I
He
was
gets paid
Rich
every time
Valley,
he shows up.
too.
I got my
Love
associate
Richard.
producer salary and my chore salary and my.
Directing
Mary.
salary. I got all of them. He just keeps double dipping, triple dipping, quadruple dipping.
There's Rhoda.
Mark
Mark
Barbalack.
Barbalack.
I guess you didn't do it then.
That's how we know we recorded Barbalack for a voice in the final season.
Elisa
He does some
Tudor.
some goons.
It's good. It's full circle.
Yeah.
I mean, truly.
And we were actually in the studio for that one, so that makes it like the last ever in studio recording for one of these things.
Oh,
too.
wow. I
Nice.
thanked
Hey,
my
Kristen
wife.
Latino's in
Oh,
this.
This is
wow.
when we were just
Yes.
dating.
Oh, that's funny.
She
That was
deserved
bold
it.
of you.
Yeah. I was probably doing it as like a pro move, trying to be like, check it out, put you in the credits. And she was like, I don't like video games, so it doesn't matter to
I'm
me.
sick of you working on games, damn it. Why don't you
Yeah.
just come home sometime?
Yay.
All right, I think
that was
that's it.
awesome.
Thanks for playing and listening to us talk, and we appreciate the support and appreciate your interest and involvement.
Thanks for sticking through this season. I know it was dark, but I think there was some positive things that came out of it and some cool moments. So sticking through to the end, much appreciated.
Yeah, I would echo that. You know, all of these situations that we had to deal with, we wouldn't have been in if there weren't people. But it really was, it was a very unique time, and it was great to be a part of it. So
Yeah, all arguments about creative content were because everyone cared so much.
Exactly.
So it was
Yeah,
just-
exactly.
It was a melting pot of thousands
Exactly.
of people caring.
We couldn't
stuff.
turn off the
Yeah,
care.
Exactly.
That's it. That's all I've got. Thank you. Thank you.
Battles to fight, no comfort I find in the daylight. The storms are descending each night.
Hello and welcome to the Walking Dead Definitive Series developer commentary track for Season 3. I am Ken Muedel, creative director of the final season, and with me I have...
Adam Eskenazi Douglas. I was a writer on Season 3 and the final season, and lead writer of the finale for Season 3 from the Gallows.
I am Melissa Hutchison, and I do the voice of Clementine.
I am Jeff Shine, and I do the voice of Javier Garcia.
And Julian Kwasniewski of Bay Area Sound, and we did the voice direction and audio post.
You said you're starting the final.
We're doing the episode
Okay.
305, the last episode of the third season.
Just look what he's done. I had a very interesting conversation with your friend Eleanor last night. Isn't that right, Eleanor?
We did.
You put me in a no-win situation here. Both of them deserve to die for their crime. However, Javi, I'll let you spare one. Just one.
Trip has to live.
Shoot it.
Wait! I said Trip should live!
No!
How about you take David and the rest of your people and just get the hell out? We're leaving. All of us. Right now.
It's Kate. She's coming for us.
Oh, shit! Oh, God. Kate!
Let's go to a nice, thoughtful game of dominoes. This is probably my favorite scene I ever wrote at Telltale. This was right around the time my grandfather passed away, and my family's from Cuba, and so sitting around playing dominoes, busting each other's chops, that is part and parcel of the Cuban experience. So it was nice to bring it to life here, and nice to make Javi lose no matter what you do. So have fun picking.
We're in a rush to lose. If he plays his last bomb,
You're out of the will, Javier.
Kicked out of baseball. Can't play dominoes. What exactly are you good at again, Javi? At least I can actually play baseball. Slut.
I didn't even know David smiled ever.
You're right.
So that was a glitch.
I thought there was an animation problem at first.
Wasn't supposed to happen.
That is an unusual look for him.
I know you're broke, Javi. You should sit out the next
I remember thinking that originally Javi's base look was without the beard.
Yes.
And then the beard was added at some point.
Yeah.
Was it added for the sake of flashbacks?
Beard.
That's a good question. I don't know, man.
Does Javi have a beard?
Javi's got scruff almost the
He's
whole
got
thing.
scruff.
In the
I mean, it's not like a Viking beard.
No.
It's like no Eric Bra.
It's a classy beard.
I guess we could quibble over the definition of beard.
It's a little spotty. He doesn't, grow full beard, right?
20 for gas money.
it's on the counter.
Yeah, sure, Pa.
I can't help but think of the Spider-Man villain, the Sandman, when I look at their dad's shirt. And now you all can also see that. At least classic Sandman. I don't know if they've updated it.
What's up?
What the fuck is this? None of your business.
He has cancer. What? Pa, really?
I'm old. Old people get cancer. You didn't need to know.
That's not.
Do we know where they start? I know that there's not a whole this was in the city of blah blah blah.
It was never officially said, but amongst ourselves, it was Baltimore.
Oh,
Yeah.
See, I'm glad I asked.
Yeah.
I knew I should have won.
Pa, come on. How bad?
It's okay, mijo. Ask me.
How bad is it?
You won't have to worry about paying me back that $10.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, Pa.
Stop, Joshua.
Settle, David. Now.
You haven't told Mama.
And neither will either of you. You hear me? Mouth shut.
That's not okay, Pa. You have to tell her.
When the time is right,
Who did the voice of David?
Alex Hernandez.
Alex Hernandez. That's
And
right.
we had worked previously. We didn't know we were working together until I first recorded.
Was he?
Oh, that's
we had,
so great.
We had come off Mafia
Mafia.
together.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a
that's
good
right.
dude.
Yeah, he did a great job.
Sounds fantastic.
Yeah,
He's great.
He's a good dude.
all that expensive mierda.
Great.
When do you start?
I turned it down.
Turned it down? You don't get to turn it down.
So much money and for what? Another month. Another game of dominoes to lose? It's not worth it.
If I was still playing ball, I could have paid for it. I'll pay for it.
It's not happening. Save your money.
You and I had one
Yeah.
Skype session,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
was my very first session.
Oh, cool. Oh, I didn't know.
Which I didn't
realize it
know.
was your
I didn't
first.
even know that was an actual session. I thought it was still an audition.
Oh, how funny.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
It was great.
So you gave it your all.
Yeah, and then once I found out I got the job, I was like,
then
oh,
it was
fuck
like,
it.
can I sit down?
I had my double do everything.
Both of you. You know, I pray for daughters. Every night your mother was pregnant with both of you. Please, God, a daughter. Anything but a son. Anything but another me. Anything but another hot-headed idiot with his heart in the right place. Anything but another foolhardy, handsome gambler. Anything at all.
Please, Papa. Don't give up. Fight. Fight for our name. For our blood. For our family. Please, fight. You have to fight, Pa. We don't just give up.
Grandpa is not wanting to do treatment.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
He wants to die.
But he wants his sons to get along.
Yeah. Yeah, well.
And that is really put to the test
Yeah,
later on.
yeah,
Little did he know the apocalypse would hit. And they'd
Right,
punch,
I know.
And they'd punch each other in the apocalypse.
Whoops. Check, please.
Yeah. He becomes their first walker.
Be told, whatever gets your mother off my ass. You think you two were mad at me for keeping secrets? But it's good to see you and David on the same side of things, for a change. I'm gonna be a name carved in stone before you know it, Javier. That'll be me. Letters on a rock that nobody wants to visit. I know you think you're strong enough to handle that alone. And so does your brother.
Fuck
And you're both
WandaVision.
wrong. You have to take care of each other. You two are all I'll leave behind. Like Gabe and Mariana will be for David. Legacy, Javier. It's all anyone leaves behind. That and their bones. Be brothers. Before it's too late. That's not too much to ask.
What's Cuernos? Is that like a...
I was going to say, who coined
Ken,
that?
Is that just from... there's a Batman beer. I wonder if that's straight up just reused.
I think it is.
Because Bane had like a Spanish-themed beer in the first... No, Bane was in the second season. So actually, Bane would have reused this beer in Batman.
So you're blaming me for all this.
I'm depending on you, mijo. We both are.
Yeah, it is kind of cool how Javi is. Jeff is actually white, Caucasian, but Javi's Cuban. It's kind of cool. I speak fluent Spanish. Oh, you sound like you're Latin too,
For some
Max.
reason, I'm wearing sleeveless
That's
vests.
cool.
Javi's really good at shooting and running at the same time.
He was a baseball
168
player.
chat comments. Let's go. Oh, you learned Spanish at 7 or 8 years ago? Damn, just for a change learning a new language. Yeah, I gotta learn how to speak Spanish. It's pretty cool. Damn it, you heard me, Ethan. Damn it. I don't hate WandaVision. It's just a weird show. Joshua watches it all the time, though.
With a fan base that's like Clementine, it had to be really kind of spot on to write this character that the fans are gonna be like, okay, well he's cool. We like Clem and Javi.
You can
together.
stay.
You can stay. So
Oh, nice.
I enjoyed
Nice.
his I liked their chemistry. I thought it was really good.
The relationship with Clem and Javi was one of my favorite relationships.
I don't
I've
hate
ever, like, sort of
WandaVision.
got to
I just
experience
like
within,
Mandalorian
like,
better.
The storytelling.
Yeah.
It's really cool, especially just because of like the huge age gap.
Right.
And yet it still works, and you never
Right.
really stop noticing it.
It's like a Sound of Music song there. 15 going on 30.
I am 15
going on 30.
I gotta take these fucking headphones off.
She must have gotten out. If something's happened to her, if you've gotten hurt, you better hope she's alive. Shut up for once and help me find her. What do you think I'm doing?
Bitching. Complaining.
Kate! Kate! David, wait!
Not Kate, idiot.
It's amazing what you learn on the diamonds. I'm not a
On
sportsman.
the diamonds.
I just realized they're playing this on
I am not a
PS4.
sportsman.
I believed it. I thought that was real lingo.
Thank you, Melissa.
Amazing what you learn.
Oh
on
yeah,
the-
Snowpiercer is a sequel to Willy Wonka. Just look it up if you don't believe me.
This has all gone to hell.
No, I mean, my opinion, I don't think WandaVision is the best MCU show. I can't wait for the Captain America and Falcon show.
Oh,
Winter Soldier.
I know.
You're such a card.
WandaVision's a weird ass show. It's like a sitcom. Yeah, Mandalorian is the only good Disney Plus show out that's actually good now. Everything else sucks. It's all a bunch of fucking Frozen bullshit.
Anything on the character makes animation harder. If the characters were perfectly nude or wearing skin-tight bodysuits, it's much easier. If they have like
That's why all games have tight clothing.
If we're wearing clothes, are we imperfectly nude?
In a weird way, it's almost like, you know how superheroes all basically just wearing bodysuits because they're easy to draw, because you're really just drawing an anatomical figure and you just give it a color.
Yeah, but then you throw a cape in there.
Yeah.
And you got serious problems.
Yeah, I'm excited for Falcon Winter Soldier 2. I can't wait for that game. Or that
I feel like that's everybody's
TV
response.
show.
It's always, oh, Gabe.
Yeah, Gabe. Woo!
I'm on that squad. I'm not a Gabe hater. I love Gabe.
No, I like Gabe too.
Oh, I hate Gabe.
He's no duck.
Fuck Gabe.
You know what I mean?
No. All the child characters get unwarranted amounts of hate. In
No
these games.
kidding.
It's like they're children. They're gonna fuck up in the apocalypse.
In an abusive world.
Yeah.
Oh, Snowpiercer's on Netflix? Oh, I've seen
They
Snowpiercer.
get an unfair standard.
It's got
because
Chris
Clem
Evans in it. It's a
acts
sequel to
like
Willy
such an
Wonka.
adult, so every other child is like held up to Clem's standard.
Right.
Yeah, you meet some normal children.
Yeah,
You're like, why aren't you
kids
as
who
good
are
as Clem?
Yeah, because I'm a fucking kid.
Oh yeah, I'm excited for Spider-Man 3 too. They're bringing back some of the old characters from different movies.
There was a lot of shipping, as the kids call it.
I learned about
of the
shipping
Gabe-
from this
game.
show.
Yeah.
Or from this game, yeah.
From the social
I used to get
networks
all these
and whatever.
messages.
Yeah.
Do you ship this? And I'm like,
What the does
what
that
the
mean?
What are you talking about?
I thought there was a typo.
Oh.
I thought it was a typo every
You
time they
shit
sent it to me. I'm
this?
like, do you shit this? Like, so like, do I hate these? I don't know what you're asking.
Yeah.
Wasn't necessary. Tell you so. I would do it again.
Oh, the Snowpiercer TV
Kind of
show.
never
Oh,
tells
I thought you
me
meant
it was all
the
about
movie.
characters
I've
who
watched the
like
movie. I've never seen a TV show.
The shipping just comes
Yeah.
naturally.
I think you're right, Adam. If you're doing it right,
Yeah.
you want.
No, there's already been a sequel to Willy Wonka, Ethan. It's Snowpiercer.
Right.
Just look it up. It's a sequel to Willy Wonka. It came out in 2013, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That are harder to
Bad
animate.
characters are just characters that can talk.
Would a chair be harder to animate?
Chair
or a
would be
person?
very
Yeah.
easy to animate. Also, it's like a Beauty and the Beast chair or something, and it's like dancing and singing, and its limbs are bending.
Yeah.
That's harder.
I'm just trying to protect you, Gabe. I lost you once. I won't let it happen again. Okay? We made it through alive.
I love the coloring on this
Oh,
season,
me too.
though. I
Yeah.
thought it's
Yeah,
so
totally.
different from seasons 1 and 2, which had more of that, I don't know, blue, whatever. This is definitely more. How do I describe it? I'm not doing an amazing job right now.
Colorful?
Yeah.
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 Reds.
No, it is. It looks more seasonal almost. You can almost feel like what season they're in.
This is the Christmas season.
I would say autumn. That's just me.
I didn't know they actually made a Snowpiercer TV show. I never even thought.
Let's just
Tobey Maguire is my favorite
It's actually really
Spider-Man.
cool to get the urban setting too. 'Cause,
He's
like,
the
we only kind of
OG.
go to like a couple kind of like old civilization places. I like the urban setting because all the other seasons were like in forests and farms and in the countryside.
Ken, I agree completely. It is really nice. It was a challenge to write for sure because there's only so many places you can go, so many places you can hide, there's only so many ways you can get walkers into the building.
Right.
But that's the challenge. That's what makes it fun to write.
And they're still teleporting walkers.
How many seasons does the Snowpiercer show have?
That's the secret power we don't realize that.
When we get to that helicopter walker, oh my god.
Oh, I love the helicopter walker. That poor dude walker.
I've done it. She was just like that little boy. Scared that the monsters were coming after her next. She would never trust us again. I wouldn't want it.
Kate, come on. We're not monsters.
I don't know if we are anymore. But it's not a good machine. I did this to them.
I love that there's an option right now. This shit happens.
That's what you pick.
Oh
of
my
course.
God.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I meant ship
I'm so-
happens. I mean, we
Ship.
should. I mean, we should get together, Kate. I wanted to ship us.
happens.
It's not behind the wheel, Holly. It's different. I can't leave until I make this right. All of us. Let's fix this.
Randy,
Randy
the
Tudor.
the legend, Randy Tudor.
That sounds like a wrestler.
Let's make things right.
I don't know if it's actually.
Now, Randy Tudor is one of the first people in the doors of Telltale, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
He's
to take
super
it way
OG.
back.
Randy was in the office at the dump.
Yeah. I think I just saw him the other day and he said 15
and
years. I
he
think it
was
15
telecommuting
years.
there too. I never saw him there
Oh,
because we would just drop in. He
That was
wasn't
in
there.
San
San
Rafael.
Rafael, yeah.
out near the water.
Yeah.
The one where there were syringes in the parking lot.
Yeah, that
In
was.
San Rafael.
No,
Charming.
he's talking about the Home Depot one. Yeah,
Oh.
that was the best one with the best view.
That one
No,
was
the one by
really
the dump was like 2 rooms.
The one by the dump.
It was across the street from the dump. The condemned dental building was the next one.
Why didn't we ever go to a condemned dental building and these
Yeah.
Walking Dead games?
I see.
That
You
sounds
could've.
super cool.
Oh, you could have.
Oh yeah, with dental equipment like rusty drills and
Floss.
You could strangle one of them.
Yeah.
That's cut is dead. Everyone but
You had a lot of exclamation marks in this episode, Jeff.
I yelled
Sorry
a
about
lot.
that. It's the last episode. Everything's very tense.
You gotta go
So
big
am
in
I
the last
supposed to
episode.
shout this?
Yeah.
I can't change it. But
You've got a lot of nerve showing up here. After the bullshit you pulled. You're unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
We're here to help. Let's settle this and focus on that.
You want to help. That's laughable.
Why did you tell Joan what we were doing?
I was triaging.
I remember the shit that happens later in the scene. I remember the scene gets absolutely crazy.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember.
The scene has one. David does a crazy thing.
It sure does.
it's not only about me. I can actually save lives here. Not just stitch them up and hope for the best. These people will die without me harm. I know she fucked over, but she's trying to help you. She's trying to make something.
Kate is filthy.
Everyone smells in the apocalypse.
Yeah, of
like,
course.
There's no deodorant,
There
no
just has to be a
mouthwash.
base level smell you're just
Yeah.
used to now, right?
No
I mean,
toothbrushes,
base
no running
level.
water.
Oh God, I hope I don't ever live through that.
Thank you, Javi. We should try to help. Not everyone here is guilty.
Did you see a little girl out there?
She was very good. I'm sorry. I haven't seen any of those.
Her name is Fern, and she was voiced by Grace Sim, who worked at Telltale, who was awesome.
Oh, I knew that.
Well, that's
yeah,
awesome.
I met Grace.
Her little girl is named Ida, which is my mom's name.
Nice. See?
She hates her name, so I
Really?
put it in everything.
Oh,
It's such a good
Thanks,
name!
that's just how you show your love, I guess.
Exactly.
Give her some privacy. It's the least we can do. I want to help. Okay.
Hey, easy. There's
Blew a hole in our wall. Stop it, little girl.
Where did
the design for the brand they all have?
Oh yeah.
Do we know where what the origins of that are?
It's the Capricorn sign, like the zodiac sign.
Is it?
I can't remember who came up with it. Maybe Tara? I'm not sure, but it's awesome.
The art director, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry about your daughter.
You can apologize to her face in just a second.
Stand down. That's in order. Kate, no.
Fern, this is all because of me. I caused the explosion. I killed your daughter. Please, forgive me. It's my fault. Please.
Please, forgive both of us.
There's
Oh,
this.
son of a.
Ow.
Oh,
crap.
jeez, David.
Nice crunch.
Damn.
My God. Dad. You're welcome, Harvey.
That dead guy. David, what are you doing? This isn't right.
David! Oh my God!
She wasn't gonna shoot. Believe me, she was. Because I would have.
Just like in general, child abuse never goes over well.
I would say one of the things the fans really like about the season is you can be utter scumbag hobby.
Oh, yeah.
And it's very entertaining to do so.
Totally.
Just completely like alienating everyone and being a huge asshole. It's probably the most fun in this season compared to any other season.
It's also
damn
fun
it.
to do that in Minecraft story mode.
Oh yeah.
By the way.
Especially in the first season. He's
Oh,
like,
man.
Jesse's like a sociopath.
It's so great. But anyway.
I didn't mean to do that to you. You know that. Why the hell are you all looking at me that way? They're just... They're scared.
I don't
And
watch
weird
13
Marlon
Reasons
parallels in the
Why.
scene, actually.
I heard that dumb
Didn't
show.
even think about
Yeah,
it.
like
Can't stand
those
that.
Better
people-
hair, though.
Well, yeah.
This is a thick head of hair.
David's
too.
got good hair.
Look at that.
How does he maintain
Run your
that?
fingers through that.
I think we can call it like it is. The Garcia family.
Oh, Stephen Odd?
They are hot.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
Straight
Oh
up
my,
say
I can't.
it.
Stephen Odd's gonna be in
No reason
Snowbirds.
not
That's
to be
awesome.
about that.
Trevor from GTA 5. Yeah, he was on The Walking Dead. He played Simon in season 6, 7, and 8, and then he got killed by Negan. They got into an all-out fight to the death.
Some
and
season 3
strangled
design
him
in
and
general
crushed his
feels like a
blood.
really good evolution of her season.
Because he was trying to be
Yeah,
the
well,
leader
and
of
this is her
Savior.
Clint East. This is her total. Just like I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
You people do whatever you need. I'll be your buddy,
Yeah, you
Hobby,
know
but
how long
I don't
I've been
fucking
doing this?
care
Snowbirds
about
now.
any of you.
The voice actor for Trevor's a Nicolas Cage 2.0. No, Nicolas Cage is garbage. I can't stand that guy. He's straight up garbage.
Was there a trailer where Hobby also?
Yes, there
had-
was.
Not to call that out.
With the
what
voice
was
actor who shall not be named. Javi 1.
Hobby.
Oh,
I don't
Javi
even,
was
I don't
in that
even know.
trailer.
So nobody
Sissy
can look at me.
Yeah.
Jones. She does have so
She can
many
do it all.
roles.
She can
So
do it
many
all.
roles.
I'm Javi.
That Javi also didn't have a beard.
Come over here. Or are you afraid of me too? I know the rest of them are. Right? I'm a lot more afraid of falling. And I'm even more afraid of landing. Nothing to be afraid of. It'll be over in an instant. My wife, Bobby. My son. They look at me differently. Maybe you see them differently. I want to show you something. Stand with me.
Ooh, that's a cool
No,
shot.
that's a good
Isn't that
shot.
great?
That's a
If
beautiful.
you
That
hadn't
made
stood
me
with
so
him, you wouldn't have
nervous.
gotten that shot.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
that was really
welcome.
important.
That made me feel very uncomfortable.
Me too. I think you should jump.
Just like to say that. Oh, you have the option, don't. I say that.
I did say that. I said just.
Alex really kills this scene, by the way. So do you, Jeff, as well.
Oh, thanks.
I really enjoyed writing this
Snowbirds
one.
is
I always love that
an
idea of
awesome
putting them
movie.
right there on the
Yeah,
edge.
TV
Like,
shows,
why
yeah,
not?
that is.
Emotionally and physically.
Yeah.
So
This is
nice
cool. This is a
when that-
cool
One
scene.
wrong move.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't. This is making me all very uncomfortable.
Good. That's the point of these games, right? Yeah.
This
Success.
game is very effective.
Oh, the hair shader is actually working in the scene. There's a little bit.
Oh, yeah,
Appreciate
moving.
that,
a little
Ethan.
bit.
It's like Lewis's dreads.
I just have
really
different
like
tastes in
animation in
TV
general.
shows,
I think it's
but at
so
least we love The
cool.
Walking Dead.
And I'm not just saying
That's something we can relate, The Walking
Wait
Dead.
till I'm outside.
Well, and it's.
I appreciate
we
the
just
compliment.
played through season 1. It's interesting to see the transition because
Boy.
it still
Katrina,
pays, it honors the comic book,
1,270.
but it just is like
Christ.
crisping
A lot of
up
fucking
by
train cars.
each season is
And just
so
the lighting
much,
and you can
yeah.
and the fluidity.
I mean, so many of these are just like are like beautiful pictures. You just grab a still from it and you can hang that on a wall.
Totally.
It's all in the faces too. There's like I feel like Telltale always went out of their way to make sure the characters are really emotive.
Yeah,
In ways that like not a lot of other games do, honestly. Like the faces matter so much in this.
Well, I mean, when you've seen games that don't do that, when you have the disconnect, even between like a good performance can be lost when the face doesn't move. It's like it really becomes really disconnected.
This is a nice scene. It's the calm Zen scene. Precipice
Had to
of death.
fight tooth and nail for it, sir.
Well, I mean,
most scenes like this, to be honest.
In this era of Telltale, keeping character development scenes in was really hard.
Yeah.
If it wasn't about like advancing the plot, it was often shut down.
I don't know, man. Some things can't be moved no matter how hard.
OG story. So once upon a time, it was going to be that it was David and Javi and the kids on the road together, and then they got captured by the New Frontier, who didn't have a name at the time. And there's this really hard choice scene.
Sorry, you're not addicted to Fortnite.
Decide whether or not you were going to take the brand or not, and if you didn't take it, you gave it
Ah,
instead.
fuck.
And that is where Javi's brand.
I respect Matt. So do
That
I.
was going to be what happened, and then a thing or
Fucking
two
shit.
changed.
Right.
Just a couple things.
She was still outside when we checked on the entrances.
There were muertos everywhere. We got her inside just in time. Seriously, I've never seen so many muertos. It's awful out there.
That was the right thing to do.
She looks like she just got unplugged from the Matrix.
Yeah,
Like
totally.
that's what it is.
Who turned the power out?
But what happened on the stage with John and True?
Not to say anything to me. Your actions said plenty. I read you loud and clear. Go ahead and say whatever you want.
Don't get mad at me. It was a total no-win scenario.
Just be glad the situation wasn't yours. And that you didn't make me pick between you and God.
Damn. I would have killed her ass just for saying that. God. So many people in this game are like pussyfooting around, and it's so annoying because half the shit these people have done in this game, if I was in this reality, I would have shot them in the head. I wouldn't give a shit. I wouldn't show no mercy. Fuck that. Fuck them and fuck that. These people always want to argue. I mean, if she had said that to me, I would have fucking shot her just for saying that, because I don't give a shit. You're not going to tell me you were going to kill me if the situation was reversed. I would have killed you just for saying that.
Oh, yeah.
Because if I could get away with it, I'd kill that person. Just for saying that. Because fuck her.
No, oh, wait. I lied. Mariana could have died. Because
Fuck
the
Ava.
choice
I'm
was
glad
whether
she died.
Gabe or Mariana to live.
Oh, wow.
But unless I'm mistaken, everyone picked Mariana. But it was a pretty rad scene on the page.
It sounded like a cool set piece.
And I mean, the slaughterhouse. Come on, man.
I know I know the assets of the slaughterhouse were repurposed into the warehouse stuff in episode 3, I believe.
This is one of the funniest Javi deaths ever, by the way. But
just
it's all right.
It just kind of shit on the recording.
Look at that smug look. Like he knows.
Yeah.
Now, there's a scene got cut, and I will regret it for the rest of my life. I should have fought tooth and nail, but by George, you can only fight so many times. Where there's a scene where we're trying to figure out how to get across to the bridge or whatever the fuck. And you go and you find Gabe and Clem, and they're just kind of like shooting the shit, and you're like, what the hell are you guys doing? And they're just telling each other jokes. And then you guys can have like a joke off. There's like between Javi and
Yeah, we probably would.
Clem.
I feel like
I
recorded
some of those jokes. Oh, you guys did. You guys and you killed it. And
If the apocalypse ever happens, I want you guys to tell me where you live so we can all hook up and survive together, because we would make an awesome team.
Brutalized trash, and it was so satisfying.
Do you remember which joke made it in?
None of them.
Oh, I can't survive the last of us. Those runners are too fucking fast.
Do you remember
I wouldn't be able to outrun them. I'd lose stamina so quickly.
There was
That'd be funny though.
What did the fish say when he swam into a wall?
What?
Damn. Knock knock.
Who's there?
Atch.
Atch what? Atch who?
Oh
Atch you. Sorry.
Bless you. And then I put that back into the final season.
Stay sharp and do not fire your guns. We're gonna be fine. That guy was all alone. We're not.
50-hour walk to your house. Yeah, I wouldn't show mercy. Fuck that. Like, half these people in this game are just stupid. Like, if people had done the shit that they do to the characters in this game or said the shit, I would have killed them. Just because, you know? Don't tell me you would have killed me if the situation were reversed. don't steal my children. Don't fucking talk to me like I'm some trash, because I'm going to kill you. That's just how I am. I would have fucking killed you just for saying shit to me. If this has happened. Not in the real world, but had this happen, the apocalypse, someone talks to me
Towards
crazy,
the
I'm
end
going
of
to
like
kill them.
Gabe's journey, depending
I
on
don't
how
give
you
a fuck.
played it, like there was a lot of scenes with Javi and Gabe that I remember really enjoying recording. I was like, oh, that's really cool. Like getting to watch that relationship really develop.
Oh, the White House will become a fortress for the president. I can promise you that.
Fun to play because he was like interesting and nuanced and
That'd be
and had an arc.
the fucking watch. The White House President Biden's going to be in there and shit.
You could tell jokes.
Well.
I like Javi too.
What?
Yeah, it's the first video game I ever wrote on. So
Really?
Yeah.
Stupid. You're gonna get me
So
copyrighted.
It'll always mean everything to me.
I just always felt like we just remember like going
Yeah,
through
but fuck
sessions
Biden.
and all of the characters. But
I'm
anytime
gonna go ahead and say it.
Reading through,
You know.
I always felt like, man, these people really give a
But
shit
I hope
about
no one
these
gets offended by that. But I'm sorry. It's just my
I always
opinion.
felt that.
So
you can
much.
sometimes tell though, like when it's like they're just kind of writing a scene for filler, and I never felt like that. It was never like, why are we doing this fucking scene?
Right.
It means a lot, man.
Yeah, I mean it.
In fact, The Walking Dead is why I got into game writing, and that is not
Really?
When you told me that story,
That's awesome.
I mean, and you shared that with me right when all the shit had happened
Yeah.
with Telltale. I literally, I was reading our I'm like crying, reading our messages, and you know, Lauren Mee, who worked on season 4, same thing. She was in
Yeah.
high school
Yeah.
Oh my
when
God.
season 1 came out, and when she played it, she was like, I want to work in video. I want to write for video games, and I want to work for Telltale Games. And then she did. And
Me too.
as a writer, yeah. So like,
Except I was a waiter in Brooklyn with no money, playing it on my iPhone 4. That's
Perfect.
how I played
Oh
the
my
first
God.
season. And it showed me that.
That's incredible.
I had no
Yeah.
idea the medium would come that far, and I wanted to be a
That's
part of
awesome.
it. And Telltale was number 1. It was my first gig.
Yeah.
I still am not convinced that any of this is real, and that
Yeah.
this is all an elaborate
It
prank.
is. It is.
You'll wake up any minute now.
Maybe.
I don't suggest playing The Walking Dead on an iPhone 4, by the way.
Well, no time to waste. Come on.
You know, I didn't think there was much that could scare me anymore. And yet, here we are. Just goes to show you.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Life is full of surprises.
This isn't that bad. I believe in you guys. You can do this.
Grab my hand! You've got to be more careful.
Oh, surprise, zombie ball!
Bye, Splat.
Ava! Fuck! God damn it, no!
Do you know why Ava and Trip all just die in this episode despite conditionally surviving the first one?
Yeah, I'll tell you why.
Please.
We got a note that the body count was too low.
Oh, God.
I know.
Oh man.
And so they were, I mean, and there was hopes that we'd continue the adventures of the Garcia family. I
remember.
And because of that, because
Which
once upon a time,
people still ask about. By the way.
yeah,
Still
yeah,
do,
absolutely.
all the time.
And once upon a time, we pitched a version which got a lot of traction and almost became the version where, as Javi, you pretty much had to decide whether, like, David redeemed himself in the episode, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end, it was basically like, are you going to sacrifice yourself so that this man can try to have his family again, or are you going to let him die and you're going to raise his family instead?
Wow.
But since they thought that we'd have the further adventures of Javier Garcia, we had to change it. There you go.
There's just one thing I don't get, though. Did David really think he was helping AJ by letting him go? Why did he stop guarding him?
Parenting isn't easy. You give them all you got, they tell you it's not enough, but you love the little shits anyway. Come on, you must have learned that too.
I did. That's what makes it even harder to understand, though. After you put in all that work, so much of your heart.
AJ was a brat. He lived with me after we kicked you out, Clem. I'd already raised 2 kids. That'll be a piece of cake. How with that tyrant?
Is that why you gave him away?
We had a bad winter. Destroyed every crop we had. I
AJ talk.
Oh.
He said AJ was a brat.
Yeah, but he misses him.
I wanted to.
Lingard, played by Yuri Lowenthal, by the way.
Very cool.
He did a great job. He was all like drugged out. That's my really bad impersonation of Yuri doing Dr.
It wasn't that bad.
Lingard thing.
It's great. It really wasn't that bad, actually.
Thank you.
It's never easy.
And there's some sharp outfits in this series, you know?
Right? Fashion
I have to
choices.
say.
What
I
about
mean,
the
you are wearing a
The
baseball.
V-neck sweater.
Yeah, when she's got the off-the-shoulder awesome look.
I actually remember distinctly finding out from the season 1 and 2 character designs that like layers is like a thing. Like all the characters have to have layers, otherwise they're not like dressed right to be a Walking Dead character.
Yeah, you get cold too, man.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense.
In season 1, everybody goes from just having kind of like shirts, and then they start having all the sleeves under the shirts, and it just keeps evolving.
Holy shit. Chopped right in half.
What do you think is in Javi's backpack? He has like a little awesome...
Pudding. It has to be
Oh,
pudding.
yeah, right?
Yeah, pudding.
He fucking loves pudding.
You're not thinking. It's that or go back. We should go lightest to heaviest. That way it won't break on the first swing.
I'll go first, Clem.
Well, the real question is, if on fashion, what do you guys think of Clem's coat at the end of this episode?
Love it.
Pretty hot. Yeah, Clem gets like an edgy haircut and a red jacket and goes
Yeah.
through like her edge face.
Yeah, Javier, like, if not for if he wasn't in the baseball industry,
Oh, yeah.
he very
like a
well
model.
could have been
He's like
a
the-
hair designer,
He's like the-
whatever they're called.
Yeah, he's a David Beckham of like AAA baseball.
The way we do animation at Telltale is you only get kind of custom things for certain shots that really need them. Otherwise, you have to make it out of existing assets. So whenever I see like a full body like custom animation, I'm like, oh yeah, spent the money here.
For the record, I do not trust this thing. Not at all. It's one thing for the kids to swing across, but us?
Here's the secret. I guarantee you'll be just fine if you follow my advice perfectly.
Okay.
Whatever you do, don't fall.
I'm gonna push you off the side of this thing.
Gotta hand it to Jason. This is a pretty rad directed scene. Jason Pike.
Yeah, this is good stuff.
I was like, wait,
It
what?
is
Do you
really
know
good.
Pike?
Pike.
Pike.
All right, David, you're up.
You're the little brother. You should go first. Oh, you're definitely lighter.
Ah, come on, you know the drill. Age before beauty.
Javi weaponizing his attractiveness.
Yeah, I know, right?
Most
Weaponizing.
dangerous tool.
Nothing will go wrong when I, the
Yikes.
protagonist, go
No.
over. Oh no, I was the protagonist. No. No.
Can you even imagine how hard it would be to grip something?
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Palms
Are you
sweating.
fucking kidding me?
He has finger strength.
Dude, it's from all that baseball.
That must
Oh,
be
and
it.
that
Oh,
fucking guy.
How did this awkward situation happen?
Rebar.
Yep.
Like,
Oh, yeah. Swipe right.
You okay?
What's my chance? Oh, here it is.
Fuck helicopter.
Yeah.
Helicopters.
Fuck that. Seriously? Fuck you, helicopter.
Javi's the hero
How
we
many
need.
takes of that did you
Home
do?
run.
Oh man, I requested a few extras.
17.
I was like, guys, I'm gonna need to take that back.
miss when all we did was track the herd.
Do you know how many variations of zombies there are in the game? Like, how many different... Did you animate like 1,000 of them?
3.
Because they all...
Yeah,
well, no, because sometimes you'll look and see in
right.
games and see like, oh, they just took that one and cut and pasted like 100 times. But they all look different.
We've clearly done that too here. We're just pretty good at hiding it.
Yeah.
Like, there's... how many different zombies are there for a
Yeah,
season?
it's not classified anymore.
No, I'm gonna guess there's maybe 30 different zombies.
Yeah, that's good though.
And they're all, and we had a system to randomize heads and bodies and pants, you know.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we would like we could kind of like make them
And pants.
We could kind of like mix and match the pieces and then kind of tint shift the colors of the stuff as well.
That's cool.
No zombies
So-
with no pants, I notice.
That's true. For some reason, everyone died very dignified.
Yeah.
Never have the
Like,
one zombie, the guy who died masturbating.
Somebody definitely died, like,
Naked.
you know, sitting at his computer.
Completely naked. Doing something.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Doing something, you know. Something.
Bathing.
Bathing in
That's
front
really
of their
gross,
computer.
I say, with my ex-button press.
Please tell me you're kidding. I said please.
So, who's gonna do it? Javi, you've been willing to do some crazy stuff for me before. I know shooting Conrad wasn't easy, but it should...
Yeah, Clem just solidified the relationship.
I know.
She's like, you know what?
I remember when I was reading
I
that
can always depend on you.
in the episode, I was like, I finally won her over.
It took a while. She's so cool. I have to impress that 15-year-old.
Now, there is an Easter egg coming up, but I don't know if we'll be able to get it. I think you'll die if you actually do get it.
Is that the Grady Sanders?
Yes, because Grady deserved a shout out finally.
It's true.
Yeah,
Randy gets his in
seriously.
episode 3, I think, and I always believe it.
Randy gets another one in season
And
4.
He sure does.
Randy got plenty.
The Tudor
Although people
constellation.
think it's, you know, yeah, again, the Kenny, is it Kenny's
Oh, yeah,
mustache
right,
or
right,
Randy
right,
Tudor?
Right.
Right.
It's always Randy.
It's like one person in the whole world has a handlebar mustache.
And it's Randy Tudor.
Yeah.
Okay, you could do this, Javier. Fucking... Oh, God. Oh, I think...
Oh.
Do it, baby. Do it.
Eat
Nice,
it.
Yeah.
nice retching
You're hungry.
sounds.
Delicious.
Ew.
Why'd he go for his face first? I'd work
So
my
this
way.
is before in season 4. We've already done the commentary on that, but the goo actually becomes more textured in 3D. It looks
Yeah.
more gooey.
I think this goo still looks better than the season 2 goo. Every season.
Season 2 goo.
Every season advances.
Yeah,
in
the 2 goo
Yeah.
is pretty
Two
flat.
goo.
Every season advances in goo technology. There was a zombie problem we had in season 4 because there was one zombie made with a removable jaw. Way too many random zombies had no jaws,
Oh,
and I was
wow.
like, I had to like argue with the art
That's
director. It's
funny.
like we need to get the jawless zombies out of here. They're not threatening. They have no jaws.
Right.
Yeah.
They'd have to really get the upper jaw into you, like hook it or something.
You did it, Javi.
Barely.
Good day for Javi.
You gotta figure, like, sometimes in the apocalypse, things go your way, though,
Yeah,
right? Like,
exactly.
sometimes things go your way.
All we need is the right vehicle. Oh, that's not gonna do the job, man.
Yes, it is.
What are you doing?
The right thing. I'm leaving. We're all leaving.
What? And going where?
You saw it yourself. We're surrounded by the herd. I'm taking my family out of here.
Oh, Adam, I don't know if you saw. Did you see the little 8-bit Clementine video we released recently?
Yeah.
I put this scene in because it's my favorite.
I'm so glad. I was really touched. It's one of my favorites too. It really is.
Yeah, I was only able to put in like 3 scenes, and one of them had to be this one.
Don't you get that?
This all started the day we knocked on Richmond's door. We brought this on these people, all of us. We can't abandon them. Not after what we've done.
We're going home, Kate. Back to the last place we were a family. We're starting over. We're all together again. Finally. It's time. All of us. A new day, a new life. That's crazy talk, David. Home is gone, just like everything else. I thought you guys were gone once, and I was wrong. Maybe you're wrong too.
I'll go with you, Dad.
Gabe!
He's my father, Clem. I'm sorry, but you really wouldn't understand.
Think this over, buddy.
Gabe, is this what you really want?
And Clementine's actions here are determined by the season 2 choices.
They are determined by the choices that you make in the Clem flashbacks. And it took a very long time to figure out that little equation. And shout out to Alyssa Finley, wizard of figuring out things like that, for helping make that happen.
Nice.
Yeah, totally.
Very good.
It hurts my brain to even think about it.
It's like sunshine. I'm not missing another minute with my family now.
This is what I want.
I understand, Gabe. I'm still going back. I won't be able to live with myself if I don't try to help the people in Richmond.
You won't be able to live at all if you do that. Richmond is compromised. Doesn't matter if there were 5 of us trying to save it or 500. We'd all die. I know a losing battle when I see one. We're moving out. Everybody get in. That's an order.
How fucking dare you? What will it take, David? What will it take to show you that you do not get to do that? We are not your soldiers. Run away home. Be a deserter. I am done with you. I can't believe I ever loved you. I can't believe I ever loved either of you.
Hobby, what the hell is she talking about? Hobby! I never acted inappropriately. I could have. I didn't. The end. How much of a fucking idiot do you think I am, Hobby? I should have known. I should have known the night Pa died. The night.
I don't know how Telltale ended up with multiple plots that were kind of like this. Like the Batman, this happens in Batman too. It's like Catwoman and Harvey Dent. You always end up dating someone else's lady.
Damn it.
What do you have to say for yourself, brother?
David! Stop it!
I love you, man.
Jeff, you really do knock it out here, man.
Thanks, man. No. No, you don't get to say that!
Jesus Christ, stop!
How fucking dare you!
That's enough! Stop it! David, stop!
Oh my god!
I love you! No! Stop saying that! Dad, no!
Oh dear. Oh god.
Galley.
This is not gonna go well.
Yeah, come on, man.
Oh, come on.
I love you,
I
man.
love you.
Don't wrench me. I love you, bro.
Oh.
Stop! Where did you stop?
I love you, brother.
Clem with the
I know.
assist.
Come on, Clem. Get in there.
Precision shot too.
She's good. Oh, she's way too good.
Clem is OP.
Javi!
The beanie looks like it's impenetrable.
I love the love theme. I love you, brother.
Oh.
David, no. Dun dun dun. Why'd we go in the garage?
What the hell is he doing?
I like that. I like the season adds Muertos to the various ways people refer to the undead in the series.
Thanks, man. That was one of mine.
Nice.
Yeah. There's a whole long, terrible list.
But it
I think
thankfully ended with Muertos.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else? Can you think of any other? Like.
Crap name. I don't know.
Well, I remember some stuff from season 4. I think we decided was too silly in the end, like Spicy Boys.
Spicy Boys.
Spicy Boys.
I remember that.
There was definitely a line where Willie was like, "Got some Spicy Boys on the wall."
Yeah.
Spicy Boys.
Oh, Willie.
Javi, I'm sorry. I've been here before, more than once. It's not gonna end well for everyone. You have to decide.
What should I do?
Do you want Kate to die?
I don't really care.
Then go after. Help Kate save Richmond.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Because.
What gets him on the motorcycle?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Oh,
I don't know if
screw that up?
I think we fucked it up.
I think I may have picked sadness over motorcycle.
Damn it.
Always pick motorcycle over sadness.
You get bulldozer though.
If the X button was labeled
Bulldozer.
motorcycle and the B button was labeled sadness, the choice would have been much clearer.
Oh well, there's a motorcycle.
Oh.
All right, Clem. She knows how to she just learned how to do the clutch and all that.
I like that Jesus gets 2 outfits. He gets his armor and his cool coat from the earlier episodes.
Well, what do you think of his man bun?
That's really nice.
You know what though? I'm gonna say something. I like his man bun, but I think Tripp's man bun is better.
Yeah.
Whoa, hot take.
There was
Hot take on who's got
Trip
the better
had the
man bun.
Viking thing going on.
I always thought Tripp looked like a badass.
Yeah.
I can open it up.
We're almost there. Javi, get in the basket. Now let's get to the top of the gate.
Basket?
The thing in the front, the scooper thing, whatever. Get in it.
Yeah.
Nice.
This season's got some good zombie gore. That's fantastic.
That's
looking.
Bulldozer.
That's really good.
We've been waiting for a bulldozer.
Yeah, basket. Nice of you folks to drop by. I'll have it open in a second. They couldn't just have open gate button.
Look at that.
You did it. You video
He
games.
looks-
Yes, the king in the north.
Dude, he looks so legit.
Yeah.
The kingdom. The kingdom.
Seriously.
Yeah, Jesus looks super cool.
He looks
Yeah.
like one of the Night Watch.
Yeah, he's.
I've been rereading the Walking Dead comic recently, actually, and every once in a while they just cut to you forget that Jesus is like superhuman.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a bunch of fighting and it's all very reasonable. And there's like one panel of Jesus halfway in the air doing a split, kicking
Right.
2 zombies. And you're like, oh, I forgot. I forgot that's what you could do in this universe.
See, look, it's autumn.
It
I
is
was
autumn.
right.
Oh, there's
Oh,
seasons,
yeah.
yeah.
Autumn lighting.
A lot of leaf peepers here.
Full steam ahead.
We use the same guns in a lot of Telltale games.
Well, I mean, if they exist,
We
you
had the
might as
animations
well.
for them already, and like you just kind of needed to have stuff that already worked. Otherwise, you're never going to finish these games on time.
Fuck this.
They're piling up on the thing. The basket.
Shit, I'm empty.
Here, take over.
go.
If they were more fuel efficient, everybody
Damn.
should just drive a bulldozer everywhere in the zombie
Exactly.
apocalypse.
Seems like the way.
You'd be huffing gas like every 2 miles, but
I guess if we have to zombie logic that one, they're slow and noisy, and they would probably draw more walkers
oh
than they
yeah,
killed.
yeah, right.
Yada yada. Zombies love
The
noise.
electric bulldozer.
That's it. Let's get out of here.
Jesus! Over here! We need to round up these walkers! Head them towards the gate!
Welcome back.
I thought we were coming back to, well, not to this. It's just a little surprising, that's all.
This? Oh, this is just another Tuesday in Richmond.
We need to get it under control. Trouble in one place usually finds its way to another.
Javi, look! It's Clem!
Gabe? Is he?
No, he's fine. He's just banged up.
What happened, Clem?
Their car got overrun with walkers and crashed. I was barely able to save Gabe.
What about David?
David's dead.
Oh, David's dead.
well,
Oh, you don't get. Oh, you get to bury the. Yeah, bury the dog tags. That's different. That's the ending you get here.
That's just how
Actually,
it goes.
the least sad of the four.
I lost him too.
Of course. When I got there, it looked like David had turned. And that Gabe had to stop him.
Oh, God. Gabe. It's horrible.
Javi? My dad, he...
I know, buddy. He's gone.
No. He wanted me to tell you to take care of each other.
Where did you find them?
A little ways outside of town. Not too far.
Can you take Gabe somewhere safe?
Yeah, sure.
Come on, Javi.
Where are we going?
A funeral.
Do you see that cartoon chef on the side of that bus for a second there?
No.
That was really
Damn
cool.
it,
I
where's
missed it.
rewind?
Do you like animating rain, Kent?
Thankfully, it's not my job.
Yeah.
That is the VFX artist's job. This is some good looking rain. Yeah. We always have to, if we're doing it right, we have to make shinier versions of the characters when they get wet. Might be a little hard
I was
to tell
just
in
saying
season-
that Javi
Yeah,
looks a little
shinier than
shiny in
usual.
that last.
We kind of have to make versions way up the specular and kind of. Oh, I picked to be mean. Sorry.
it.
I wasn't thinking. I was thinking about rain.
You wanted the rain to go away.
I was thinking about the rain. Yeah, I remember, especially in season 4, when we had to have all the characters wet. We had to have like special rain versions of their textures and stuff to make it look believable, and it was like actually a bit of a budgetary thing.
God, that's so much crazy detail and
Yeah,
work.
I think here they just kind of upped the specular a little bit, but it kind of works in the season 3 art style.
Oh, my God. Poor David.
Poor Gabe. I can't imagine.
Gabe's come a long way. He's really grown.
Did he really need to learn this lesson, though? He talked about this every day. What to do when he died. He was convinced it would happen in the field. Every day.
That's fucking morbid.
One for one.
Way to shit on the moment, Javi.
Yeah.
Talking about it, but it seemed to soothe him. He'd talk about his military funeral the way that other people talked about retirement plans. He'd only change the subject if I promised I'd bury these. He didn't care about burying his body. As far as he was concerned, this was him. Help me dig. It doesn't have to be much. We should probably say something.
That's what you do. Usually.
I won't lie to you, David. I'm glad you're gone. And that you'll stay gone this time. Do you want to say something?
Let's go.
Was that the wedding ring?
Her ring.
The wedding ring. Yeah.
Man.
I guess that's one way to get divorced.
She should have buried it in there.
Yeah,
Leave it on top. I mean, whatever. What is somebody gonna pawn it?
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
This is awesome.
That's
love
really
this, love
pretty.
this church thing. We got any secret Telltale people in there?
I don't know. I think that picture right there to the right of Be Strong was a friend of Juan's who passed away. I think
yeah,
around
that looks
time.
very much like a real person.
Yeah, but I think that's actually it. I love
So
those.
is that little girl. She looks like a real
Yeah,
person.
that looks
I
pretty
think
real
that's
too.
supposed to be. No, Mariana's to the bottom left of Trip.
Oh, is that Conrad?
Yeah, Conrad's
Yeah,
dead.
Conrad.
Oh,
Too bad.
That's too bad. You have to play a very
I love
specific path to get
so
Conrad
specific,
to live.
Yeah.
But I love that it happened.
I mean, he's one of the funnest determinant things that's ever been in
Absolutely.
a Telltale game.
Inside.
He was my brother, Kate. My blood.
I love the art on those Polaroids.
They're really gorgeous.
It's really cool.
Failed.
He failed himself. You did the best you could.
So, is Richmond everything you thought it would be?
Not yet. I'm staying here until it is, though. It's not safe out there. Or in here. I'm pretty sure I can fix one of those. I'm not saying I want it to be this way forever, but I want you to keep your distance.
This church is a really nice set.
It's
too,
so
man.
beautiful. The flames, look at them flicker. Look at them flicker.
A VFX artist has to place those all by hand.
I know, it's blows my mind.
I need you to respect this, Javi. I don't hate you, but I hate knowing what our future could have been.
Who determines the color of the subtitles?
That is done by the content programmers, I think.
Got it.
There's a big table of who has what color, and they're trying not to reuse colors. And I was talking to Adrian, one of the UI artists for season 4, and it gets really complicated. The protagonist is supposed to always have white text, and then everyone else has this particular color that's associated with them.
Happiness. Is that her? Or is she just like, I'm out, see ya?
Bye.
Was that it?
She'll come back in a bit. I
Oh,
think.
okay.
At the-
Like
at-
she's
at
like,
the very
just
end.
gives him a
I think
meh.
it shows up in the final scene.
Put an end to the raiding. Looks like that's been done. Glad we got it settled. Gotta move on.
I gotta admit, man, you're a fucking...
Oh yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, this is it. Yeah.
Yeah, hey.
Alrighty. Come on, stay.
Come on, stay.
Although I do love rad armor.
Red armor.
You don't want to stay? There's room.
Oh, I'm sure there is, but we got other people depending on us, Javi. Just the way it is. I don't meet a lot of people like you, Javi. Someone genuinely good. It was my pleasure.
And thus was born 1,000 ships.
Yeah.
I like it. I mean,
Oh, me
Jesus
too.
canonically in the comic clearly has a thing. He's got a hoe in every different area code.
Absolutely.
Why not have another one?
Come on.
Wow.
Well,
Do you just call Javi a hoe?
Well, no, I say he has
Jovier.
He has a Jovier. Garcia.
Javier.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know if I'm gonna stick around. Richmond and I have had issues.
Understandable. But if you do, after dust settles, people start looking around. They may look at you for what to do. I read people pretty well. Little gift of mine. You're a capable guy.
You know why it was determined that Jesus was the cameo character that would show up in the season?
No. Oh, do you?
We thought you would tell us.
Yeah, I thought that's what we were doing.
I'm super excited to find out.
You were
why.
really...
We're asking you.
I could make something up.
I assume he was just a popular character at the time in the show and the
yeah.
comics. But yeah, he's kind of one of the big names if you're not going to have like Michonne or like I don't know who else is up there, like Rick or Andrea or something.
Right.
Thanks for, you know, not letting me get killed, and for coming back to help us.
Yeah. Thanks for that, man.
Pay it forward. Be vigilant. Trouble never stays too far away.
Cool horse.
Goodbye, Cameo Man.
Bye.
Bye, Brandon.
Thank you for guesting in our story. Oh,
Hello,
little wave to Clem there. That was cute.
Oh.
You're alive.
Don't remind
So I think I remember the Lingard's design was for a totally different character much earlier in the iteration of the season.
I like that he wears his doctor coat.
You have to know he's the doctor.
Never taking it off.
Yeah.
To be fair, if I was in the apocalypse and I like needed people to know I was a doctor, so it was important to keep me alive, I would probably wear like a big. I'd wear like a big stethoscope around my neck.
That,
I'd have like
surgery
that round
hat.
metal thing on
I
my
was just
forehead.
gonna say the reflector on your forehead, a thermometer in your hand. No.
Yeah, I'd make it as obvious as possible that I am Doctor Man. Do not kill me. I will doctor to live.
Thank you. Good luck out there, Doctor.
You're out of here too, huh?
Yeah. It's time. I have to find AJ Javi. I've waited so long. But could you do me one last favor before I leave?
What would that be, Clem?
Hope. There's symbolism in the foreground. This just gives more credence to like Javi was probably a fashion model on the side, given his looks and haircut.
Yeah.
And the baseball thing.
I accept it. You know what?
Yeah.
That's what it was. That's how he made a living after baseball.
He just
End
became
story.
he was in some magazines.
There you go.
Explains now how he knows to do hair.
Yep.
He looks so good.
Color coordinates well.
Yeah, really. A lot going on aesthetically with Javi.
But I've gotten used to having him around. At least to have someone to talk to.
Not that he said anything to me in particular, but you know the guy got a Mondo crush on you, right?
Mondo.
Yeah,
That is a great word.
Uncle Javi time.
If there was season 6, it'd be Javi meets the Ninja Turtles.
That franchise is still hot, right?
Right. Hell yeah.
Get him in there. Why isn't there a Walking Dead Ninja Turtles crossover?
Oh, God, there should be.
Do you really care, Clem? She does.
She does.
She does.
She's got a crush.
I do. I think she's crushing on
Yeah,
She's got
she
her first
is.
crush. She doesn't know what's
That's
going
true.
on. She's
Look at that
still
slouchy
15.
beanie.
The
How you going to
slouchy
resist that?
beanie, you're right. What am I talking about? I have
Gets
to,
me
I have
every
to
time.
Put myself, I forget that I'm an old curmudgeonly lady, and I've just got to pretend like I'm 15 again.
If you're 15, you're probably like, God, his beanie's so cool.
Totally.
Better off. After everything that's happened, I'm starting to think they're right. I don't know if I was a good mom or not. I can't stop thinking about it.
It's not about good or not good. You kept him alive. You did your job.
Until someone else had to do it for me. Gabe told me you used to play baseball.
I did. I loved it.
He told me you fucked it all up, too.
Yep. Sure did.
Well, you survived,
I had to.
but you loved it. How do you survive that? How? If you really loved it, how?
That's what's good about a broken heart. When you're looking at it all broken and shattered on the floor, you figure out the pieces you need versus the ones you liked. If you're ready to move on, that is.
What a wise man.
Damn, Javi dropping some philosophy.
I'm writing that down.
Nice stuff.
I already did. Wink, wink.
Oh my God.
But you killed it, man.
Well, how's it look?
Amazing.
There used to be a choice where you could say how it looked, but it got removed.
Why?
I don't know why.
Man.
It's actually a good cut.
It's a great cut, and now he's like, it sucks. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Aw.
I remember this team. Your dad ever teach you about baseball?
No, not really.
Well, you come back, and I'll tell you all about it.
It's a deal. If I bring AJ back with me, will you teach him too?
You bet. He belongs with you, Clementine. Bring him back.
So we're just about done here. Guys, this is my first game, and it changed my life, and it means everything to me, and it always will, and I owe a lot of that to the two of you.
Oh,
so
wow.
really thank you very
That's
much.
huge.
Making a lot of dreams come true, and doing phenomenal work for this wonderful series that we all love.
Well,
No,
that
thank you.
Thanks a million.
love goes directly back to you.
Thanks for giving us good
Thank
things to
you.
say.
I know.
Jeez. Maybe they do hug.
No.
Clem's like, that's enough sentimentality in this commentary session.
Oh, man.
She's gonna go off and badass her way through a bunch of zombies. So this is Grim Ranger, right? The song that plays in this next scene, which we won't hear in the commentary, I think, but which I think is a song that was done by Randy Tudor's daughter.
Oh, wow.
His son, actually.
His son,
I think.
okay.
Oh, I think. I'm not sure.
I didn't
A
know
Randy
that.
Tudor child.
A tutor.
Made
A
the
tutor
song.
child.
I just want to say thank you to the fans and everybody at Telltale and Skybound. It's just been such a blast to be a part of this, and a role I'll always remember. And thanks to Mel for giving me just a little bit of space in one of these seasons. So thank you.
Oh,
it was
my
awesome, guys. I
God.
really appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoyed it.
Yeah, yay. I loved this season. I loved working with everyone at Telltale on it. I loved working with you and the character Javier, and just getting to go forward from season 3 I thought it was a very cool and organic way to get propelled into what happens in season 4. So it was just really an amazing experience, and I loved it.
Yeah, then this is a song we had made specifically for this season too. I think. I don't think this song
That was
was
an
actually.
uppercut knife to the face.
Yeah, I know. And she just tra la 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 la.
Jesus.
Clem is just off on a crusade.
I like this one right here. Bang.
Yep.
She's not really being efficient or anything with her ammo, but
No.
she's just got to blow off some steam.
I'm gonna find you, AJ.
There she goes.
Yep.
Just walking away.
And now we know. Yay!
Yay! Promise that there will be another season.
Right, and then
Inevitable
there
promise.
was.
And then there was.
wasn't.
And then there wasn't, and then there was again.
again.
How fun.
What a ride. That was amazing. That was fun.
All right, well, thanks for being here, everybody.
Yeah,
thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
Sometimes I'm both tossed and driven. Sometimes I know not where to roam. I heard of a city called heaven. I'm going to make it my home.
Hello, welcome to the Walking Dead Telltale Definitive Series Developers Commentary for Walking Dead Season 4. My name is Kent Muedel. I am the creative director of the final season, and with me I have...
Gideon Adlon, I play Violet.
Chris Rebert, I'm the supervising season director.
And I am Melissa Hutchison, and I play Clementine.
All right.
all these excellent people. So we are going to play through some of Season 4 and sort of talk about the experiences of making it and other fun behind-the-scene tidbits as we go through. And just like in the game, we will probably curse like sailors. So if you need to be braced for that, please do now.
Exit now. Leave.
Okay, so right off the bat, I just want to talk about this thing. So this comic book intro that we made was a huge hassle to make. I think we got an artist who, I think they had worked with Skybound at some point previously, but basically we gave them a bunch of images from the season of like framings that we wanted them to create, and then they drew that stuff, and then we gave them to another artist to run through sort of like motion graphics, and we went back and forth with them on the style and like how these camera moves worked for like what felt like months. And yeah, this looks really cool, and it was also a huge challenge to try to summarize the entire 3 previous seasons of The Walking Dead in like 2 minutes.
It looks amazing. When I saw it, I mean, it was just so standout to how the other seasons have started. I think it's really cool.
I remember I drew a very specific storyboard for that creepy little thing where Lily looks up with her eyes, and they got it exactly right.
It's really
That's
cool.
really badass. I don't know, I love this. I love how it looks flat, but it's not flat. It's just like, it's so fresh, you know, for a video game to look like this.
We made a video version of this for the web, which was like on the cool like make your own Clementine website thing. And that was just straight up in After Effects and looked gorgeous and amazing because After Effects is a powerful editing software. The tool is, the Telltale tool that this was made in is not a powerful piece of editing software with After Effects capabilities. So we had to have our poor UI artist, Adrian, recreate it in our engine, moving pieces around and trying to recreate what the other guy did, and it was super hard.
Running from their past. There was a woman who gave birth to a boy named Alvin Jr.
I remember I added this bit with Rebecca really late because I was like, oh yeah, people need to know where AJ
Yeah,
came
you
from.
have
They
to
probably
have
they probably
the
forgot where
backup
AJ came from in the first place.
Where the hell did AJ even come from?
I remember you giving a lot of notes on the perfect timing of her zombie face coming down into frame as well.
It needed to be perfect.
See, I feel privileged sitting here because I watch this stuff and I'm just like, I just take
Oh,
it for
God.
granted. This is just so easy.
This is so hard. What do you choose?
I'm gonna shoot
Well,
Kenny.
What?
What?
No.
You've already-
no,
you've
that
already
was,
lost
no.
the
Oh no,
fans.
it's already gone so
I'm out.
bad.
That's it.
Sorry.
Oh, God.
It's okay. No wrong choices.
It's okay. We'll leave Jane behind too. I think
Yeah.
alone Clementine
To hell with her.
who gets shit done for herself is
That's
the true
right.
Clementine.
Although she
Goodbye.
is badass. Bye, Jane.
Bye.
Bye.
I went on alone. Yes, you did.
She's crazy, insane.
Young mother.
Yeah, she's like 12 or something at this point, and
Yeah,
she took
she's
the
a
infants.
mom.
Yeah.
I don't know how she fed him.
I'd had enough. I took AJ and left them behind. AJ and I tried.
The unfortunate thing about this thing being so expensive, I really wanted to get a frame of Javi in here, and we literally were just out of like budget for like a shot of
You're
this.
right. You have David, is that Dr. Feel? I call him Dr. Feelgood. What's his actual name?
That's his name.
Voiced by Yuri Lowenthal. The doctor.
He was
you
voiced by
know.
Yuri Lowenthal?
Yeah,
I did not know
totally.
that.
I'm totally spacing on the doctor's name. That's horrible.
Lingard.
Thank you.
Dr.
Paul Lingard.
But I wasn't strong enough.
The AJ here and the AJ that's also in the promo image for the season is clearly before I understood how AJ was, because he looks like a scared little baby. When
Yeah.
instead he should be glaring at those walkers with the fury of 1,000 suns.
Yeah.
Because he actually is a big murder baby.
A big, you big murder
Big
baby.
fat murder baby.
He's all I have, and I'll protect him with my life, just like Lee did for me.
The car is actually called the Barbalek, is the model of the car, and that's named after the lawyer. Telltale's
Slash
lawyer.
voice actor.
Yeah, and
He
voice
was
actor.
Also, he's done a lot. He was the sheriff driving Lee
Yep, the first
to
person.
prison in the first episode.
That's an ironic parallel considering the scene is basically like the opening of season 1.
Oh, right.
He was also the first voice actor in Walking Dead and the last one we ever recorded.
Pretending we got bullets.
Well, don't. It's getting on my nerves.
How about Shitbird?
It's my favorite one here. It's like a Kenny callback too. I don't think that started as a Kenny callback. I think designer Michael Kirkbride just wrote the word shitbird because it just came out of
It
his
sounds
soul.
like something he would say.
You're a shitbird.
I think he's called me a shitbird many times.
I'm gonna call everybody a shitbird now.
It's iconic, like many iconic Kenny insults.
Yeah, but it's way more interesting than saying asshole. It's like, you're shitbird, and then they're like, what?
Shitbird.
And they just walk away.
There's a fun Easter egg here too. I don't know if you can see it on the manual, but it says it's like the St. John's Culinary magazine, which is a callback to the Hannibal Brothers from season 1.
Flesh eaters.
Hey there, Alvin Jr.
Hey, Chris Rebert, what's the deal with Disco Broccoli?
Disco Broccoli, oddly enough, I invented when I was 9 years old and
What?
put him in the game, assuming that somebody would rewrite the scene, and that never happened.
Thank God. That's amazing.
That was exactly what I thought was going to happen, and apparently, I remember
I definitely wanted
it
to cut
became
him.
like a big thing about in
At
the
first.
office, and then I remember when Kent first rolled on, I saw his notes document, and he was like, "What the hell's up with all these vegetable jokes?"
How did you come up with disco broccoli?
I don't know. I think I just saw a piece of broccoli and drew it and put a disco suit on it, and it became like a invention when I was 9 years old. There are so many more disco broccoli characters than are in the game.
Did you? Well, that's what I was gonna ask. Did you come up with Beat Nick?
Yes.
You did.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
As
All
a
those.
kid?
That was my pet project on this
Aw.
project, that I would stay late and
You're
throw
brilliant.
names at Kent, and he'd be like, "What's wrong with you?"
Oh, you came up with those now. Those are Disco Broccoli's
Some of
the only
them-
one from childhood.
There was actually a couple. I think all these were new, but the other ones when I was a kid was like
Calypso cauliflower. I
Punk
think.
Rock Pork Chop was one.
That one was on the list as like the
chop.
weird, like, doesn't belong in the group one because she goes her own way. For some
Well,
reason,
that's
they
why
only
she's
beat.
punk rock.
I see. That's what punk is.
I want to see that.
I'm a punk rock pork chop.
We'll get you a Punk Rock Pork Chop.
Be a really good name for either a band or an album.
Punk rock
title.
pork chop!
That's exactly her. And well, now we know who voices Punk Rock Pork Chop.
Yeah, exactly. You just booked the gig.
Just do Violet doing like her deepest possible voice.
We gonna do it?
Think so.
Looks clear.
We're doing it.
All the physical design changed. Basically, I think the main thing was that AJ just got aged up.
That's right.
When this scene was first
AJ got
designed,
aged up.
he was like 3 years old, and the big choice of the scene was like, do I leave him in the car while I look for food? Or is that safe?
Oh, wow.
And then that ended up being not as good of an idea as,
Was
as we thought.
was some
We will
of
talk about. I'll click on him.
So did AJ get aged up because they wanted him to speak, have a bigger presence and speaking role?
The first iteration of this story, when I rolled onto the project, AJ was barely a character. He was actually still kind of just a MacGuffin. And at that time, the leadership on the project was really not interested in making him a character. They were trying to find ways to get him to sort of just leave the story.
Oh.
He wasn't really going to be a thing. So once we soon decided to make it a thing, I think Kirkbride might have had the idea, and I think weirdly Chris had the same idea earlier, to make him sort of a capable little war child. And to make that believable, we literally had to sort of scale him up from 3 to 6.
Yeah. Well, and Taylor she kills it.
And she was originally
just-
cast as 10, which is weird.
Oh, really?
Before, when AJ was like not as big a part of the story.
Whoa.
And 10 was cast as AJ, right?
Maybe. Yeah,
Because
I don't
like,
remember.
yeah.
But he definitely sounds like at least 10-year-old kid. 10, I would think. I don't know.
Yeah.
What do I know?
I'm just going to marvel for 1 second. Oh my god, it's a Telltale game where you can spin the camera around. This was such a big deal at
I
the
know.
time.
I remember going to all those conventions at
It took
E3.
45 engineers to get this one.
Oh, we did.
What?
I kept talking at E3.
Yeah.
It took probably like 5 engineers. Because our games are like these like point and click things where you move around a kind of a set camera angle. Also, the real-time combat, it's really simple, but man, did it take a lot of work.
It's down. Still with me? Still here. No bites. Next, we get in there.
The one thing I really want to do out here is I want to go get the skull.
Collectibles.
It's mine, my
Yes.
collectible. I hid them all. It was one of the things I did myself.
Gotta go get that skull. Oh wait, where's she gonna put it though?
I don't know.
Where's she gonna? She's gonna pick it up and she's gonna carry it around with her.
I mean, due to the magic of cameras, who
She's
knows?
just gonna drop it on the ground,
She's gonna put it on her head.
and it's gonna disappear. No, she has it.
She just has it now.
Yeah.
I love.
That's how video games work. Just in her
It's just in
inventory.
her backpack.
Yeah, clearly.
There's one part in episode 2.
You've collected deer skulls. Somehow it fit in there.
There's one part in episode 2 where Clementine talks to herself if AJ leaves the room, and I like to think it's like a moment she comes dangerously close to realizing she's an adventure game protagonist. It's like if she knew, she would just use her powers of her infinite pockets to do all
Infinite
kinds of
pockets.
wacky things.
What do we do inside a new place? We listen for monsters. After that,
Would I survive as long as Clem has survived in this world?
I think that too.
I know for a fact I would not have survived.
Do you think you would have survived?
I like to think that after spending so much time with this character, I at least have like a better chance of survival. I think I'd do okay, but I have a 3-pound chihuahua whom I love with all my heart. So she might doom.
She might have killed some zombies, Rosie style.
Yeah, yeah.
Look, I
Well,
love my
yeah,
dog,
no,
but
she barely has any teeth.
if zombies showed
I
up,
know, I know.
girl,
I just want to point out how great it was that Gideon just asked the same question that Violet asks in the card game later.
Oh, that's right.
Like, how long do you think you'd survive? Or who would die
Oh
first?
my
or something?
god.
First.
look at
I
that.
forgot. Little interesting design thing on the scene. We actually pretty late in making the scene decided to move the zombie couple inside the train station so the choice would be presented this way.
Oh.
They used to be outside, and it used to be like technically the same choice existed. If you went out, they used to be outside where the skull was found. And so if you went out there and checked thoroughly, you would know you had another option for getting into the booth, which was a cool idea, but in execution, it felt like most people would just go into the door and miss that entirely. So they wouldn't even know that they had 2 options here. And we kind of needed something to present as a stark moral choice in the scene, so we reshuffled the pieces to move them inside pretty late.
This part made me kind of like sad. You know, the couple like strapped themselves down and they
Yeah.
put the key there because this was their place, and
Yes, it
yeah, they wanted to leave this world together.
I like the stuff the season plays with regarding the, like... I feel like if the zombie apocalypse went on this long, people would start to view the zombies as like an afterlife you can see. Like, it's an idea that we kind of play with in a lot of the season, including like the James stuff. Like, it's like if there literally were the undead and there are religious people, you think they would look at that and be like, well, that's got to be like a mid-step or something, right?
Would you? I always think about this though. Like, if I was turning into a zombie and I knew I got bit, I don't know if I'd want to sit there forever and be a zombie. I'd rather just
No,
like
just
off
go.
myself.
Just go.
You know.
It's a big question
if I
of the
got
season.
if I got bit, bye bye. I wouldn't want to be a zombie. No way.
It looks really stressful.
It is. They're just sitting. She's like biting at it.
Yeah.
They seem chill. Look, they got
Yeah.
a nice view.
If I could just sit
Such
for
a
eternity,
nice view.
I would
Such
do
a
it.
nice view.
I would love to sit there
They
for
got all these
eternity.
beans.
That's why I became a game developer, so I could just sit for an eternity, basically. I was directing live action. I was like, I just want to sit down.
Oh my god. You manifested your dream.
This is a fun little Easter egg I'm pretty sure most fans have noticed, but all the locations on this card here are locations from previous seasons. There's like Macon and Richmond.
Oh,
and
nice. Oh.
There's Wellington up there.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
cute. Damn.
So it's not actually like, doesn't make any sense that the train here at this location has stopped at all those places, but it's just for the sake of an Easter
It
egg.
makes sense to us.
It makes enough sense.
Too small to crawl through. Well, for me. The key or the window. Those are our options.
It's dark in there. We should kill the monsters. They're not people.
Well, they used to be people. And as people, they ask to be left alone.
So what's best?
I'll get the key. I'm sorry.
Come on.
Double stab. Well.
Thank you, Murder Baby.
Murder baby.
He approves of my stabbing. That's nice of him.
Go this way.
There actually was a really detailed backstory for this that you could uncover at some point.
There,
in
one
the
point that we had
design.
like a letter you could pick up and read.
Yeah.
I remember
From
that.
them?
They had
From
actually,
them, yeah.
it was like addressed to somebody who had left their little encampment here, and if they'd come back, it explained like why they killed themselves, and it also warned you that the trap was
Oh, wait.
rigged.
Do I remember that? Did I read that?
I don't think so.
Oh,
This was,
okay.
I think, before Kent rolled on.
Do I remember that?
I definitely remember that in a table read. I remember thinking the way it was written didn't make sense for how a letter would be written.
It was like, hey, dear Vern. I remember it was to Vern actually. Varma, the co-director, did that because it was from the Ernest films. There's always the off-camera Vern.
Oh,
was named
dear
Vern.
Vern.
Yeah.
Hey, Vern. Or,
Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
oh my God. Ernest goes to camp.
But it was like, dear Vern, here's a
Best
bunch of
movie ever.
exposition.
Well, in the final version, you can just tell their backstory is because if you look at this crib, which I noticed people miss too, you can tell that they probably lost their kid, and they couldn't take it anymore.
That was what happened in that bad note too.
Yeah. Now it's just implied with visuals and,
Might be
and
why they gave up.
artistic highfalutin storytelling instead
Highfalutin.
instead of a note.
We didn't see a kid.
No, we didn't. Might be why they gave up. Spoiled. Sorry, buddy. These are long gone.
Fuck.
You said it, kiddo.
Shit, fuck. Look.
I remember the environment artist got me so mad at me for putting this in
They
there.
had to move the bed.
Well,
Yeah, that-
because the sheets don't move.
It's a floor door.
that is clearly one big solid object.
Because that would have been so expensive.
A floor door.
Would have been so expensive.
Floor door?
Huh, yeah. I must have wanted to hide something.
That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it is. We could eat for weeks with this much.
Where'd that
Oh,
grenade come from?
shoot.
Go!
It's rigged!
It's rigged. Damn it. Oh, boy.
Yeah. I do like that Clem instinctively curls her whole self around AJ.
Wait,
She's a
yes.
good mom.
Is this shaking?
Yeah, it vibrates. The
Wow.
controller vibrates.
Like, what is happening?
This is actually the
For
first
a second, I
Telltale
was like,
game
why
ever.
is the table shaking? Earthquake!
Yeah, I don't know if that does anything to the recording. This is the first Telltale game ever that has vibration in it.
Whoa!
We didn't have that in our engine before. I forget why it wasn't possible, but this is the first season where it was really a thing, and it's like curated. It like vibrates at like the right times, and we had like designers going in and like messing with curves and stuff to like vibrate in time with explosions. It vibrates when you stab zombies.
Wow.
Oh, really?
It gets really detailed. In episode 3, there's stuff where you can feel Lewis's heartbeat when you're hugging him.
Can I just like...
Wow.
Sure,
but no, you're about to kill
Okay,
some
when I kill
zombies,
something,
so
it'll vibrate. So
I just have my fingers.
to visualize what's happening here, I'm holding controller, and Gideon is gingerly touching it with several fingers.
This
beneath
is
the
turning into a
analog
whole nother conversation
Yeah.
at this point.
So I'm gonna stab this one.
Stab him.
There you go. See?
Did you get some?
Oh, whoa!
Yeah.
It's like...
Yeah. Yeah, it's
That's
timed
what
with the actions.
That's
We're
what
gonna make a gamer out of you yet,
feeling
Gideon.
sounds like.
I love AJ holding
She's
him
gonna
down.
be at
Good
Best
job,
Buy
AJ.
right after this, getting her PlayStation.
Comes like that one doesn't even deserve a stab.
Clem, look! The keys!
Get out of here! Trying to drive.
Press A! Press A!
I'm doing it.
The controller's probably going bananas right now, Gideon, if you want to touch it.
No!
Whee!
How did they survive that? That's bad.
Seatbelts.
Yeah.
They're really effective.
Buckle up.
Yeah.
Okay, I need a Clem hat. I need a Clem hat. That's the only hat I should ever be walking around with.
I agree.
On
We
my
keep saying
head.
that enough in this building, you might get one.
I know.
Hello, upstairs.
It's kind of interesting too because we're talking about this episode and all these people who worked on it. And when I'm not to bring up the big giant downer, but it's crazy because this is all part of this game company that no longer exists.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Well, you'll notice too, in this title sequence, we made a very strict adherence to titles in the title sequence at Telltale. And then when we got to episodes 3 and 4, when we moved to Skybound, we added people. Like Kent's name isn't in the credits until episode 3.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
Really?
it's listed very differently.
Interesting.
The nice thing in the Still Not Bitten credits too is I think it's just the entire Still Not Bitten team listed in alphabetical order of their last names.
Mhm.
And like Brody Anderson was actually real big on like getting rid of like the title structure. That,
Right.
Like everybody has their roles and that kind of thing. It feels more fair, I think.
Mm-hmm.
AJ.
I can't believe these kids' plan was to hold her down with tape.
Yeah.
They're
Okay.
children.
Yeah,
They
they
just rip that
obviously
off.
haven't met Clementine.
That was just supposed to stop her if she turned. but
She's
still kind of-
dangerous.
Only if she turned.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Good point. That wasn't like, this'll hold her.
Yeah, they're not really. And then the door is locked too. She has to pick it with art supplies.
Right. Spoiler
yeah.
alert.
Hey, Chris, you designed the scene. How was designing this?
I did, and you just shit all over it, so
Sorry.
thanks for that. No, it was fun. We both wanted to add a lot more puzzles back in to the season, and this one was fun because it was trying to think of like how to give you a bunch of conflicting imagery. Like you can find this scrapbook of kids, but you're also tied up and the door's locked.
There's bars on the windows.
So you're trying to...
Some creepy kids.
Yeah, well, one of them's you.
Oh, snap.
Did you know you were so creepy when you were little?
He looks creepy.
It's like we were trying to think of like the 5 years in, like Clem has been surviving the apocalypse. How does she feel about meeting people, right? So we're trying to like, in this one, it was like, how do you make you feel like Clem? You're locked in a room, but there's other things that make you feel like there might be something welcoming here. So it's kind of like hopefully putting you in a conflicted space as to who your captors are. I don't know if that was successful, but that was the intent.
Also with these like kind of quiet exploration scenes, so many of the previous seasons had kind of, especially like season 3 and season 2, got pushed to be like all dialogue all the time. Everyone's talking and it's constantly a movie. So having like these like quiet scenes where you just kind of get to poke around environment and just kind of soak in menace. I really like these.
Shit.
Examine box.
Is that,
I
is
love
that-
the stickers on this
Is
box.
that Minerva's?
It
book?
is.
Yeah. Wait, was Minerva the artsy? No, Sophie's there.
Oh, yeah,
Oh no,
Sophie, yeah.
Sophie. Minerva's,
right.
and
So
that's
in theory-
Minerva's sister.
Yeah, so in theory this is Sophie's box.
Okay,
It's
I remembered it was
Minerva's music and Sophie's art.
Okay, I remembered it was one of them, one of the sisters.
To be fair, they're identical twins.
Yeah, that's.
To be fair. So these, walking around these scenes, I remember in season 2, especially when I was very first time playable character, that trying to make the, point and click on objects not sound totally like, oh, look, a screwdriver. Perhaps that will come in handy. It's interesting because there's so much of that in these games, and there's such a nuance to doing that without it sounding completely stupid. I basically just patted my own self on the back. Wow.
Good job, Melissa.
I did a really amazing job.
You've really
with those
enhanced
point and clicks.
You've really enhanced
That's
my
not what I
experience
was.
of
Yeah.
Clementine looking at some debris.
Not what I was trying to say.
The
But
debris.
You want them in theory at best to get something out of,
right.
clicking on stuff.
Well, it's
and
still
not
a
just,
game. They have to
Yeah.
oh, I clicked on that. That could.
But like the shittiest version is Clement clicks on the door and she goes, a door.
Yep.
But click on the door and you get
a
some
door.
character or something.
Oh my god, it's so crazy
And we
hearing
do
you
still
do
have
her
those around
voice.
the best of-
Well, Marlon's character used to be a lot different before you rolled on when his model was actually made. He used to be a lot more kind of bullying.
He's still bullying, but it's just secret now.
Yeah, it's just a secret
Right.
bully.
Right. Secret bully.
It's a pretty cool introduction to his character and Ten's character too. Ten was also kind of mute in earlier drafts of the script, right? So that's kind of why he doesn't talk very much in the scene, I think.
Yeah, even Marlon has a line that says like, "This is Tennessee." He doesn't say much or something. along those
Until
lines.
episode 3.
Yeah, and then he
Okay.
goes on to say
Then you
so
can't
many
get him to
things.
shut up.
Got your boy, he's safe. If you want to see him again, you'll drop that knife. Now. I'm not fucking around.
Let's make a deal. You lower yours, I'll lower mine.
On the count of 3. 1, 2.
Well, and this would probably be a wonderful time to mention that Gideon and I, that's hard to say in one sentence.
Gideon
We also
and
could be
I.
the bourbon. Have not met each other until today, which is crazy.
Yeah.
We've recorded all these amazing scenes together, kind of in the way you do in
together.
video games. So this is pretty awesome to be here with you.
I just hear your voice and respond. Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
It makes me happy. I mean, I hope we get to do more stuff where we're hanging out.
I do
But
too.
I don't know. I've been waiting to meet you because clearly the fandom loves us together.
Yes, they
Loves
do.
Clementine,
Valentine.
Valentine. You know, we're pretty cute, so
We are.
We were really excited to meet.
That's so nicely. Sorry about locking the door and tying you to the bed and all. We were in pretty rough shape when we found you. You gotta take precautions, you know, just in case. But you're safe now, and so's your friend. I'm Marlon. That's Tennessee. But, call him 10 for short. He's the one been taking care of you. Yeah, doesn't talk much.
Clementine.
Come on, let's go see your boy. So you've been surviving out there a while, huh?
Yeah, we've been on the road a long time.
Take it you know how to handle yourself? Don't usually see people our age alone out in the wild,
Sure, I do what I can to get by.
no matter what. But don't worry about it. We all do what we have to.
Who's that?
You two out of that wreck. Walkers were on the way.
The car, was it totaled?
Yeah,
Fuck.
had to work fast. I don't know what would have happened if we hadn't seen the smoke.
I appreciate it.
All alone with the kid? Not a pleasant thought. I've seen some rough scenes.
Hi there? What's his problem?
Omar never says anything, but you know.
Does a couple of things, doesn't he?
It's just
does.
more fun to see what the fandom does with him.
It is more
Apparently
funny. It
he's
is
a cook god.
I'm almost happy we didn't end up giving him any lines because he became this huge meme in the fandom where he's like the god of cooking. And it's like him versus Gordon Ramsay and shit on Reddit.
What?
Yeah.
I need to watch. I need this. So much to see. Thank you to all those fans who do all this, put all this effort into those kinds of things, by the way.
I'm here for the fan art.
Amazing fan art.
Yeah, it's really good.
Amazing fan art.
Every time I get to work on something that actually inspires like creativity from other people, I feel very rewarded.
Totally.
Yeah.
Myself, but I'm probably a little biased. Wasn't always like this, though. Used to be a lot of us, but you know how it goes. I got us a system in place that works well enough. Allow me to make it formal. Welcome to Erickson's boarding school for troubled youth. You and your boy, feels like you both fit that description. It's hard to survive too long these days without being a bit troubled.
You got me and AJ all wrong, Marlon. Couple of pure angels.
Jury's still out on you, but an angel your boy is decidedly not. He's been a little terror since he arrived.
Excuse me?
Let's just say he hasn't been happy.
I remember we specifically could not show Lewis in E3 footage because they hadn't yet figured out how to make his dreadlocks move. I remember distinctly where I had a meeting where I was like, so when will Lewis's dreadlocks move? And people were like, huh? What? And I'm like, oh my god, they need to move. We cannot show him to the world until his dreadlocks move.
Oh, man.
He's with Lewis.
Lewis?
Oh, right. Just listen for the music. You'll find him. Get a move on, Willie. Where's your damn weapon?
Follow the music.
Cry baby. Little cry boy. Cry about little.
I need to real quick talk about these diplomas of ass. This is my favorite stupid
Big ass.
joke.
That's actually what my diploma is.
In ass?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Doctor of ass.
Bachelor of ass.
Wait,
I'm
what
a
was the other
bachelor
one?
of ass.
Doctor of ass and.
Oh, this is
Why
who I'm going to
Ruby?
cosplay. I'm going to cosplay Ruby at a
Oh, you could
convention.
totally
I
do
swear
it.
to God.
Yeah, if you dyed your hair, you could totally do it.
My hair is pretty red.
I actually auditioned for Ruby first, and then Jack was like, "No, you're great, but I'd love you to read for Violet." And then I did Violet.
I didn't even know
But I
that.
auditioned for Ruby.
I bet that was fun.
Originally.
I remember hearing you as Violet, and it was just like, clearly that's Violet.
Yeah.
You had
What
like
the
this
hell's
voice
wrong
that
with
was like. I remember Joe Muller, or VO, like head of VO, saying like, Gideon has like an accent, and it sounds like it's from somewhere, but we don't know where it is. And that's like perfect for Violet.
You know what? That's so weird because so many people ask me if I'm from not here.
Right.
And I'm like, what accent do I have? And they're always like, I don't know. Do I have an accent? I think I sound like a valley girl.
No. You have some like
Are you from California?
non-regional.
Yeah, born and raised, valley.
You do have a really unique sound to your voice.
Well, my dad's German, my mom's from New York.
Maybe that is
Mix.
That's the mix.
I think Rubber just mentioned before there were really early versions of Violet where she had like a thick kind of country accent.
Yeah, actually,
Violet did?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I auditioned.
Which
one
makes
of her
sense why you auditioned
auditions,
for
I
Ruby
was
because they're
like,
kind of similar if that was what we were
In
going
the
to do.
casting sheet, she was from West Virginia. I don't know if that's
West-
canonically correct or
No,
not.
yeah.
Interesting.
And
The final
actually,
season takes place in I don't know what state,
in the
canonically.
in the audition, I did it with a southern accent. Actually,
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
I did.
When we first see Ruby, it was like that little motherfucker. And my favorite moment in the booth with you, Melissa, was you doing the impression. Yeah. I remember everybody lost it because you just nailed it perfectly.
The dreads.
The dreadlocks are
They
Honestly,
move.
Lewis
moving
is,
around.
Lewis is real cute.
He's handsome.
Lewis is goddamn adorable.
Loud and clear, little man. Thankfully, I was here to calm him down with my alluring music.
Sterling.
Sterling
Another
Superman.
person I haven't met yet, which is
Who I
crazy.
haven't met.
No, we don't meet anybody.
super
He's
nice.
yeah, he did an amazing job.
Yes, we might not know that most voice actors don't record their stuff together.
Yeah. If you guys think that, that's not the case. None of us ever
It's
record together.
very rare in video games.
Double mama? Does he know what that is?
It's dirty. Wait a minute. Back you go. Where it belongs.
Dude, that can't be a good idea. That thing's bigger than him. Is it actually loaded?
It's my gun, so it's my rules. Our gun.
Just when you think you've seen it all. You guys do your thing, I guess.
You don't know any others?
Well, there is one. But you're armed.
Okay, we get it.
We get it. You're
This,
gorgeous.
by the
Oh
way,
my darling, she's mine. She's mine.
He like really belts at it. He does not fuck around with this song.
this was technically a nightmare to get to work.
Yeah, talk about that
To
for a
be
second.
able to like let the player choose what they want to say and like interrupt the song, like that the way that our engine works, that is not an easy thing to do, because it was you have to be able to hit the button and have like this immediate response. But the way this works, like he has to keep singing, and we couldn't break the time, we couldn't break the piano because it's all playing in the background. So this was a fucking nightmare.
Wow.
But
It feels
turned out
seamless
pretty
in the
good.
final product,
Yeah.
and I remember it being hard. I remember being really awkward the first couple of times it's put together. You press the button, he would like sing half a line or something, and it's like we just can't do that.
That was the one thing I video recorded when we were in the VO booth was Sterling singing. Sterling singing that
Yeah,
song.
he went
He's
for it.
incredible.
He did it like on the first try. I think we had to get him to sing less good Like that was because like
Yeah, I'm
Lewis is not
saying
supposed to be a
he nailed it.
professional.
I feel like shit right now because I'm thinking about the lullaby I had to sing.
Oh,
and
you
not
sounded
this-
so.
You sound amazing in that. You sound amazing in that.
It sounded so sincere. Like it sounded really, really sweet and sincere.
I was so sad I couldn't make that VO session because I wrote that song with Lauren, the writer, and I was like, I want to be there for that.
Actually, you sounding kind
it
of
was really
a little
good.
bit imperfect in that makes it feel real because it
Yeah.
sounds like
Yeah.
Violet's character doing it.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't sound like a professional singer.
There's
doing
like a
it, 'cause Violet's not
vulnerability
supposed
to
be a
it.
professional singer.
Taking out a few deadheads. You too, Lewis. Your ass in here. Fine.
Oh, you're about to speak, Gideon. I love.
I'm
these
about
first
to be.
lines.
I'm rude.
Selfishly, I
I'm
got to
Violet's
write
so
it.
mean here. It's great.
I'm so rude.
But this was like, I think I got to write this part for Violet, and it was mostly because like I was trying to think of how Violet would kind of like try to
Yeah.
flirt.
Rosie! Where the hell is she? You give her weapon back? Good. We're gonna need you to put it to use. We've got a hunting party out there trying to get back inside. Need our help to clear the way. Seems to be a few more than usual these last couple days.
It's almost like something drew their attention. Something like, I don't know, an explosion or a car crash.
Bye.
She's so mean.
So good.
It's pretty nice. It's a pretty nice experience because you met Marlon and he seems pretty nice, and Lewis seems pretty nice, and then you meet Violet and she
Yeah,
just like
someone's
suddenly
gotta
put,
have an
put her
edge.
on.
Yeah.
But then it
that's
makes
where
you-
they connect almost.
Yeah, it makes you want more. It makes you want to get through to her real center.
What he said.
All right, boys and girls, they're starting to fill in.
Come on.
Be careful out there. Don't mind Violet. She,
So edgy.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
it's
Lewis
Cheryl's.
is
Oh God.
Cheryl's.
There's a story behind Cheryl's too.
Please tell it.
One of our cinematic artists, Jonah Huang, I'm sure I pronounced the last name wrong, but he had a second chair at his desk and he named it Cheryl's. And I was like, that's too good to not be in the game.
That's amazing.
Cheryl's.
And Lewis's weapon became a chair leg just by happenstance because it was like, what's the weird weapon that we could give Lewis?
my God.
Even though that leg is way too big to actually be from a chair.
Brilliant.
This is an episode 4 thing, but it's relevant. At one point,
Yes.
Violet's so cool.
So wing.
At one point in episode 4, we had a birthday party for AJ, and there were presents given to him by the other characters. And Lewis, in some branches, would give him a stool leg, and he would call it Cheryl's Jr.
Cheryl's
It was
Jr.
a fight to be called Charles Jr. or Stulio. I remember debating that.
Stulio. Damn.
No, I like Cheryl's Jr.
tough
I like
call.
Cheryl's Jr. because there was a cut line where AJ said, "That's like my name, Alvin Jr."
Oh. Ooh. That's satisfying.
I love these impossible rock traps the children have put together.
Yeah.
How did they get those
that
up there?
The rainbow
yeah.
puffy jacket from
That thing is
season
iconic.
2 is one of my favorites. I want one.
Does she have to break into a store and like get them?
You know, the
Or
puffy
you don't
jacket
see that?
we do see that given to her, but for the most part, she just
appears
happens,
with the clothing.
Yeah, appears
Yeah,
with the new
cool.
clothes.
Yeah, I don't know where she got this sweet jean denim
I
on
know.
denim on
Yeah, I was
denim
looking
look.
at that. And I was like, damn, look at that design.
Yeah.
Boom! Oh, wow!
Looks like they made it back in one piece. Come on, meet them halfway.
Honestly, you can learn so much from these games. Like the kick the leg,
Yeah.
get it in
You
the
see,
head.
this is all.
That's the trick she learned from Jane, season 2. I remember distinctly summarizing this bit. We added it later in the script to the
Violet's
entire
hot.
room full of people making the game, and I remember it being like Clementine going like, "Hey, you're pretty good," and Violet goes like, "Yeah, I know, but you're pretty good too."
Oh my god.
I was like, "Yeah, we're putting that in the
Wow.
game." Because we had to figure out how like the Violet character arc worked. Like, where do Clem and Violet sort of start to connect?
Kill.
And it's like she doesn't think much. She clearly is pretending she doesn't think much of Clem, but then Clem kills like 1,000 walkers. She's like, I guess she's cool.
You know, you're not half bad considering the circumstances and all. Thanks. Let's finish these guys off. We don't need them attracting more walkers back to the school.
piece of shit. I hate this cleanup bullshit.
Fucking
Whoa,
awesome stuff.
Rosie.
Rosie rules so hard.
Rosie. Love her.
And this is a nice continuity with Clem from the previous seasons, having had a horribly traumatic experience with dogs in the second season.
He was hungry.
Yeah, there's a dog that bites Clem's arm in the second season.
Mhm.
Animals do not get infected with the virus.
Okay.
They actually say in the comic the giant tiger Shiva eats walkers
Shiva.
because they just don't have enough meat to feed it. Which makes me go, because I actually at one point was like, wait, how does Rosie live? Okay, she probably
How
she
is
can eat
that
walkers.
fair?
And
How
they
is that fair?
I don't think the walker meat is inherently infectious on its own. It's just disgusting.
No, but the blood, I feel like the blood, like the head juice.
I don't think, yeah.
The magic
head
of
juice.
head juice.
All the head juice.
Gigantic rabbit. How'd it go out there? How do you think it went?
Be nice, Asim.
The safe stone's nearly dry. I could barely find enough for tonight.
Here's where the flirting contest begins
I
between
know,
Lewis
right?
and Violet.
And I get both. I know that Violet was the most popular choice. But I can see, Clementine also needs a laugh.
It's pretty even. I think Violet's
Yeah.
a little bit bigger.
Oh, I thought,
I know.
yeah, okay.
Oh, look at this. Love triangle right
Look at that
there.
right there. I think I like the most about Lewis and Violet. They both feel totally valid as romance.
Right,
options
it's
for
not
girls.
like, oh, come on, man.
Yeah, you can
No.
choose to have sort of fun times, or you can choose to have a
way-
badass lesbian warrior.
You kicked ass, Violet. A+.
I know.
Yeah, okay, so that's all we're going to look at at 401 because we want to see the finale of the season because that's got a lot of stuff to talk about and react to. So, everybody ready to move on?
Yes.
Super excited.
I guess.
Last time on The Walking Dead.
I do want to point out how cool it is that AJ narrates this one, which we did entirely to make the player feel uncomfortable about Clementine's fate.
Right. Why is AJ talking?
I kind of took the same idea from Batman actually, because the last episode of Batman season 2, Joker kind of narrates the previously on sort of thing, which normally it had been Bruce saying something about justice.
Right,
but
of
instead
course.
it's Joker leaving a voicemail on Bruce's phone. So I really wanted to have the sort of choice receptacle character, which in this season is AJ, do a similar thing here.
Nice.
And also Taylor just sounds great.
She does.
I remember Jack and Joe made a point that AJ would not be smart enough to say previously on. He says last time
Last
on for
time,
The Walking Dead.
right.
And Jack was very adamant about that.
Yeah,
About
yeah,
being
Jack.
previously on is beyond AJ's language
Yes.
capabilities.
Jack Fletcher was the director, the VO director on the season, and he was amazing.
I love Jack.
Yeah,
Everybody
amazing
loves
to
Jack.
work with. I mean, beyond his obvious talents as a director and getting us to give the performance that was needed and wanted, he's just an amazing human being, and he's hilarious.
He really is. He's an old hippie.
Yeah.
He's an old hippie.
To paint a picture of Jack, he's a tall old hippie that wears circular glasses and has giant gray dreadlocks.
Yep.
He looks.
And he always chews gum.
Uh-huh.
He always has gum in his mouth.
I distinctly remember one time when I realized that Jack was magic. It was actually to get Lewis revved up to do the stuff in the Marlin finale of episode 1. He did this thing where he took Sterling on this whole emotional journey, and he was like, "This is your best friend," and you're just learning all these horrible truths about him, and it's hitting you deep in your gut, and you feel it sort of down there, and you just have to let it all out, and you go. And then Sterling just said the lines, and they were amazing. And I was like, "Oh my god,
Yeah.
this man's magic."
No, he was magic. I was thrilled, and we developed. I mean, just over the season, from not knowing each other at all, and to the end of the season of just, I want to work on everything with him.
This was fun.
Wow.
That's all I have to say.
This was
No,
a lot of screaming for me. I remember that.
This was fun design just because it was really just trying to make you feel like Clem could die at any second
Yes.
at the very beginning of the episode, and just making it feel like you were out of your element, and that all the things that you went through going up to this moment in the story, like really the consequences of how heavy all that stuff was, like very at the front of the episode.
This is amazing. The walkers in the water and the fire and the look at the shadow. Wow.
I want to shout out to Jonah again for doing the cinematics on the scene. He killed it.
Yes. For Cheryl's and the cinematics.
Jonah's given us many things.
Yes, it's so fantastic.
I've been working with Jonah at Telltale for years. He's just been amazing on everything he's on. He was my choreography lead on both of the episodes of Batman I directed as well.
Nice.
He was my first choreography lead on Walking Dead 303.
Oh wow.
Find a way down. This ship isn't gonna stay afloat much longer.
Oh, little AJ.
I
so
love
cute.
him.
I did too.
Because AJ has that blood in his face, that means we're playing the path where he bit off Dorian's ear.
I know.
Which is my favorite
And she
part.
just says, he bit me. Not like, he bit off my fucking ear. Like, it was just like, he bit me.
I think we recorded that line
ear is
before we
gone.
realized that her entire ear was gone.
Yeah,
or like,
your
this shouldn't
ear
have put it
is
in.
gone.
shouldn't
And
have
that
been-
was Deborah Wilson,
That was
who
Deborah
is one
Wilson.
of my heroes.
Deborah Wilson is my favorite. She played
Yes.
Waller in Telltale's Batman, which is why I just needed to get her in this game.
Your
Well, I'm
favorite
glad you
present
did.
company excluded, I
Yes.
assume.
Sorry, I love all voice actors I've worked with equally.
Whatever you do.
Ooh, girl.
That part makes my heart jump out of my throat every single time we play it. I'm still not bored of that part.
Even
And I
though
played this
you
episode like 50 times.
Know what happens.
I have to admit, I stole that from episode 105 when
Good.
Lee's walking across the sign.
Oh, really?
The McCabe. I was like, I wanted to call back to that moment a little bit.
Here we go.
I love how much the walkers in the water feel like a big element here. Like they're always like underneath you and they're super
She
dangerous.
must be buff.
And buoyant.
She got a lot of muscle.
Yeah,
She
Clem ever-
is. She's totally buff.
She's totally buff because like
She is.
Clem ever took her
Yeah.
shirt off, she just looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
she's just hiding
Get
it.
to the helicopter. What do they get to the chopper? Right, sorry.
Get your ass to
Can you say
the
get?
chopper.
Can you say get to the chopper like Clementine?
Get to the chopper.
Nice.
But with a German, I was a
Nice.
little confused. Should I do it with like the.
Get
what
to
is he-
the chopper.
Yeah,
I think you
there
just say it in
go.
Clementine's
See?
voice just completely. I think that's
I
just
can't do
fine.
Clementine's voice.
Can you do Violet saying get to the chopper?
Get to the chopper.
Perfect.
She'd just be all like angsty.
That was just your
and-
voice slightly deeper.
Whatever you do, don't look down.
Oh, Robert, do you want to talk about the lines we cut from Gad?
Yeah, I guess.
From who?
Gad is this raider right here that shoots arrows at us. This is Gad.
When I was writing this scene, Kirkbride gave me the note to make Gad be like a Predator guy, like a Predator action hero. So I wrote all these lines that were like based on him being the sheriff of Nottingham and Clem being Robin Hood.
Oh.
I can't remember all of them.
He definitely comes
You
says
went
like,
there.
"Who you think you are, the sheriff of fucking Nottingham?"
He said, "Do you think you're fucking Robin Hood with this thing?"
Yeah.
And he's like, "Well, I'm the sheriff in fucking Nottingham."
Oh my god.
And then he quoted Robin Hood.
Oh,
Prince of
AJ's signature
Thieves.
move coming up right here.
Oh
Dick
my
punch.
God. Dick punch.
AJ is at perfect dick destruction height.
Dick destruction.
It's just
How
always such a
tall
good
is he?
look for him.
Oh, you know, dick
AJ
destruction height.
Right in the face.
Has anyone seen my son? He's about 6, big afro, dick height.
Very destructive of the dick if need be. I was picturing her in a canoe. I don't know why. This is good. I like what I'm seeing.
Because you
here.
heard about the boat,
It's
so
much
you're like,
more
canoe.
like badass than a little canoe.
Yeah, I love the visuals in this bit.
Yeah.
Clementine has dramatically bad aim all of a sudden.
Yeah, I know.
But it's fine.
What?
It's thematic. And then Lily gets all wispy about it at the end.
There's a lot of space between her and the raft.
It's true. Bows are not magic.
Yeah. Plus, Gad was
Damn.
wrong. She's not Robin Hood, so.
Yeah. Here we go. Lily's best line.
Wow.
Just the defeat in her voice is so.
She's just so broken up. I really quite like it. She's like she was actually trying to get a little bit of a connection with Clem in that scene. If you play that scene that way, Clem is like, no connection, no emotion. I hate you.
Voiced by Nikki Rapp.
Voiced beautifully by Nikki Rapp.
That fire is so realistic. So
we got
beautiful.
new fire effects for the season. This is a fun fact.
Wow.
I remember at one point our effects guy was amazing this
Yeah,
season.
Mike Parsons.
Mike Parsons. I remember when he showed us like he made glass that worked and he showed the fire like through the glass and I was like, this is too crazy.
He would always be like, you'd be like, hey, can we get new fire? And be like, I don't know. And then like 10 minutes later, he'd be like, here's your new fire, and it would look amazing.
Wow.
So I was like, I don't know if I can do it. And
Yeah.
you just do it.
And
And 24 hours later.
The water stuff in this season is amazing too. The stuff in 403 where they go under the water to like sneak up on the docks is so good looking,
the
especially
walkers.
considering the ancient nature of our engine. It's amazing. It looks so good.
Sometimes I don't know where this dirty road is taking me. Sometimes I don't know the reason why. So I guess I'll keep gambling, lots of moves and lots of rambling.
Jared Emerson Johnson, who did all the
Randy.
music. And
Powerful
Randy. I saw him the other night. It made me so happy.
Oh, he's so delightful.
He was with Telltale for 15 years. He was actually one of the very first people in the doors.
Yeah, it's kind of wonderful. He's on
Yeah.
their last project
Yes,
ever.
I
under the name Telltale.
agree.
I think it should be said that in the scene where you guys are on the bell tower, there's like an Easter egg constellation of a mustache.
Yes.
And a lot of people think it's a Kenny reference, but it's actually a Randy Tudor
It's Randy
reference.
Tudor.
The thing is, Randy
there's
is real life Kenny.
Easter egg in season 1, is it right? Where Lee says Randy Tudor.
It's in season 3 too. I don't
Something
think it's.
powerful man, powerful stash. What is it? I can't remember.
Randy Tudor, good man, fine man, powerful stash.
Yeah.
One of the greats.
I thought it was Lee. It was Lee that said
Lee
it,
says
right?
it in the first season.
Okay.
I don't
Jesus
think anybody
says
says it in the
it
second
in the
season.
third season.
Ugh.
I remember for the longest time we didn't have enough smoke in the shot, and I was like, when will it
More
become
smoke.
smoky? The VFX are a thing that kind of gets added like almost last. So like effects that are like VFX related, like this zombie.
real.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
Like for the longest time, like this zombie that appears in the next shot was just super obvious. So it was like, why is Clem taking a while to understand what it is? Because it's like it was just like
Wait,
a zombie.
what
Clem's
is
like, huh?
that?
A what?
Do you remember in early drafts of the scene, it could have been Lewis, Violet, or Minerva?
Oh.
my
and
God.
that would have walked through the smoke, and then it just defaulted to a zombie.
Well, Lewis.
That is tongueless Lewis, right?
That is. Yeah. Looks
Yeah.
like it.
Yeah, okay, we got it.
Great,
Thank
yay.
God.
Okay.
We just did some real
No
behind-the-scenes
offense, Lou.
wizardry to make sure we could play
Yeah,
the
we're-
Violet route
we're
because we
trying
have
to make sure
Gideon
that
here.
Gideon was
I love
present.
There we go. Yeah, that's
Thumbs
that's
up.
the funniest and saddest thing in the entire game is
Yeah.
to tell Lewis a joke and he's just like, sorry, can't make a joke in return.
Thumbs
No
up.
tongue.
No tongue. Yes.
Here we go. Gotta save my
Yay.
girlfriend.
There she is.
Is she your girlfriend in this?
Well, I think she might be. Well, we're about to
Yeah.
find out if they touch their hands together romantically. Here
Oh,
it is.
yay.
This right here is proof of love.
Bravo.
Only people who love each other do that hand thing.
Yes.
That part's
Exactly.
sad right there too. Violet like sees she hasn't really had time to sit down and think about how bad it is Lewis got no tongue.
Yeah.
It's actually so sad he doesn't have a tongue.
It really. I know, because he was so effervescent. Use that word.
We made sure that each of their horrible wounds was really bad for the specific person they are.
Right.
We're really mean.
Yeah, you
It's
are.
the Walking Dead guys.
I know.
That's true.
Oh, thank God.
You guys made it.
There's more walkers than I can count. That explosion drew them right to us.
Stay cool. We knew this would happen. We just have to get off this beach. Look! We brought the cart around.
Ruby, Willie!
Come on! We're getting out of here!
There's Suleni out there. We should talk about
Oh,
Suleni for
yeah,
a second. Suleni, the lady who
Suleni.
looks like she's wearing a couch. She at one point was the final boss.
Yeah, she was the Minnie on the bridge before Minnie became the Minnie on the bridge.
Yeah, she was going to be strapped with grenades and like on fire or something, and she was going to chase you across the bridge. Just
Awesome.
furious that she was the last raider. And we had to strap her with grenades on fire because we couldn't figure out how to make her scary because she's very short. Anyways, look, the first ever zombie on human kill in the whole season.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Minnie.
Everybody was really good at zombies all season.
She's quite striking, this one.
She's amazing. She's one of the best looking characters I
Yeah.
think we've ever made.
Everything about her is pretty awesome. Her hair is super rad.
And she gets this whole montage of being a zombie killing badass just for her.
I mean, she pisses me off. I don't necessarily like her at all, but she looks amazing.
Yeah, I think she's a great character, but it makes total sense if you hate her because she's very
Yes.
bad for you specifically.
Yes.
What the hell is she doing? She's gonna get herself killed.
Oh, well.
And poor Violet's got to
there
go through this whole thing
goes.
where she's her ex-girlfriend
Ex.
turned into a psychopath.
Right.
My favorite Omer line in the whole
Yay.
season.
See, I told you. I knew he talked.
He does talk occasionally.
He sounds so dire, though.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
He had some more lines here where Asim and Omar are helping each other up, but it was just kind of like prattle about what they were doing, and the visuals kind of sell it
Oh,
on their
right.
own. Hey, first time the other character kisses Clem outside of player control.
Nice.
We figure you've consented to the relationship by this point.
That little smirk and run.
Yeah.
Smirk and
She has a good smirk.
gotta run.
Violet says Clem's catchphrase to her, a true sign of knowing her for long enough. I remember we actually tried for like a hot second to try to have the same cover shooting mechanic that we have on the bridge later at this part, but just due to like just deadlines of the project having to be done on time, it was not going to happen. So we just go back with the traditional
So
reticle
much
thing here.
pressure, my God. I mean, it's so on the voiceover side, you know, we have our sessions are scheduled. We go in, we do what we do. If we don't finish, we have another session, tra-la-la. I mean, just, that's coming up so much, and not to get serious, but in video games these days, of just the pressures, like the time, so much of a crunch. To
It's a
create
miracle
something this
that
amazing. I just
any
don't
game
even
gets made ever.
understand. I know. I guess that's my whole point. Is it's just kind of crazy what you do. And thank you.
You're welcome.
The schedule in this one too, like there is not a wasted like minute. Like this is exactly
sure.
as much stuff as there possibly could have been given the amount of time and people we had to make this thing in. It was literally crazy.
Yeah.
We couldn't have an ounce of fat on this thing if we were going to get it done on time.
I was definitely, and a lot of the team was there late at night, many a nights, trying to just get as much possible polish on this thing as possible.
Hey, look, the one time 10 does something cool. Yeah.
Oh.
He tries. He got Clementine her knife back.
Zombat, that's kind of our inside term as a developer team for the zombie combat mechanic, where you're kind of walking around and you can fight zombies.
Oh, that's what it means.
Yeah.
Zombat.
Clem, monsters. We need to move. We'll have to squeeze through there.
Well, we don't have a choice, kid.
We gotta go in there, 10. I love AJ saying,
Move
it, dummies.
AJ.
Oh God.
I remember a sim, our environment lead was like, I can give you, we don't have much time, I can give you like a little bit of a beach in front of a cave. And we were like, okay. And then he gave us that beautiful atmosphere outside with this like gorgeous matte painting.
Yeah, our environment lead went above and beyond on all this stuff, especially this cave stuff, which is so cool. The cave was really nice to finally get a different kind of environment in here. Yeah, that rushing water took a while to come together. We have this crazy thing called like ripple maps that like causes all the the stuff like flowing around the rocks and stuff like that. And it's really just like a bunch of like flowing textures and stuff, but the effect is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. How do I'm trying to make an Easter egg occur? Is it crystal?
It's crystal,
Crystal
Calypso, wood pile.
Crystal Calypso Woodpile River. Okay.
This is an Easter egg that was supposed to be harder to trigger than it is.
Yeah, I think we saw some YouTubers do this on their
beautiful
very first
crystal to just find.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
I know, look at this. And she just puts it in her pocket.
Puts it right in her butt.
It's in.
Yeah.
I remember one of the best things written in the script was somebody wrote, Clem puts it up her inventory.
Up her inventory. Oh, there's
a Calypso cauliflower.
Did you say cauliflower?
Cauliflower.
Calypso cauliflower.
Cauliflower.
I'm a cauliflower person.
Cauliflower. I don't like that. Cauliflower.
Cauliflower.
I don't like any of it, actually. I just don't like.
All right, everybody, get ready for it. Get ready for it. Look, inner tube zombie.
Oh my God.
Inner tube zombie.
Where's the display text?
It's gonna happen. It doesn't happen right away.
Oh my God.
There it is. Huh.
That's the best notification.
This went in so late too. After the translation, we had to pick a word.
Yeah, that piano glitch was annoying as fuck in the first episode. I couldn't stand it. It was like actually throughout the whole fucking series. I couldn't stand it. The piano was just going on and off. It still pissed me off.
There's
Seems so well designed that even the person who designed it doesn't know how to solve it.
It's amazing. Yeah, it just you just get immersed in the cave. You know where to
I know
go.
they didn't even ask. I guess they thought it was normal, but I know because that's not normal. The piano's not supposed to play when someone's not touching it.
This kind of cave. And
I knew something was wrong. I'm surprised they didn't ask about that glitch.
Yeah,
it's just fine.
Probably embarrassing this guy when I said don't mention it. Probably. We brought this game back from the dead. If there's a glitch, don't you dare fucking say anything. King's Punisher. Instead of Cheryl's, I'll call it King's Punisher. I share a leg. No, my Punisher is my 12 gauge, not a chair leg.
Make sure the river was wide enough to make sure that, like...
I mean, that fire, I can't get over the fire.
It looks really nice.
Oh my God, I gotta go pee.
Hey. We kind of really have to futz how hard it is for the zombies to get through that crack, because we just never got it thin enough. I remember we kept, like, cramming it in and, like, making, like, different lenses to make sure that thing would be thin.
Yeah, they only said in the description, they only play, like, 45 minutes of the first episode, and then they move on to the final episode, take us back. I kind of wanted to finish the rest of the first episode, because there's a lot of shit that happens. But they don't, sadly. They skip on. They play, like, 45 minutes of it, and then they skip on to the final episode. Oh, it's gonna be a 7-hour live stream. It's gonna be longer than my longest one. They made a love choice with Violet. Oh my God, damn, dude, why? Save Lewis. My God.
Oh, good God. Somebody help 10. Oh.
Yeah. Good old rock throw.
They chose Valentine. God damn it, they should have chose Clueless.
He was just making an
Oh no, there's James the Walker. How'd that happen?
Okay, so
Oh, is this if you don't kill Lily, James comes back as a walker? How? Who killed him? Did Lily kill James? Man, fuck, that's bullshit.
Wow.
Murder you.
Yep.
Remember when Telltale got shut down in the middle of our recording session?
Wait,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah,
Oh, BRB.
I was so that day, and I swear I.
Yeah, I didn't see a walker on the river
told
either.
me he had no
When we played, I didn't see no walker on the river in that little
He
tugboat.
randomly that day was for the final episode. It was theoretically our final recording session. It was like, I want to start with the final scene in the game. And I was like, oh God, you're going to
Let us see your face. You've already seen my face.
I just feel like Kent and Adam will be
Oh,
on board because you
man.
guys weren't in the room yet. And And so we did
Man, I gotta
it.
go
We got it out of
piss.
the way. It was super
Fuck, I
emotional.
think I'm about to wet myself.
He
Shit.
took me to a
I
very
drank too much damn
sad
Sprite.
and, you know, I mean,
Oh, shit.
literally just this is my final moments recording as Clementine, which for me has been a 7-year journey. So it was just, well, you know, super emotional. But we actually started with that, and you and Adam were summoned to a mandatory meeting, and
Yeah,
about half an hour later,
the meeting was suddenly scheduled in the middle of our recording session. I was getting like slacks from like Michael Kirkbride being like, and he's been through this thing, a company shutting down before, so he's like, it's over, it's fucking over. I'm like, no, it's not, right? It's like, it can't be. That's crazy. Just keep going. Just keep going and recording just in case something horrible happens. Maybe this audio will be useful later.
as it turns out,
And it turns out we did use several of the things that were recorded in that session.
Thank the gods.
I remember I still had one more session to go.
Yeah,
And
we hadn't
I
done
just
with Violet yet.
finished, and literally, when I walked out of the studio, they called me. Well, my manager called me, and they're like, "Yeah, Telltale Games is not a thing anymore." And I was like, "What do you mean? I was just recording."
Right. Crazy, right? Yeah. Yeah, and it really, I mean,
It happened so suddenly, we had no idea it was coming.
Yeah.
My friend Laura Martin, who did the song Pilgrim of Sorrow for the end of episode 3, I remember the weekend before, she was like, I'm about to go in this recording studio and put my own money up. And she was like, nothing weird is going to happen, is it?
Shit.
And I was like, it's a big company. There's no reason we're going to go out of business next week or something. And then the exact thing happened. I promised her, I was like, I'll pay for it if for some weird reason that happens.
Damn.
But then Skybound came through and everything's
yes.
amazing.
Skybound to the rescue. Yeah, that was a very traumatic time period, for sure.
We could have not had the spooky emotional cave scene if Skybound
I
saved the
know.
final season.
Yes.
We weren't even going to finish episode 3.
Well, and that was the sad part, because I was basically done. I mean, there's just so much work went into this game, and beyond, you know, whatever, any selfish reasons for anything, it's just to honor the work that so many people put into this game. It would have been just fucking sad, tragic if it wouldn't have gotten finished. And for the fans of this game, as you now know, Gideon, are like really like just.
Man, they sure do love this game.
They do, and that's, you know.
Yeah, people were messaging me like, "Are you guys gonna finish? Is there like, are we gonna get to the end?" And I wouldn't say anything 'cause I didn't know.
Yeah.
Wait, here's AJ talking about how there's no life after death. So
there's no life after death.
He's real shook by James.
When you say it like that, Melissa, it sounds very good. It sounds like it's some good news.
Why I keep bringing.
Maybe if Clem had just started singing in the scene, she could have gotten AJ to come around sooner.
Right. Damn. Oh, little buddy.
So design-wise, this scene, I think this little bit coming up here has probably the most conditional callbacks in the entire game. It's like this part references like a whole bunch of stuff you can have said to AJ in sort of like increasing levels of importance. It calls back to like pretty much every important bit of violence you can do in the season. It's pretty neat design-wise.
Yeah.
This is a Michael Kirkbride masterpiece scene.
I think this was the hardest scene, though, like writing-wise, for us to tackle as a team, because it was like, how do we make AJ justify all of this stuff and also just not sound like a little lawyer? You know what I mean? Like, how does he not just bring all this stuff back up in a way that sounds
That's
way
true.
too adult?
In earlier drafts of the scene, he was sounding way too intelligent and adult, and I think we kind of, I think we're riding the line in the final version, but it still works. And it was funny because I think Taylor was like acting a lot of it in the early drafts. Like she was almost acting like too good, like better than AJ would be able to. AJ makes sense when he sort of like rambles and blurts stuff out.
Right.
I'll never forget that there was a line where it was like, I made the world wrong by letting Lily live. And the way Taylor read it, which is like a good way to act, is like, I made the world wrong by letting Lily live.
Oh, right.
And I'm like, that is an amazing piece of acting. That is not how 6-year-old AJ would do it.
Yeah.
So we cut a bunch of that stuff out and sort of made the scene down to just the essential stuff that would kind of make AJ make sense.
Well, and that especially if you're an adult doing a kid voice, it really, the writing and really honing in on exactly how a kid would express their words is, I mean, that's crucial. That's how it was in season 1 for me. You can do the voice all you want, but if the writing is not at the level of what a 8-year-old would be talking, it's going to sound crazy.
It's true. If 8-year-old Clementine started reading tax law to me, I'd be like, something is wrong.
Yeah.
The scene was also really hard to tackle, like cinematically and directorially. Like on the side where James is alive, he's clearly leading the charge. right? Like just grabbing AJ from you and like punching you and all that stuff. But when it's just these two sitting in a cave, I was like, how do we make this visually interesting? And it took us a long time to realize that like AJ just staring into the torch was scary. You know, it was like, I mean, not a long time, but it was just like, how do we make this feel like it's alive and visually dynamic?
Right.
In a way that's just really just two people talking to each other.
I know you want to be big for everyone, but you're just a kid, like me. Sometimes you're scared, just like any other kid. So I'll help. I think I'm done playing with Tim's toys. Firefighters and policemen. I'm just gonna be one. Even if I don't get it just right, I am. Because all it means is killing bad people who hurt other people. And I'm good at that.
I'm gonna tell AJ he'll be a good firefighter.
Yes.
Yeah, you'd be a good firefighter.
Be braver.
A good firefighter. But can you not be?
Yeah, the firelight really makes it, because the scene was always supposed to be like, we're stuck in this cave with a million tunnels and we don't know which way to go. And we need to feel like it's the crossroads of the soul, and like it's really kind of like primal. And like, yeah, actually, once we actually started working the fire into all the compositions, you definitely felt that.
I remember Kirkbride was like, the scene has to take place in the cave, and I think that's what he was trying to tap into. It was like, how do we get into that place?
It took us many months to understand what he meant by when he said
yeah,
the scene
yeah.
take place
He
in
just
the
speaks
cave.
in proverbs. It's like Yoda.
All right, I guess I'm going to tell you. I'm going to trust AJ.
Yeah, trust him because
I'm going to hear
Gideon's
the
here.
stuff from Violet that Violet does when 10 bites at
And we want
spoilers.
Gideon to live, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
I think she would
I'm
agree
just
with that.
very into this. It's like I'm watching a movie.
And if they kill to protect others, they're never happy about it.
Killing people doesn't...
Yeah, this is the big binary of the whole season. This is what it all kind of comes down to as far as you trusting AJ or not. And it was really interesting to see, like, it almost seems to depend on what path you're on for people choosing whether to trust AJ or not. In this version, he's more like just upset that killing Lily, he didn't kill Lily and the world got worse.
Right.
So I think more people were actually inclined to trust him on this side, as opposed to the other side where he did kill Lily, and he's like, murder's awesome, it made me feel so good. And then so on that side, a lot of
Loved
people
it.
were like, oh, maybe I shouldn't trust the baby with the gun anymore. And we're not seeing James a lot in this run because we've decided to play Dead James. But James is a character that I actually really like in this season. I thought it was really interesting to have a character who has decided to sort of apply a religious sort of belief system to the idea of walkers. Kind of stuff I was talking about early on, where it's like the couple clearly thought like being walkers is better than being dead. And James sort of takes that to this crazy extreme due to all the like trauma he suffered in his backstory. I thought that was pretty interesting.
It took us a while. I mean, even before you came on board, Kent.
Yeah.
I remember pitching a scene where you would kill a walker, and then James was like, "We have to bury it." Like it would try landing on what was too ridiculous for his like religious ideology. You know what I mean? That still
Do you know
felt
how
grounded
much
and normal.
time that's gonna take?
It did take a long time to figure out exactly how crazy James should be.
Yeah, and to the point where he still seems like a real person. He can't seem too far gone, if that makes sense.
I was working with the writer Lauren Me a lot on 403, and I think when we finally got to the point where James kind of, when he says the crazy stuff, he's like, I know this sounds crazy, but you're kind of like, okay, he's self-aware. He realizes his beliefs are kind of like wacky, then he kind of became more of a believable character. But yeah, that took a long time to get to. It almost was like this cool idea from earlier iterations of the season where it's like, oh, there's a pacifist whisperer. We're like, okay, now what?
Right.
Took a long time to come together, that guy. Here, 10 reveals the secret vote count of the season.
This is my favorite 10 moment of the season.
It's really nice.
Yeah, he just kind of stops and is like, I have to say this.
It was interesting, too, because we never really confirmed in episode 2 who voted Clementine out exactly. We were talking about the pacing earlier. The fact that this episode is so, like, go, 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 we really had to go out of our way to craft out this little quiet thing here that is the 10 and then the corresponding Violet scene. We had to, like, make sure that you felt like things were safe enough that it's reasonable they would have these conversations.
Right. Not just completely frantic the whole time.
Yeah, because like now, right at this moment, if we're doing our jobs, the players kind of feel like, oh, most of the threats are dealt with. We got away from the herd.
We're gonna get back to the
raiders
school.
are all dead. The boat exploded.
Right.
We just gotta walk home.
Yep.
Which anyone
Easy
genre
breezy.
savvy is like checking their watch and be like, that can't be true. Something else is going to happen.
Yeah.
But we hope we at least lull you into a slightly false sense of security here.
I remember watching the Let's Players, and they're like, this is not going to end well. Like, as soon as this started to happen, and it felt like we might get out of this alive.
Hey, it's Violet.
Yay.
She's like, don't shoot me.
Don't shoot me with your knife.
All right, we have to give special props to animation lead Ryan Rasmussen for figuring out how to animate all this goddamn hugging.
The pinky.
You made it. You're all alive.
So animating a bunch of characters touching is actually way more expensive than characters that are touching each other. It actually just takes a lot more time and hours. And so the idea of a 4-way hug was like this 12-hour animation or something on the list, and we were like,
Oh my
do we really
God.
need to
Isn't that
justify these
crazy?
hugs?
You guys talk about how
That's
expensive
amazing.
certain animation and scenes are, and I'm just like, I'm trying to put my brain to that, but it just means that it literally would take 12
You never think
hours.
that because it happens in like 3 seconds, and you're
Right.
like, oh, that was cute. Yeah, but you don't know.
Like, what and who went into that?
Expensive is all man hours, right? It's like, how do
Right.
we budget time accordingly?
Yeah. And it's because we only have so long to finish the game. It's like, given infinite time, we could animate almost everything.
Right, of course.
I remember we had some math back on the Batman, which is like a punch will take 2 hours to animate,
Oh my
a single punch, because it's
God.
going to take 1 to do the layout and 1 to do the final.
Wow.
And then if there's more characters involved or more punches, they would try to sort of like add 2 more hours for every punch in a given sequence and that kind of thing.
Yikes.
So it just really adds up. Like little simple things can take a really long time.
Mm-hmm.
And Ryan Rasmussen was there longer than anybody during office hours. Like, I would leave at like midnight sometimes and be like, he'd still be there. I'm like, you leave? And he'd be like, I don't know, maybe.
Oh,
you know, like
man.
he was there all the
Ryan.
time.
That guy's a champion.
Yeah, he really
I
just
got an
wanted
idea, but you may not like it.
nail this
What's
thing,
your
put
idea?
as much love and care as in it as possible.
Well,
They said that walk around.
He just like wouldn't accept stuff.
Oh, it
based on
did.
quality.
Oh, I didn't
He
even
tried
see
to
that.
find anything
It said the walk around the river is a reference. Oh, Tom Holland. What? Tom Holland's a bitch. I can't stand that motherfucker. No idea. Chili Peppers. Oh yeah, I forgot you were at the bathroom. I was not at the bathroom actually. I was. Oh yeah, I did go to the bathroom. Never mind. Yeah, I had eaten, and then I came in here for a second talk, and I said I had to go pee. But then my little brother was on the toilet, so I couldn't really pee. So I had to wait like fucking 15 minutes to go to the bathroom, and then I got to finally pee. And now I'm back in here.
And I realized how goddamn stupid I was about Minnie for a whole fucking year. I was so wrapped. You know, for scenes like this, you just gotta think about the fact that Violet's never really felt anything for anyone. She's always
Man,
been
you hate
so
a lot of things I love.
closed
I'm sorry,
off, and now
Ethan.
she's opening up
I'm not a nice
she's talking
person.
about Minnie, and you know,
Actually, I'm a
obviously
really nice
Coleman
person. I'm just
Coleman's
kidding.
aware of
But
what
I don't know why. I
she
just
feels for her.
have issues.
And I don't know, I just feel like Jack was so amazing. He really just, he knew how to get you there because video games are just animation in general. You're not really following, you know, certain scenes or in order, so sometimes it's really all over the place. Like you could be screaming on like during the boat scene, and then like the next minute he's like, all right, so we're gonna jump to this now and need you to get onto this emotional roller coaster. I mean, it's acting in general is kind of like that, but I guess I just had to get kind of sad, you know?
Yeah, and what you're saying too, when we're in the studio, we are hopping around. I mean, you start with like, okay, we're gonna start with this horribly tragic moment, and the next you're just aimlessly walking around Erickson saying, hey, what you building? You know, and you're like, it's a total, like, with especially with this format of video game, it's like all over the damn place.
I remember this was a big one because, I mean, I think Violet opened up a few times, but this was one of the biggest, oh, right here. This was a big one. Talking about her family, and is she about to, yeah.
Treehouse in the backyard.
It's really fun to direct her visually. Like, I think in a way that we wanted to play with a character that was just like inaccessible, you know? And it was like, I remember a big.
She said she liked her treehouse in season 4, but in season 2, when Luke says it'll when season 2, when you're about to climb up that little tower to see if Carver's following you. He
what you did
said it'll be
voice-wise,
just like climbing
you know, it
treehouse.
just
And she
feels
said I had a
like
treehouse
something
once, and he
always
said,
been
"Oh, well, there you go." And he
ready
said,
to
she said,
front
"I
away.
hated it." And he was like, "Oh," and I'm like, "Yeah,
She didn't
fuck,
have
what
a
the
great.
fuck? You hated it?
I don't think
The
she
fuck you
had a
hated
great
it?"
childhood.
Oh my
And
god.
I mean, I think she's always kind of been like Violet's always felt to me. She's been this way her whole life. So I feel like living in an apocalyptic world, like zombies everywhere. She doesn't. She cares, but you know, it's still easy for her to act like she doesn't give a shit about anything. But
It's a survival mechanism.
yeah.
It's like how you
And
survive.
Clementine kind of like, you know, she never really had anyone, but I mean, she had people, but AJ's the one that really stuck by her. And I think that this is Violet and Clementine. It's like their first real kind of friendship, but it's also a love. Maybe for Violet, especially.
Depends on
No.
your choices, but yeah.
Definitely.
No.
I know. Depends on the
Damn,
choices.
your beard looks shitty.
I'm talking about
Oh, thanks.
right here.
Arc, the Violet arc.
We are
Because
in
I
the
know
Violet
that they
Armor's
could
arc.
hate each other and they could not fall in love too. I know. I did it all.
You can also have
Did it
a
all.
rewarding platonic relationship with Violet.
Very. Have some cute little friendship bracelets.
Friends,
Friends. Shake hands with some friendship bracelets.
I guess I
Could
made you a
also do
pin with a
that.
clementine on it instead of stars.
Oh, that's right. That's right. It's stars. That's the other one. I saw that in the game.
The stars are on her right now, I think. But,
Okay.
but if you're friends...
Is it not a bracelet?
500 chat comments. Let's go.
It's always a little button.
Oh, why do I remember it being a bracelet?
It may have been a bracelet at some point, but we may have changed it to pins.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I think it was a bracelet.
I do
yeah.
kind of
You definitely- I'm sure you
remember a
recorded some
bracelet
bracelet
too.
dialogue.
You remember a bracelet
I
too?
do
Fuck.
remember
Yeah.
bracelet. I
previous
didn't remember
versions.
until you said it, but now I'm remembering it.
I remember coming up in one of the reviews. Actually, we looked at the game like its first time on its feet, and it didn't feel. I remember the idea of the button with the constellations on it coming up as something that felt like something the player had engaged in. So it was like we could visually show that there's stars, and that was something that was a scene that the player had obviously opted
Right.
into. And if you didn't do that, you just get a button of a Clementine.
He was also cute.
Yeah.
Longest live stream. Yep, longest live stream right here. 7 hours.
Like they didn't really have to be part of the character model because it was really part of the character model that cost more, like more man hours of art. So the fact that the button just kind of like is just sort of attached to the jacket is actually easier for us to build.
Right.
I think it still works character-wise, but I remember there being a bunch of like different reasons why we shifted from bracelets to buttons.
Huh. A covered bridge.
I bet nothing dramatic will happen in this ominous evil bridge.
Yeah, nothing
This'll be
bad's
fine.
about to happen.
Especially not with the
now.
Zali.
The Zolly.
What a benign Zolly.
7 hours hit.
Pretty late.
Yep,
had
here we
this
go.
extra
7
bridge.
hours,
This
longest
is-
live
this
stream
is
ever
really
done.
free walk, but just this little bit of like free player control here.
Cross the bridge.
We just wanted to make you feel like
Wanna make
something
you
bad
feel
was
like-
about to happen.
Yeah, you gotta push the stick forward till something bad happens.
Yeah, especially when you spin around like
I'm
that.
just spinning. I'm-
Yeah.
Pivot.
How
Way to
much-
ruin the
What is
immersion.
it doing?
Ken.
What is it doing for the tension? Hey, look at those birds. There they go.
Here they go.
I love
No,
the
no,
subtitles.
I get this car.
Gideon Hums
Yeah, I
carnival
know,
music.
right?
I had a real rough day.
He was just having
Like,
fun.
yeah,
He was
you
like,
think
The
"Well,
actors
then,
actually
fuck
made
it.
it movies.
I'm gonna fuck up this bridge."
Slid in. Like, what do they call it when the cars, you do the...
You parallel
Even though you're,
No, the...
Donut.
even
there
though
was a whole movie
you're
made
barely
of
in
that.
it. Oh, yeah.
Drifting.
I just got tired today.
Truck.
And I haven't really done anything. I've just been watching Walking Dead
bridge.
videos.
That's far.
Really far.
There's no point for me to always be in it, you know? If I was playing it, that'd be different.
Yeah, I think we can. We just gotta be careful not to land too hard.
Oh, shit. Wait, I didn't do this part with Violet. I just realized that.
Thinking for the longest time this entire.
I did it with
idea
Lewis.
work.
I think it's Jeremy.
It's entirely Jeremy singing.
Jeremy
It's
Lay.
good. Jeremy Lay, I think.
Yeah, I was
She
right.
played Minnie.
Fuck yeah.
She played Minnie.
Yet another actor. Never met.
I never met
Actress.
one of the few I didn't meet either.
I didn't get to meet her in person. I just met her over the thing. But once we heard her sing this song, it just all clicked and it came across.
I remember coming up to you and I was like, I have an idea for the trailer. And you're like, I already know what I want to do. And I was like, no, you have to hear this idea. And you're like, sure,
My
I'm
stomach
say
hurts
whatever
like a
stupid thing you want to say. But I'm going with my idea. And I was
That's
like,
definitely what I said.
we have Minnie sing the song.
Oh,
Like, that was just
fuck
Lo and
me.
behold.
Yeah.
Ah, damn it.
Something great minds.
Oh, my God. Oh.
Oh, yeah, Minnie is so fucking horrifying here.
Yeah.
Pizza.
This is, again, one
My
of the
siblings
lowest
ate
bits of,
pizza.
like, character damage too we've ever done.
Yeah.
And the lighting in the scene, and shout out to Brett Rogstad.
Her eyes.
Yeah, I know. Her eyes really the blood accentuates the blueness,
Accentuates
the
the
light
blueness.
blueness of her eyes.
Look at me. Looks like her, but your sister is gone. Don't you fucking speak to him, any of you.
Did the kids leave your house? No, they didn't leave my house. They're taking a bath right now.
Please, Minnie, stop. He needs to be with his family. Don't do this. Don't worry.
Oh my god, Ten's such a fucking idiot.
There's kind of this whole theme in the season about like the found family, like Clementine and all these kids are sort of chosen.
Ten's a
to this
fucking
family with each other,
idiot.
and
If
Minnie's
I was
still
Clem, I
born
would have let him
into
get
the
shot.
world.
So fucking
Still
stupid.
kind of like the last, like we were family before the apocalypse, so we have to be together to the point of utter madness.
And she just really embodies like what could have happened to you had you been captured and kind of brainwashed.
Fucking stupid ass. Oh my god. I don't know if I didn't see it. Can you guys tell me? Did they choose the trust AJ option? Oh my god.
This is the work of Grady Standard, this mechanic, I believe, along with the help from
Grady
Ian
Standard!
Manley. And Sean Stewart did all the a lot of the cinematic parts of the scene.
I mean,
I died like 3 times on this scene, and I'm really embarrassed about it.
It is possible to shoot Minnie in this part, and she will put a walker in front
Do
of
it.
her. And I don't know if I can. Where is she? Where is she? Where is she?
Shoot that bitch. Didn't see it. Oh damn, it's okay.
In the center on the next round.
Yikes.
I see her going. I see her going.
Shoot that bitch.
I see her going. I want to get her.
I didn't realize she
There she is.
actually moves around.
Yeah, look. That's
Oh, I didn't even get to do that. I wanted to shoot her so bad.
And she will actually move a walker in the way. Oh, hey, that was sent together perfectly.
Oh, that's okay, guys.
I liked it. I liked your reactions.
This is a good fake out. So you just think you're leaving cover again, but then Minnie's like, no, it's me.
That's exactly what we wanted.
I hated this scene.
That is the whole feeling we wanted.
You should be a YouTuber. You should totally stream these games.
And for some reason, you're illustrious.
Oh
actress.
no, Violet still got beat. God damn it.
Oh no, bye, Bo. There goes my favorite character, the Bo.
Yeah, Marlon's bow was awesome. Even though I didn't like him, he was still an awesome bow. Get her, Clem. Fuck her up. Come on, Clem. Headbutt her ass. Boom. Shoot her. Shoot her. God damn it, that fucking bitch. Yeah.
I just wanted to. I was watching Gideon's face so that I could see her react to that.
What did it do?
Your mouth dropped open. It was pretty good.
Now the 3 of us are in suspense. I know, right? God damn it. Get the fucking gun! God damn. There you go. Bye-bye, bitch. Yeah, get fucked. That's the second time we've seen her die. Yay!
Get across. I'll get
10's gonna die, guys. Say goodbye to 10's dumbass.
Well, crap. What's 10 gonna do
What's
here?
10 gonna do? Here's Violet's big moment. The first version of this, and we always go through 2 revs of every episode, so we had a version of this that we changed. The only thing AJ's big choice did, it only affected 10's fate. Lewis or Violet always lived through this scene. Actually, everybody always lived through this scene. But 10 was with them when they're climbing the cliff after this, and 10 actually gets Clem bit, basically, by being slow. Because like Minnie dying in front of him.
Oh, there goes 10. Yep.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
He's dead.
Sorry, Gideon. It's a horrible thing.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Why are you reacting like that? It's just a child being shot.
It's just a child being murdered.
I know.
Not being murdered, he's being stupid.
I love this line of Minnie's as well.
Minnie, what
Yeah, and Gideon, you really
the? What the fuck?
you scared
That's
us
what I
in the
said.
booth with these.
I was definitely horrified.
This is so intense, and I remember it, but I'm like watching it. Oh my god.
That's pretty good.
Damn.
That right there.
I didn't
that's
know
the
you
line.
could get that high.
I didn't know that either. That is the line right there, though.
Think that's okay? Just gunning down one of our own. That's right. Come with me.
I didn't know you could get that high.
Think that's okay? Just gunning down one of our own. Just gunning down one of our own. Think that's okay? Just gunning down one of our own. Just gunning down one of our own. Just gunning down one of our own.
Well, he was being stupid.
You genuinely scared me when you were recording these lines.
I'm sorry, but if that was me, I would have shot him too. I don't care if he was 12. He's gonna get my friends killed, you know.
Oh boy, bring Clem into it.
Yeah, I know, that shit pissed me off. Don't bring Clem into it. She didn't fucking do
You're the
anything.
heartbreak too. Again.
I didn't tell you go shoot 10. I just told you I trusted you to make hard calls, and that was one of the hard calls, and you did do that.
Now
So
Clem
fuck
looks
you.
like a fucking zombie.
Yeah, she's limping real
Walking
hard.
around.
She's limping for
Not
justice.
doing too good. Limping for justice.
I'll catch you on the way down.
The big choice in the cave just determines sort of how AJ reacted to the fact that 10 got Clem bits. He was either kind of like forgiving, like he sucked up his rage at that happening and sort of like helped 10 to his feet, or he just started beating the shit out of 10.
I would want to see that.
And then that resulted in whether or not 10 survived the barn scene. And that was kind of, and then we realized that wasn't really a big enough difference, and we kind of were almost being too nice. There kind of wasn't enough like character death and consequence from like the biggest choice of the game. So we added in the thing where Lewis or Violet will die in that scene, if depending on what happens to 10 there.
We did lose one of my favorite lines that Adam Douglas wrote. If AJ attacked 10, he would point a gun at him and be like, "Run that way and make some of the walkers follow you." And he's like, "Make yourself useful for once." And Taylor's read on it was so good. It like made me cringe.
Yeah, there was some really dark AJ
Yeah,
stuff
there was.
But it really
Damn, I wanted to see that. That sounds dark as fuck.
Oh, is that one zombie
Oh,
preset number B?
damn, bro. That's what
He's the one to do it.
Preset number B.
He's the one to do it. How dare
Oh,
he?
and in this moment, actually, like 10
Oh,
formerly was like waiting to get. He wouldn't.
He just wouldn't climb.
He wouldn't climb, and then AJ threw a rock at his head
Yeah.
to get his attention, and I kind of missed that moment too. But I mean, we ultimately landed on, I think, a better version of the story. But there's
Oh yeah, Shane beat up Carol's Ed. Oh my god, that scene was
It makes it so at the end
legendary.
there's no objectively right.
Shane beating the shit out of Ed. Dude, that scene
They're
was
both
awesome.
horrible for different reasons. They both offer like benefits in different ways. I remember, I think at one point we had a choice here to react to the bite, and instead we took it away so you could just kind of sit with it. Like we didn't want a lot of dialogue after the bite is revealed.
She's shaking. But shit, I would have been shaking too if I got bit.
Let's draw this out as much as
One
possible.
side, and you're like, okay, that looks bad, but there's still no bite over there. You're like, what?
I know,
about
man.
this?
Carol
Oh,
keeps a
motherfucker.
badass because of that.
Still not. Oh well.
Did once have a callback?
Still
to
not
that?
what, Melissa?
Yeah. We actually once had a
Hashtag
callback to
still
Not Bitten.
bitten.
We realized that that's actually only in one choice in one branch of episode 2, in season 2. It's become so ubiquitous. You'd think it's Clem. You'd think Clem always says that in all playthroughs, but it's
Right.
actually just on a button.
Yes.
It's
I
almost
know.
what everyone chooses, but it's not
Right,
actually.
right,
It's not
right.
actually like hard canon.
Right.
Like, it's based on a choice.
I remember personally objecting to it, and the fans can hate me for this, but it was mostly because it'd been like, what, 5 years since you said that?
Oh,
Like,
to
who
have it.
remembers what they said
Well,
5
yeah, we
years
did
ago?
record her saying.
Yeah, I don't remember what I said. I don't remember what I said 5 minutes ago.
Bitten or whatever, like, you know.
Yeah, but that seems to imply that like Clem is aware that she is a fictional character who knows she's remembered for that line.
I remember proposing we cut it, and then I was like, I know that you got. I put the slack emoji where the gritted teeth. I was like, I know that everyone's gonna hate me for saying this, but we should probably cut that line.
I think it worked out really, really well. What you ended up with, what you did, was probably better.
How you doing, Gideon?
She's so upset.
I'm so sad.
She's really into it.
It's too bad we're only doing audio for this because Gideon's
I
face
know,
right now.
staring at this with a frown.
Everyone's face when this moment happened.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys can see
We have
this.
3 jaded people who know what's going on.
Ooh, my
And
stomach.
then poor Gideon here reacting to it all in real time.
No, I remember this. I'm just.
Yeah, but
I haven't seen it.
Seeing it is a totally different thing than just seeing it on the
Well,
page.
that's like when we record, we don't see any of the animation. I mean, we get
Exactly.
to sometimes hear each other's lines, but
If it's green,
Yeah, on the scripts where we show the actors, if it's green, you can click it and play it. I think for the season, the only session that was together was you and Fenoy, right? For the flashback. Did that happen?
No.
We
Oh,
didn't
damn.
know. We didn't.
Faked it, I think.
Oh, we thought we were gonna do it, and then we didn't do it.
I would have been great. Well, I think he recorded first, and I think I came in and recorded, and I think Jack brought him back because he wanted him to, actually go off of my performance on that. I could be totally. I might be speaking out of my ass right now.
Yeah, fuck him up,
I
Shane.
remember when Dave recorded
Shane was my favorite character,
No,
hands down.
everybody.
Dang, I didn't know you were gonna pick a choice all of a sudden. Sorry.
I'm so into it now.
Okay.
Well, I've been into
Trying to hold my
it,
arm
like,
up, it
right
hurts.
now it's just, woof.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you wouldn't have read the script for any of these scenes because you're not in them.
The scripts are huge.
They are large enough to kill a man. That's another fun fact about Jack. Jack's been doing this for so long, he still demands paper scripts. So we'll have like a giant binder of AJ.
Yeah.
He needed several days ahead of time so he can read through it and make all his own notes.
I remember at one point I was like, Jack, I can't. Because they gave me a paper script once. And I was like, it's going to take me a while to flip back and forth to every single page. And it
Oh yeah,
wasn't
Shane was
stable to put
pissed.
together.
He was taking his anger out.
Like a
I love the
box.
music.
So literally to pick up the paper and place it on the side. And then they got me an iPad, but it was huge. It was like when I saw it actually for the first time.
It's complicated too with all the branches and different.
The game's on my fucking phone.
Yeah, it's obnoxious reading a Telltale.
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah, John Bernthal's an amazing actor, dude. Like, I love him. He's awesome.
All right, Rev, we're coming up on the barn, which is like your design masterpiece. I would say.
Yeah. I'm pretty.
I'm pressing it really hard. No, you did it.
Oh yeah, I agree.
That's been one of my favorite things to watch people do.
Dude, I agree with you. Shane was a fucking badass. I love this character.
Because she's hurt. She got legs that don't work and it's real good. Because you're feeling that she's tired and the meter fills it up as fast.
We're aligning you with the character.
Because look, it's getting tiny, and I can't do it. But then AJ joins. And now I can do it.
Ooh, getting itchy.
That's amazing.
I mean,
A little.
whoever designed this is.
A goddamn genius.
All right,
Yeah, Norm Reedus is an awesome actor too. I love him. He's badass. Oh shit.
Like, so you click on stuff and like Clem, you click on it, Clem can't reach it, and so you're kind of playing as Clem. But then AJ goes and gets it, and the camera follows him.
Fucking brilliant.
And then this prompt is like, oh my god, it's AJ. AJ's doing it. I can't not describe this
Huzzah,
sarcastically
sir.
now because Chris has established this tone.
I am uncomfortable with positive
You should
feedback.
be comfortable with how goddamn good this whole bit is. It's one of the
Well, actually, honestly, it's kind of sad watching people play
Mm.
through because they're just so upset. that Clem was bit.
Right. They're not really
That one,
taking
they're
it
like,
in.
they're never like really in. It's like,
wow,
why am I
this
even
is
bothering
brilliant.
anymore?
Yeah.
Right,
To be
right.
fair, the design is supposed to be felt.
Yeah.
What we need is for academics to write papers about this scene and then publish them on Kotaku.com.
Yes.
I mean, the whole cinematics team did great. Like, I can't. Like this last episode, they really killed it. But this scene in particular, Colin Stewart and Michael Gambino just fucking destroyed. It was like I also remember this is one of the few scenes that I've ever pre-vised to death.
Oh,
this
yeah.
in the car sequence, but because I had the luxury of time to do that. But like, I don't know, just this scene is just so well done from their standpoint.
Colin Stewart also.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. You know, I didn't watch Walking Dead for a while because it started kind of getting weird and stupid. But I'm gonna watch it because it's about to end, man. I want to see how this shit ends. Who's gonna die? Who's gonna live?
Oh,
Good at character acting, that guy.
no, man.
That's the first time Clem's really had to contemplate using a gun since like the events of the McCarroll Ranch incidents, which is pretty cool.
That was a conscious decision, I think.
Yeah, I love the part where she's acting. She's like seriously looking at. She's like, "Don't hand me this." Like, doesn't want to have to do it again.
Hurry!
I'm doing it.
I know.
I'm doing it. I'm mashing A as fast as I can.
I love how Gideon thinks like you can win.
I love this zombie here. I think Gambino hand animated that shot where the zombie
Wow, that's awesome.
goes. Gambino actually hand animated a couple
Really?
shots. Yeah.
That's so talented.
So like on top of the cinematic work, he also brought some of these shots into Maya
Damn.
and did the animation deliberately.
He was really invested in this. I mean, everybody was. Although not that he really wanted to stick with landing.
Damn, and they.
I love how fast
That
AJ
just
is.
goes to show you how
Yeah,
much.
and you did. You, they, you.
I just told them what to do.
He was very good at telling. He was very good at telling. I love how serious AJ looks when he pulls the real barrel. He's like bolt upright.
Can I just say,
Turn some brightness to see if you guys can see.
or watch this right now?
Is it validating for
I'm
you?
telling you, it's like
so-
being next to, like the reaction videos.
She's so immersed and so invested.
You guys,
She's like,
damn it.
Proof is in the pudding.
You guys want to just see that little? I wrote most of the inventory notifications for the scene. And that deliberately was from AJ's perspective.
I remember there was a debate over that one.
Yeah,
Like Clem needs me.
but I get to win debates.
Yeah.
Bam.
I voted to keep that one.
Thank you, Robert.
Holy Christ, they just keep coming.
I was the one kind of pushing the hay out of the way while she's getting some groceries.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't win.
Oh,
Oh no, we're out of bullets.
Gimme
Oh, what do we
first.
do? Oh, what we do is kill.
Remember that, yep, stab, knee, head.
Gotta stab the knee.
Yeah, I still feel bad for Shane too, man. I like Shane.
Sun stab.
Quick pop quiz. What's this game mechanic called?
Oh, god dang it.
Oh, really?
Am I
thought that
supposed to
was
have remembered it?
Oh shit, it's Zombat.
Alright, I've ruined it.
Zombat.
I've ruined the flow.
Getting AJ to do Zombat took so much work. And it's just
No,
like this
I
like
remember it.
30-second season, this 30-second sequence. But it's really awesome that AJ has he's just
Yeah.
filled with a tiny baby
Look
brain.
at him.
Close the door!
Gotta do it. He's gonna be doing it.
I know. Get on it. Get on it, kid. Boom.
Where the fuck did you come from?
Got him.
All right.
That last
That made me
interaction,
angry.
That was the last thing I did the scene. So it was like, we just need one little last like action button.
I was glad you guys added that. It's like a perfect little punctuation to this whole bit of madness.
I would love to take credit for it, but that was actually Grady Standard and Michael Gambino.
Another Grady standard move. So, Melissa, how was it like doing this bit?
Oh God. Really heavy. It was a very heavy scene to record. Just in, like, I mean, especially just basing the performance on what Clem went through with Lee in season 1.
Yeah, I was actually wondering if you were thinking about the parallels of the time with the obviously infamous Lee scene that this is clearly calling back to.
Totally, I totally was, but in the same way, Clem was also still in kind of this, like, mom mode of, I mean, just like how
Yeah, I
he
see why
was
they did
with
too.
her,
I agree with Shane about killing Otis, man. I would have done the same
not
thing.
upset him and keep
When you're in a
it
desperate
chill.
situation like that, I'm picking whoever's with me every time.
It was really
I'm just cold like that,
I'm
man.
trying to remember if Taylor
Like-
recorded before me. I don't think
It's hard
she
to
did.
say.
I think it was me on my own at this point. But
Not trying to be dark or nothing, but when it comes to my life over someone else, I'm choosing my life every time. That's just how it is, man.
I feel like I'm not supposed to say too much.
If I was in that
spoilers,
situation, I would have
but
done the same thing he did. I would have shot him and left him. Wouldn't care. Not in that point.
Us talking over it. Then
Not at that point. He is Shane. Dude, I don't know. I don't think I'm Shane, but I'm somebody. I'm me. I would just do shit like that, man. Like,
Thank you for purchasing.
he's fat. He's slowing me down anyway.
This scene did
Just
change a little bit
one shot in the leg and that's
if I'm
it.
not mistaken in the ultimate outcome of what happens.
I can be a real piece of shit
this.
sometimes.
A little bit, a little.
The main thing I remember changing was
Well, it used to be a gun.
yeah, they used to have one bullet left.
Right.
But then we realized we kind of needed to make the axe fake out work, so we had to have the axe sort of appear earlier.
Well, it
sort of in
wasn't.
the sequence.
She also originally bitten in her arm, or am I thinking of something?
We did have her bitten in the arm at one point, and this was a completely fair note we actually got from Skybound, which they're like, well, Rick is missing an arm.
Right.
But there was a great moment that Michael Kirkbride wanted where she got bit, like reaching down for 10 in
Yeah.
that version of it. And then you're like, as soon as she got bit, she kind of looked at her hand, and the player was going to be like, "Oh my God, did that just happen?" And then another zombie bit her hand immediately right thereafter.
Right.
Because we were just trying to be as mean as possible.
I feel like it's so real. It's so real now.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Pretend it wasn't real.
Yeah, but that was the thing. Is that you'd be looking down the barrel of the gun when you were shooting with Clem, you'd see the bite marks. So we just keep it that more visually present.
Yeah. In a weird way, even though it's not what we originally intended, it actually kind of works almost better for the idea that like Clem's sort of done, at least for now, in the story.
Oh,
with her, like, running around days.
Fuck. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Son of a bitch. Oh. What the fuck is wrong?
You know what to do with it.
Oh. Son of a bitch. Oh. Oh my God. Oh, this hurts. What the fuck is wrong? Ooh. Oh. Damn it.
But also, like, I remember in working on the scene with Adam Douglas, and like, how do we put the fucking axe into AJ's hand in a way that feels organic? So that's why the gut up thing came in. But it also kind of helped call back to the jewelry store from 105, where
you have to make AJ do something for
yeah,
you.
Yeah, where Lee's like pointing for things to Clem to pick up.
AJ.
I think I made the call to have AJ covered in guts, and we were worried it would look too silly. And in the end, I think I just love it.
It looks great. It does look like strawberry jam a little bit, but
he does look kind of delicious.
Okay then. Fuck. And the last rule.
I want to stay with you. I know what'll happen. And I don't care. I want to go. I just want to sit next to you and stay.
Oh.
Like that monster from the train station.
Oh, poor baby.
No one would hurt us.
And hey, we call back to 401.
yeah.
Live for me.
Yes, okay, you picked the right one.
Oh, good.
But your read on this, where you say you have to grow tall, and I can't remember.
Oh, it's so good.
It's like hurts every time I
It's,
hear it.
it was painful.
We definitely
to
knew the scene was
record.
working because several times we watched it, and I was still just like, oh, my heart. You know, like every single time we saw it.
I remember the first time we played through the scene, though, as a team. It kept crashing.
Oh, that was so painful. We
damn
did
it.
like a couple of choices in and then have to restart it again. I'm like, okay, well, the emotional impact is kind of ruined at this point.
It was just like this whole, like, audience, like, at the same time.
Okay, good. That's my job.
Last rule.
No.
What do we do if I get bit? Are you gonna make me sad?
This is the only time AJ ever cries in the entire season. It's an important like thematic callback. You see him crying in the ranch, and you actually see the moment he stops crying, and this is the only time he's cried since, which is only when Clem is.
You have to kill me.
Right,
Gotta
let's
kill
let
me.
Gideon choose.
You have to kill me.
All right.
AJ, you have to kill me.
Even his little eyes are red, like he's been crying.
Good boy. Kill me.
His facial stuff here is just amazing. This is all Gambino's magic.
I think this is another thing that
Gambino
Gambino
hand
hand
in this whole sequence here.
Did they say to kill me? Yeah, they said kill me.
TN, the sound designer in this scene, and like trying to figure out the exact right noise for the axe to make.
I remember at one point we had it really gooey. We had like
Yeah.
a horrible like meat like sound when the axe came down, and I was like, no, maybe not. Like I don't think we should do that.
One time we had broken glass.
What happened? It's
We
just
tried a bunch of like weird
my
like,
stomach.
things with
Something's
it.
wrong with it,
But
man.
man, it's just like
It's
a
fucked up.
Yeah.
That's fine.
There's like less is more in this movie.
I don't even know what's wrong with it. I just feel like I'm at fucking vomit.
All right, well, here we are at the ranch.
Well, we saw a little bit of this in little episode two.
It's hinted
right?
at in a few other episodes.
Hinted at.
It's discussed in the very first episode as AJ goes, man, the ranch was nice too, before the blood. And then there's a nightmare sequence of it in 2, which is called back to directly here with visuals, where we see like things like a horse dies in a burning hallway, and you're like, what is all this weird David Lynch shit about?
No, Shit.
This has got to be.
I think she was like 14 right here, and AJ was 3.
Oh, absolutely. It's very weird.
In the final
because
season, she's
kinda knew we
16,
wanted
and
to do
AJ's
stuff that kind of
5,
like
I
push
think.
the boundaries like this in the final season. It's like there was a whole era of Telltale games that really didn't get to do stuff like this because it's like everything has to be dialogue, everything has to be plot, everything has to like be like player agency based. But like just actually getting to do like a really interesting like sort of atmospheric sequence like this.
And it was designed and written almost completely. I don't think we did much to it, but before Telltale went under.
Yeah, we made some little tweaks.
It was kind of
I don't like that either.
our chance to kind of.
Man, this asshole killed the
put a few
horse. That's
people
why
in
I
that field.
fucking killed his ass. Kill my fucking horse, bitch. Shoot his ass. Alright, see you later, Ethan. Peace out, man. Thanks for coming, man. Again. You might come back. Hopefully I see you in a little bit. Peace out.
Here's Mark Barbelak right here.
Lawyer / amazing voiceover talent.
It might not be known, but this character's name is Rodney. He has a name.
He has a name.
Oh, really?
I think because we thought he was kind of going to look like Rodney Dangerfield.
Yeah, he was supposed. He was.
And he doesn't really.
Yeah.
But, you know.
And
Execute his bitch ass.
Buggy eyes, but
Didn't really have time for that.
And, oh, God,
it was supposed to be just freaky looking.
What did Rodney Dangerfield? What was his thing? What did he say?
He wouldn't tell her
Could
where,
get no
where
respect.
the AJ was.
I can't get no respect. Yeah, that's
Can't get no. Oh.
That guy said that line and it got
that
cut.
too, Ken. But
This is also Mark Barbelak.
just put him in the booth.
This guy's so cool looking.
How many voices can? Yeah, that's
He's
the-
all
the-
ember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Ember Man.
Don't leave me. Come back. Please. I beg of you.
And there's me.
Hey,
They
there's
didn't kill the
Eddie
Burn
from
Man?
400
No.
Days.
Is that you?
It was
I
modeled
killed
after
him. I
me.
put him out as
Oh, wow.
Before I
Awesome.
worked on
You'll see in
Telltale.
this close-up shot here, it looks like a spitting image of Rebert from a certain era in his
And
life.
I just want to say it publicly that it was Ken's idea to put him in the scene.
Well, it's like we had to make these 4 new ranch characters, and they could be anybody, right? So we're like, it'd kind of neat if we had a callback to like a 400 Days character or something, but it can't be somebody Claire would know, because otherwise she would stop and wouldn't do that.
Right.
It couldn't be like someone important.
I remember when we played through the scene the first time, Chris Reeser, who was one of my episode directors and good friend, he was the one playing the scene, and as soon as he shot Eddie, he turned back
Jesus
and goes,
Christ,
I've always
what
wanted
the
to
fuck
do
was
that. And the whole team laughed, and I felt terrible. But it was funny.
And hey, look, here's where that car came from in 401.
Oh,
Somebody
yeah.
drove it in here and sort of gave up. I actually
No, what
realized
was
now
it?
it's kind of
What was it called again?
the Barbelak.
The Barbelak.
The Barbelak.
It's like Cadillac, but Barbelak.
Literally his last name. Okay.
Chris, isn't that song playing on the radio there, one of yours?
It's it's my band Unicornucopia.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow, that's what that was from.
We wanted it was a last minute decision. I remember seeing when I was a kid a car crash where like the radio was still playing. It was like the creepiest thing
yeah,
ever.
Yeah, totally.
And
Everything is like destroyed except the song.
yes,
is
the
playing.
song is still playing.
Yeah.
So that's
They're
kind
gonna
of
swallow a
try to
fucking
evoke that
fingernail.
feeling, and it was just
It's stuck in my
the
mouth.
idea came late enough that it was like we need to get music quick. So we
Yeah.
took my band song and put
That's
it on the radio.
awesome.
Damn. I don't think she was gonna draw. She was taken care of. I actually kind of felt upset about killing her. No, she was gonna draw. She had a gun. But I still felt bad a little bit because she was taking care of AJ.
Clementine kind of leaves on this like blind crusade to find AJ sort of at all costs in the
Yeah.
previous season, and she just murders a bunch of innocent people on the way in here. She's kind of justified, but the situation really makes no one justified.
This one was like, oh man.
I don't care. I still would have done it. He's still my shot. I'm killing anyone who comes across and steps in my way. Fuck
our
that.
artistic goal is to make her look as much like a mom as possible.
Is that what mom? Is that
Someone
what
stole my
moms look
kid.
Like? I guess so.
That's a mom.
I'd kill anyone who got in my way. I don't give a fuck who you
Shot
are.
the generic idea.
Don't steal my kid.
But it's like Clementine did not need to come in here and get AJ. There's no reason she needed AJ specifically. There's no reason she had to be the one to take care of AJ.
Right.
But she sort of just like needs him emotionally because AJ is the only survivor of all the previous seasons.
Right.
Shit, that was still his kid. Her kid, I mean.
I wouldn't really care. I'm sorry.
The intention was that, you know, he might have been fine had Helen taken him and raised him accordingly.
Well, but what the hell is happening here? When she storms in, there's like fires.
They're in the middle of a battle.
They're being attacked by another community.
Right, so it's probably best that she, I mean, it's not maybe the best way she did it, but...
Well, Helen was about to leave with AJ.
With AJ and rescue him
All right, I'm
herself.
just trying to find the silver lining.
No, it's, I mean, this actually
No,
makes...
you did wrong.
It was her child to begin with. God damn it.
Character. I think she made a mistake here.
She's not doing anything wrong. She's getting her child back. It is the end of the world, people. People kill each other all the time. Even in this world, people kill each other. People rape. People murder. People steal. People treat each other like shit. There is nothing good about this world, people. Doesn't matter if it's the end of the world or doesn't matter if it's the beginning. People have been killing each other for thousands of years. Doesn't matter. Cain literally killed Abel with a fucking rock. His own brother with a rock. That's just how people are. We don't give a shit about each other. That's when people gotta learn that shit. Humans are naturally sadistic and evil. We're just naturally evil. It's just how we are. It's our instinct to be bad. It's just who we are. Shit.
Yeah, I think it just sort of rides on the emotion. Like, and
people need to understand that we humans are the evilest things on this planet.
Yeah.
We are literally the evilest species on this planet. We're worse than the deadliest animal. This is how we are. It's in our nature to kill. It's who we are. We kill each other more than we kill other species too.
This weird feeling of guilt and what the fuck is happening and.
You sound poetic.
What did I just
I'm not trying to be. I'm just saying. I mean, I just get tired of people telling me, well, it's not right to kill people. It's not right to do this. It's not right to do that. But I'm like, really? I'm like, listen, people, we're naturally evil. We kill. It's just in our nature, and people need to understand that. Get that stick out from under your ass. It's just how we are. We kill. Doesn't matter if it's the end of the world. Doesn't matter if it's right now. People kill each other right now anyway. The end of the world doesn't have to happen for people to kill each other. We do that on our own. Why do you think so many murderers are in prison? We kill each other.
I remember being like, this is
people kill people all the time, man.
And then, yeah.
I stood for crazy vision.
Thanks,
man. I just get so, like, it's just so funny that people are just evil. I'm not going to claim to be a saint either. I mean, shit. I'll get personal for a second. I'll get personal. I'll make an example. I didn't do it, but I've tried to kill somebody before. Tried to. Long time ago. It's not me anymore, but I've tried to kill people. Or not people, I meant person. One person. One.
There's a bit here where
Clementine
makes up the catchphrase. She makes up "Never Go
It
Alone."
was, oh,
this is where
Jesus,
we see
it was
Clementine's
like
parenting
wow,
method for
years
AJ, where
ago.
she's like making up these rules for him and stuff. She didn't obviously like.
It was a bad
learn that
situation,
from
though, that's the
She
reason
was like,
why.
oh, what do I do with baby? I guess I'll teach him rules.
I'll tell you guys a story if you really want to know.
Because it just you see her like being really fallible in the scene. I think it does a lot for rounding her out. Right here, you see her win.
It's very, very bad. It's not bad, but it is bad.
Never go alone. Never go alone.
I don't know if we were 100% conscious of this in the making of the scene, but like it's the same thing with Lee. You know, he's got like kind of this sin to atone for in season one, and we're very much aware of it in season one, but in this one we kind of don't learn that until this moment with Clementine, and it kind of clues you in on like no choice is wrong or right, kind of like trying to tie that back thematically to the season.
I know where we'll go. We'll go find ourselves a new home.
This scene explains.
I would have gone back to Richmond. I don't give a shit if there was a war.
Because like this, what happened to the ranch here is what totally could have happened to Erickson's. Like the aftermath of a burned down raid on a place where a bunch of people were living. Also, that's adorable.
Remember, AJ, she lost a finger trying to protect
Clementine
you.
knows that the raiders are coming to the school in 402. She's like, the same thing's going to happen that happened to the ranch. I'm just going to be in it this time. And so that's part of why she has that specific nightmare there.
We talk about film references. I remember Shutter Island was definitely used a lot in this in the night.
I would've gone back to Richmond.
The flashback sequences and like all the
Javi was there. He could have protected them.
Soot and stuff falling down.
She wouldn't have lost a fucking leg.
the thing that made the ranch sequence sellable to me as like the crazy idea was actually the difference between this shot and the next shot. It's like Clementine goes, I'm never gonna leave you alone ever again. It's a shot of baby AJ by him, but like there, and then you cut to AJ alone.
That was a big thing. Is like I remember there was
I'm
a
glad
big
she's not
demand.
dead. Fuck.
Yeah, there's a big demand from the fans to see what happened at McCarroll Ranch, and it was like, why is this relevant to the story now? And it was
Right.
actually putting it here between these two scenes. It was like we see now how this relationship kind of started. You know,
And you juxtapose it right next to the moment where it appears to have ended.
Yeah, yeah.
He's fucking crying.
What in God's name? Tell him I am coming to quit screaming. What are you doing? Mom's right there. And you're naked. Still.
So AJ has his own dialogue.
I know, it's like cuter.
It's cuter and it moves around and you have to move the stick up and down to do it. And it's kind of floating. And it's our kind of idea, and it also, notably, it's written in his perspective instead of objectively.
Right.
Like, if this was a Clementine choice, it would be dogs can talk. But instead, it's AJ internal, so he says, I wish dogs could talk. It's the idea that you only have sort of like, you have slightly less control over AJ than you over Clementine, because he's sort of volatile in his brain.
You know, he's kind of removed from you as a protagonist.
So Taylor Parks, AJ's voice actor, says boom boom constantly in real life.
Oh,
Like as
really?
punctuation to sentences. She just kept doing it. I'm like, well, we just have to put that in the game. When you'd like tell her like this is the way you need to do that line, she'd be like, all right, boom boom. It's like that's just how she speaks. And so I'm like, that's so cute.
I wish I had some awesome catchphrase.
Yeah, I'll never come up with something.
We can start pushing that and see if it sticks.
Okie dokie. Yeah, that's
That's cool. I think that's cooler than boom boom.
Do you?
Yeah.
Hokey dokey, kids.
That's just what I'm sitting here.
Especially when you say it like that.
Definitely doesn't make them sound super weird.
Oh.
We also experimented with putting AJ on the other side of the screen. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. I remember many reasons why it didn't
And then
work.
it felt terrible, so we stopped doing it.
Yeah, the Clementine's always on the left third, and so we're like, okay, we'll shift it up. We'll put AJ on the right third, and he is on the right third in the home walking sequence still. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, in the next scene.
But we're gonna do that all the time. But it's not the. Oh my god!
Boom,
boom,
Boom boom.
Somehow it's dry enough to float on top of it.
Yes, of course.
So you cannot succeed at these QTEs. They are all fails automatically to raise the tension. I think I saw somebody restart the game.
Yeah, I
when
think
they
Dom
thought
the
they
Bomb
missed
did.
the hat, and it's just because they knew there was an achievement called getting Clem's hat.
Yeah, why she didn't go back to Richmond? I don't even know. She said because it was a war zone, but I would have gone back to Richmond regardless. Hobby's there, you know people who are there, who care about you. Oh, there's Walker 10.
Zombie 10, who also looks amazing. This is an incredible looking character model.
Crap. Wow, he made it all the way back. Do you think they have some kind of homing, like, Call of the Wild, Walker
I don't know. All I
thing?
know is we put in a bunch of ambiguous things, so you can't really figure out which way walkers work.
Ugh, he's so fucked looking. Put him out of his misery, AJ. It was him or Violet.
Towards the school. The kids shouldn't see you as a monster.
He's not really a monster. He's just.
I love the opposite scene of this, where 10 is alive and he comes back and he's just like really apologetic for getting Lewis or Violet killed. And they have this cool little scene where like 10 basically has an existential crisis where he realizes he's been fucking up for so long he needs to make a change in his life.
Right.
And it's such a special little scene.
Kill
where it's,
him.
Like, two little boys just talk about life or death.
No,
in the
no!
woods.
Oh
It's
my
really
God.
quiet and cool. I think it might be one of my
Why
favorite
didn't they kill
scenes in
him?
the
He doesn't want to be a walker. Put him out of his misery.
They're just kind of staring at the sunset over there, and kind of AJ's holding Clem's hat. There's just something really quaint about it.
Yeah. If anyone playing the game has not seen that scene, I would definitely
I
recommend
will
checking it out.
definitely
It's very cool.
check that out.
It's definitely one of my favorite choices in the game too, where it says like, "I'll teach you how to kill," or some people are just supposed to be artists.
Yeah.
Dinner soon. Okay. I'm all done anyway.
I'm sorry, I would have put 10 out of his misery, even if he was an idiot.
Spot. I think it is. Oh wow, you found her hat.
We're dancing with this sort of internal, like, we're kind of
It
not
found
letting the
me.
audience know Clem's still alive. But the actual thing that justifies AJ being sad is that he thinks Clem is bedridden.
That was a hard.
It was very tricky because we didn't want to outright lie about AJ's emotional state, right?
Right.
There had to be a reason for why he seems a little melancholy.
Oh
He
shit!
knows Clem's alive.
It actually works a little better on this side because 10 is he had clearly just seen 10 dead. I think.
Yeah, so that makes a good reason you'd be sad.
Yeah.
The sequence was another thing we really wanted to do early on. We're kind of like, okay, we kind of know we can't make the runtime of the episode huge, and we can't record a ton of dialogue. So we wanted to have a sequence where you just kind of walked and music played. Kind of like just trying to find a way for like just to be just music and visuals and like a little bit of interactivity. And we kind of like, I knew we wanted to play Take Us Back. We deliberately named the episode Take Us Back after the famous ending of season 1 song that everybody remembers. Makes
They
everybody
deliberately
cry.
did that,
About
didn't
Clementine and Lee. So finding a reason to use that in the season here for the sequence, I think it turned out really well. That Leaf also returns from the teaser trailer for the entire season, which was a special scene made just for the trailer where Clementine and AJ sit on a bridge and like look at a zombie.
Row your boat.
Yep, the row your boat thing. Like so, that scene is technically not canon, but it still kind of exists in the continuity because Leaf is here.
Right.
It's not canon, really? I've seen that trailer. How is that not canon? That's an awesome scene. Oh, fuck that. That was a good scene. I can't believe they consider that non-canon. That's bullshit. Fuck that. This song is so sad in season 1, but not in 4. Damn. Scene sucks.
How do we torture more? Don't fuck with us.
I like the kids are like, we're gonna put a corpse outside. It's a walker.
Hey guys,
if you let Abel turn.
Oh, okay.
That choice actually. That
Hey
choice
guys,
mattered.
I'm starting to feel sick and I might have to vomit, and I might be in the bathroom because I feel like I'm about to puke right now. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I might not come back out for a really while. I'll still be in the chat, but when this video ends, I'm probably still gonna be in the bathroom. And if you guys want to leave after this video, I understand, and I'll come back and end it later. But I might not come back, guys. I'm sorry, but I feel like I'm about to puke right now. I'll try to be back, but if I'm not, when this video ends, if you guys want to leave, you can. But if you don't, we'll just stay in chat. But it's up to you guys. I'm sorry. I have to leave. I just feel like I'm about to puke really bad.
When this scene was first designed as well, remember there was a version of the bridge scene where Violet or Lewis had kind of like got trapped on the other side of the zombie.
Before I leave.
Yeah.
And all they could do was either get eaten or jump off of the bridge.
Oh yeah.
And then like they would jump because they didn't want to get eaten, obviously. And then that was the first time you saw them to know that.
Oh yeah,
they
that
were
was
alive.
another like death fake out. Like
Yeah,
they fell like
yeah.
into the water, and then we didn't know for sure if they were alive again. So we made another reveal out of them. But I think at that point we realized there were too many death reveals.
Yeah.
Too many like this character's alive. Is this character alive? Oh, they're alive too. Like we kind of wanted to make it very kind of mundane for really everybody. But
We made you think everybody was dead.
yeah.
Take us back. When the higher hills have turned to blue and the waves are lapping where the children grew,
Hello, fellow kids.
all that we have known will be an echo of days when love was true.
What you doing there, goofball?
And here it is, the moment that made 1,000 YouTubers cry out in joy.
Yay.
Hey! She's
There
moving.
She is. Oh.
Aw. That's adorable.
You're walking! And you had wood arm legs.
Crutches.
Crutches. I found your hat. It was in the creek down by the shack. I thought I wouldn't get it, but Rosie jumped right in and got it out of the water. It's all wet now.
It's definitely seen better days. You know what? You keep it if you want it.
I actually kept the ending. I requested. I mean, I think that, you know, there were certain things that were unknown, but I didn't want to know until we were really close to recording, if not already recording, this final episode as to whether or not she lived or not.
I did want to ask you, like, how did you feel when you finally found out what her fate was? Like, what was that like to learn that? Because, yeah, I knew you didn't find out stuff ahead of time. You only found every episode script.
I was happy, you know. I would have been okay if you know, her arc was totally cut, just because I know it would have been done in an amazing fashion with you know, how well the writing is. But selfishly, yeah, I was like, hell yeah. I mean, there's no reason to kill her. She's this amazing, strong, young woman.
We explored a lot of stories where she died, and they never felt.
It just
quite
didn't
right.
feel.
Yeah, we actually, yeah, I guess I can, that'd be interesting here for fans to say. We definitely thought about multiple endings where Clem lived and Clem died, and I think the problem we kind of ran into is that I don't think anyone would have accepted an ending where Clem died as canon. Like, it just wouldn't have been something. So in the end, it would just be viewed as a bad ending, no matter what we gave you on the other side.
If she lived on another.
Yeah, if she lived on and it's also like if she lived, we would have had to make the endings feel equal. Because the idea would be if we have multiple endings, you wouldn't want anyone to be the good ending or the bad ending. There's different.
Right.
So in the end, it was like, well, are we really going to spend resources making like a bad ending when the only ending anyone's going to accept is the Clem one? Or could we just sort of give Clem an ending to her story that makes it feel like it was all worth it? We realized, like, we were playing so much on the cycle, and like the same thing that happened to Lee happened to Clem is like this meta like tension sort of hanging over the whole season, that having her actually break that cycle and not having it just straight up happen again feels like she moved the whole world forward.
Right. This felt really good. It didn't feel like, oh, this is too the Hollywood, you know, well, she's lost a limb, but she's still there, tra-la-la. It just felt really like the natural way to end it.
That noise was Gideon mourning the loss of Tennessee.
Funny Easter egg, if it's Lewis or Violet dead, 10 puts little drawings on their graves, and they're based on what you like named the school or what the color of the house was that Lewis wanted.
Oh, is this the famous burp scene?
This is the famous burp
that's
scene.
that's my voiceover kryptonite. Although Jack, I stuck with it and I drank enough bubble water that I could get something
I
out.
had to fake burp because I don't know how.
I can't even. My fake burps are horrible. I can't even
we
pull
got
it off.
almost every actor to burp for this scene. Even the ones who don't like end up burping, I think we got like Omar's actor to burp and the Sims actor to burp. I think we had everyone to burp. I'm not sure they all actually play in the final product, but we got like everyone to burp. It was really wacky.
I always wanted to do that thing that kids would do in elementary school. They
Swallow
burp
air.
the ABCs.
Oh, yeah.
And they can just do it.
Who does that?
I never knew how to do that.
Yeah, no, well, you know what? That's okay.
AJ. What? It's good. Seconds, please.
Already? You even taste that?
I learned watching every actor kind of try to burp in this whole cast that it's a very specialized skill, this burping thing.
Specialized skill.
I don't know if I'm breaking SAG here, but I remember Ray Chase, who played Marlon, could not whistle. So I got the stunt whistle for when.
Yeah, I know, right?
For when he whistles
You have a union after you. I can whistle. I can do the whistling.
Well, we're not bragging here, Melissa.
Oh, I've been bragging the whole time.
Yeah, that's the spot. A sim says he saw 10, 15 of them, a little bit past the old safe zone.
I want you to go.
You're the boss.
We need to know who they are. Maybe even see if they're willing to trade. Just keep your distance.
This is traveling back in time a minute, but we were talking about if Clem lives or dies or not. And I remember, like, the first session, the first thing you said in the season
Oh my God.
was, does Clementine die? She better not. That was like how we started our relationship this season.
I was saying that did not influence us because I did not know about that.
As soon as I just said, like, I never wanted to know, apparently that's the first thing I asked.
No, it was me and James Windler, the
Right,
season lead writer, were there, and James handled it very diplomatic.
Yeah, yeah.
He was like, we're trying to figure out what works best for the story.
Oh, James.
And you were like, that's not a no.
Really, really careful.
You okay?
Just getting tired. Hey, walk with me a sec.
Katja.
Sorry.
It's okay. I stare at it too. If it was just you and me alone out there, and I was like this, I don't know if I'd make it 2 weeks. I'm gonna need these to go anywhere. And if we ever had to run. How the hell did AJ get her out of that barn and back
Well,
to Erickson's?
You can find the written answer to that on Reddit by Mr. Michael Kirkbride, our season designer. Yeah,
He, in response to fan criticism, wrote a big essay called "How I Protected Clem" by Alvin Jr.
Oh my God!
And it's written in perfect AJ voice.
It's written in AJ speak. It's really good.
That's amazing.
I'm checking that out.
I'll send you a link.
Oh, I love her.
It's nice to note that they're sitting in the same places that Marlon and Brody, who were the previous kind of rulers of the school, were sitting in the first episode. They're like in the exact same spot, and they have Rosie between them again.
All those times you would ask me if we'd find a home. All I could ever tell you was, we'll see. And your face would fall every single time.
It's better than saying yes and lying to me.
And that's what I told myself. But you want to know something I didn't tell you? I never had a plan. I never knew where we were going. I never knew anything. I just fought and fought and fought and hoped you didn't notice. Hoped we'd find something before you did. Did I do a
Here we go.
good job?
Did I do a good job? Is my favorite. Is a real good line.
Yeah, that kind of broke me. So this whole scene is what we
You did do a good
recorded
job.
Yeah.
before, literally, we got through this about an hour before the axe fell on Telltale Games. So this whole scene is what we recorded. One of them, there was a couple of.
Yeah, with small alterations. We actually there's some stuff removed, but this is most of it.
It's most of it, and yeah, Jack had me in a place where I was just like, oh God, I don't even know if I can get words out right now. I mean, it was very emotional.
Yeah, you really feel the hurt in your voice on that one line, on the "Did I do a good job?"
Yeah.
I remember I really was pushing for, like, the thing that I thought would just be super powerful is Clementine, like, just straight up asking the player, like, did she do it good? Like, just having that as be just, like, kind of the final question of the game was going to be really affecting. Because
Right.
everyone has just been rooting for her, and they've watched her fight for 4 seasons. And so, like, her saying that, it's like, how can you not tell her she did a good job?
Yeah, you'll notice that no is not on the wheel.
No is not on the wheel. There's one where AJ goes like, you did okay. Like,
I mean,
but I don't know who choose. Someone will choose that one.
Silence can be more hurtful, I guess.
The credits hallway.
This broke me when I watched Ryan Weller play
Yeah.
this on his Twitch stream. This fucking broke me.
Wow. Oh my god.
To see all the
Everybody
names.
worked on the game.
Yeah.
Everybody
of the
thinks
Telltale
these are our
people.
signatures. I can speak for myself, at least, and my signature's not that cool looking. These are all Joyce.
Oh wow.
made these for us.
Yeah, it's amazing, and I think it's really awesome that Skybound, like, put that in there.
This is incredible.
Okay, in you go.
We're clicking on Disco Broccoli several times.
There's a thing in here that we have to. I'm sure I know the world's seen it, but you have to see it again, and you have to talk about it.
You're so cool, Disco Broccoli.
One day, in just a random Slack channel, I don't know why we were talking about Blade Runner, but Michael Kirkbride, again, master of the AJ voice, just wrote a pitch-perfect parody of the final Tears in the Rain Blade Runner speech, but as AJ. And I just copied that thing verbatim from the Slack channel and put it in the voice script.
Oh, nice.
And I hid it under a bazillion clickables with Disco Broccoli.
So many beautiful angles of Disco Broccoli.
In all his glory.
Some might say not enough beautiful angles of Disco Broccoli.
Yeah, not enough.
Here it is. So, and also, I believe, Chris, you had the cinematic artist
Yeah,
shoot this exactly like in the movie.
Shot for shot, Rutger Hauer and Harrison Ford.
And
it's even better when you cut back to Disco Broccoli.
And I have yet to see a fan just take out all the shots of Disco Broccoli and replace them with Harrison Ford, or vice versa, and I am disappointed that that's not happened yet. The fan community has let me down until someone does that.
Oh.
Toy airplanes on fire off the shoulder of McCurl Ranch. I watched canned beans glitter in the dark near that one train station with a dead couple Clem tried to guilt me about. All those moments will be lost in time, like tears in Omar's stew. Time to die, Marlon.
I'm all done. There's the last clickable of the game.
Yay.
You put the hat on the thing, and that's it.
Nice.
I'm coming.
So good.
It is. Yay!
That was awesome. Thank you, Kent.
Thank you, Melissa and Gideon and
Thank
Chris.
you. Yeah,
everyone
that was fun.
Everyone who worked on this beautiful game.
Seriously.
That I love with all my heart, and I can't
Me
believe
too.
we got to finish it. One last thing, I just want to get to the AJ lessons. These are the best. I think Kirkbride also wrote all of these. Some of these in here are really amazing. I like try not to burp or fart at dinner, but sometimes you can if you still think it's funny. These are all based on many things you've said to AJ over the season, like always aim for the head.
Not nice to see.
Can we go back to the violet? Can I see the violet?
I can
one?
all right. On your request, I will show you Violet. Violet's loved. Only 12% of people got love Violet.
Wow.
Which is interesting. I don't know if these percentages are totally right. Sometimes the system's wacky, but
Yeah.
it might be.
Well, whatever.
Right?
That means they specifically saved Violet and also romanced her. And we have this cool little visual indicator of all the choices here, which Adrian put together,
Nice.
our amazing UI artist who did all the UI for the season.
Very cool.
And there's the axe in the middle, just sort of cutting off. This thing's supposed to like tease you. Like, did you know that this other crazy shit could happen in these other branches? Maybe play it again.
Wow, really cool.
Anyways, that's season 4.
Yay!
Yay!
Bravo.
All right, thanks everybody for being here. For
Listening.
This.
Thanks everybody for playing.
Yay! Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, I'm back, guys. Oh. Oh, man. I felt really sick earlier. I'm sorry about that. I was feeling sick earlier. Oh. Oh, wait.
I'm here, guys. I just was feeling sick. Oh, looks like they finished the video. I was watching it live.
I wander in this land of danger. No comfort or peace do I find. I am a poor wayfaring stranger to troubles and trials confined. I hope that they take me in heaven.
Jesus scared the shit out of me. I thought I was gonna still play the music. It's fine. Well, let's see what we got here. Alright. Eventually I'm gonna come back eventually in another stream and play season 1, 2, 3 and the Michelle miniseries, because I haven't played those on the definitive series. I played all those on the collection, but I played the final season on definitive series. But anyway, I'm gonna come back eventually and play all the seasons, and then we'll officially be done with The Walking Dead. But I'll try to stream The Last of Us 2 Part 2 eventually, but you know, I'm just having to wait for my carpet to be, my floors to be done, because I'm just got concrete and I gotta get a better setup, because if you guys can see the setup I got now, it does not look good. Anyway, we finished all the developer commentary. Took 8 hours. We watched Return of the Walking Dead. We watched A New Day. We watched No Going Back. We've watched From the Gallows, and we watched Done Running and Take Us Back. And that's all the developer commentary. All right. So I'm going to end the live stream here, guys. Thank you guys so much for coming. Thank you, Max, Ethan, Savannah. Thank you for my new sub. I appreciate that. 220. We've hit 220. I appreciate everyone who came. And Drag, I appreciate you coming too. And everyone else who comes after the stream, I appreciate you watching. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, turn on notifications. I appreciate it. And this has been fun. I know I wasn't really featured in this. It was more like just for you guys to watch some developer commentary. And for me, I was watching it too, but I wasn't watching as much as you guys were. I wasn't really in my room. But I appreciate everybody coming out for tonight. I appreciate the 8 hours. My longest live stream I've ever done is 8 hours. So anyway, thank you guys so much for coming. And I hope I see you guys in the next stream. Everyone take care. Have a good night. And I will see you guys in the next stream. Peace out, everybody.